Chapter 1153. When Nagashwang was with Yang Dingtian, she could read his mind. Then, she had always been aware of Yang Dingtian's disappointment and resentment towards her. No wonder her attitude became so stubborn and cold. She seemed to always want to prove herself with actions, but her attitude was more arrogant. For example, when she and Yang Dingtian left the ruins and went to the human countries, she already knew Yang Dingtian's resentment towards her. Her approach was cold and aloof, but she still went to the human countries to help Yang Dingtian destroy the Demon King. It was as if she was saying, "I will do anything for you, but I will never bow my head and show weakness." She knew in her heart that Yang Dingtian blamed her for not combining with him and letting Yang Dingtian have the body of a demigod. That way he would be invincible against the Demon King. She also did not explain. Perhaps in Naga's eyes, explaining was a very weak and incompetent behavior. In the end, she explained that she would only combine with him after breaking through to the demigod level. Otherwise, it was very likely that she would never be able to break through to the demigod level. She had maintained this unfeeling attitude all the way until Yang Dingtian saved her when she was in mortal danger. She didn't leave and didn't care. Her unyielding attitude was too weak. Yang Dingtian did not know what to say, but suddenly said, "You have the evil spirit of the origin in your body. Why were you still hurt by the big explosion in the ruins?" "I was not hurt, I was killed." Nagashwang said, "If you did not save me, I would have died." Yang Dingtian, "But second and third class evil spirits are immortal. Even if their heads are cut off, they can grow back." "You have nothing to say. You don't have to change the topic like this," Nagashwang said. Then she said, "Husband, there is no energy in this world that is completely indestructible. The reason why the evil spirit of the origin is immortal is that even if its head is cut off, it can grow back. Moreover, it always protects the sea of qi, xian veins, heart, and brain. That was because of its special properties. In the end, the bodies of all living creatures in this world were made up of energy and matter. When an attack destroys a part of the body, it doesn't mean that the part completely disappears. Instead, it transforms into another form. Husband, do you understand?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "Yes." Nagashwang said, "The primordial evil spirit's special energy can quickly reconstruct these destroyed substances and restore them to their original state. Furthermore, the foundation of all this was that the evil spirit of the primordial evil spirit could always maintain the foundation of its life form and not be destroyed. Moreover, when a certain part of the body is damaged, it will devour the shattered matter and the destroyed energy, and then reverse and recombine from the inside." Yang Dingtian nodded. These words were very complicated, but he could understand them. In fact, there was also a related quantum theory on Earth. That is, using a special energy to directly decompose an item. Then, after teleporting to a certain distance, it would be reassembled and returned to its original state. Moreover, the Earth plane had already carried out related experiments, even though the matter was only a particle. Nagashwang said, "However, the energy that the primordial evil spirit can withstand is also limited. Of course, our normal battle is far from its limit. Therefore, no matter how many times people with evil spirit energy are killed, they will be intact and restored to their original state. But when the energy is large enough, far beyond the range that the primordial evil spirit can withstand, then it will not be able to provide absolute protection. So, why can the energy in the abyss border disintegrate and destroy evil spirits? That was because its energy was already at its peak. And the energy generated by the explosion in the ruins of the Naga Empire just now was enough to destroy the entire human kingdom several times. This level of energy is far beyond the range that the primordial evil spirit can withstand, so it can't protect my life." Yang Dingtian nodded. "Understood." Nagashwang continued, "Also, you should know about the dark matter. It is the dark matter that surrounded the ancient sea serpent empire. It also seems to be indestructible. But now, the outer edge of the dark matter has been expanding and disintegrating. Do you know why? Yang Dingtian, because the energy generated by the explosion in the ruins of the Naga Empire was swallowed and couldn't withstand it, so it directly expanded and disintegrated. Yes, Nagashwang said, "Husband, in fact, this dark matter has been swallowing the underwater world on the surface. It looks very evil and terrifying, but in fact it has been protecting the only remaining living continent. Although the ruins of the old Naga Empire and the human kingdom are very far away, this explosion was enough to destroy the entire human kingdom. And in the past 10,000 years, the ruins have exploded countless times. It is the endless dark matter that protects the human kingdom and acts as a buffer between the ruins and the human kingdom." Yang Dingtian was stunned when he heard this. The dark matter that was evil and terrifying in his eyes actually protected the entire human kingdom. Nagashwang said, "So this dark matter is produced by the Chaos World's self-protection mechanism. It looks bad, but it is not necessarily bad." The second half of this sentence was already filled with personal feelings. Taking a deep breath, Nagashwang said, "Husband, I know that the moment I swallowed the primordial evil spirit and flew away, leaving you to the Demon King, I can no longer take it back. No matter what I do, I can't repair the gap between us. The feelings between a man and a woman are very strong, and even life and death can't be separated. But it is also very fragile. Even a small crack will completely tear the two of us apart. Even if you are willing to forgive, you can't really repair it. This is not a matter of whether you are generous or not." At this point, Nagashwang's eyes turned red again. "You are right. Although you have more than one wife, just based on the feelings between you and me, you have never betrayed or hurt. The one who betrayed and hurt is me. I originally didn't want to explain, and it is useless to explain. But I still want to say that when I swallowed the primordial evil spirit and flew away, I really didn't want to leave you to the Demon King to be possessed. My will and reason were really destroyed in an instant, and I completely forgot myself. You can say that my actions are unrighteous at the sight of profit, blinded by greed, but it is really not a betrayal of feelings." Then, wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes, Nagashwang said, "Also, I didn't allow you to kill the Demon King because I really wanted you to swallow his energy, even if I couldn't find a way to do so. But I really didn't want to hurt you. I was really blinded by greed. Our martial Naga is just this shameless, greedy." Yang Dingtian didn't know how to answer. Nagashwang turned her face to the side and said, "I know that when something has happened, it is useless to explain. I said that even if you want to forgive, you can't repair the gap between us. So I didn't intend to explain before, because that would only make me weak. But I thought that if I explained, even if it couldn't mend the gap, it would at least make you feel better, so that you wouldn't be so disappointed in human nature. I once said that I don't owe you anything, and that it is my freedom to make any decision." Naga's beautiful eyes fell into memories. "Indeed, I don't owe you anything, and on the contrary, I have saved your life many times. But for a very, very long time, you are my world, my everything." Nagashwang's voice came to an abrupt stop before she finished speaking. As a powerful Naga, she would rather die than say these words, because it went against her pride and would make her seem weak. But now, Yang Dingtian had saved her life once again, and most importantly, the ruins of the old Naga Empire had exploded, and now there was less than a third of the ruins left. She would probably never be able to break through to the demigod realm. She didn't want to explain and just immersed herself in breaking through to the demigod realm. Then she would directly grab Yang Dingtian and marry him whether he agreed or not. In this way, Yang Dingtian would have a demigod body, and they would share energy and life. In that case, the so-called contradictions and cracks would probably vanish into thin air. Her creed was to not explain and just do as she pleased. But now, she would probably never be able to break through to the demigod realm. Then, she would never be able to do what she wanted to do. "Okay, husband, you can go. I can't give you a demigod body." Nagashwang said, but Shimin Ningning can, and she has always been pure to you. She is not blinded by greed like me, and even tore apart our relationship." Yang Dingtian opened his mouth to say something. Naga Shuang said, "You don't need to say anything. I know what you want to say. You want to say that you don't need a demigod body. Trust me, you definitely need it. All right, you can go back now." After a moment of silence, Yang Dingtian asked, "What about you?" Naga Shuang said, "I'll stay here. Although I can't break through to the demigod realm, I can't waste the energy here." Yang Dingtian said, "Okay, I'll go back first. I'll pick you up later." Naga Shuang said, "Didn't you want to exile me here so that I won't harm the human countries?" Yang Dingtian said, "If the soul leaving temple doesn't give up, then our war isn't over yet, and we still need you, the most powerful Naga." Naga Shuang said, "You're quite straightforward." Yang Dingtian said, "It's better to make it clear. You're right. Although your explanation can't completely heal the crack, at least it makes me feel a lot better. Seeing the strange you from before really scared me." Then Yang Dingtian asked, "If the soul leaving temple doesn't give up, which direction do you think they will try to break through?" Naga Shuang said, "In this world, which force do you think can destroy the human countries and has something to do with the Demon King?" Yang Dingtian was stunned for a moment, and then he thought of an answer. Chapter 1154. At present, in the chaotic world, what other forces were known to be able to destroy the human countries? There should be none. The Ghost Emperor Wen Tian of the Netherworld Kingdom was already considered good enough to be able to protect himself. There should only be one force, and that was New Naga. In New Naga, there were more than 1 million future Naga. Although these were not real Naga, and they would never reach the demigod realm. But at least they were infinitely close to the demigod realm. Whether it was Bu Ikao or Lan Chi, the cultivation of these future Naga should be comparable to the Demon King after fusion. Moreover, New Naga had been in existence for more than 10,000 years. Other than the spiritual type, the first generation Naga inside had reached the limit of martial strength for a long time. In other words, the future Naga who were comparable to the Demon King in cultivation might be a very large number. Just one Demon King alone was enough to bring calamity to the human nations. Then, if many future Naga who were close to the demigod realm poured into the human countries, what would the consequences be? It would only be worse than the Demon King's invasion. It was guaranteed that no one in the entire human countries would survive. One had to know that a few years ago, the descendants of the Sea Serpent clan, Naga, had once launched a rebellion. The purpose was to obtain the greater space technique, break out of the confinement space of New Naga, and sweep the entire world. Of course, that rebellion failed. However, those Sea Serpent Naga descendants of New Naga, if they wanted to invade the human countries, needed the greater space technique. And it was impossible for them to study the greater space technique at the moment. The contents of the scripture pavilion were completely sealed. Their spiritual cultivation was not enough, so they could not open it. Therefore, it was impossible for them to use the greater space technique with their own ability. Then, was it possible for the soul leaving palace to give the greater space technique to New Naga? First of all, did Soul Leaving Palace's Medusa know the greater space technique? Obviously, the possibility of her knowing was very high, because when Shu Piaoyan and the Naga Empire were studying space techniques together, Queen Medusa was definitely the main force of the research. Therefore, the probability of her knowing the greater spatial technique was very high. If Medusa had the greater space spell, would she be able to send it to New Naga? This seemed to have exceeded Yang Dingtian's expectations. However, he was a little curious. If she could do this, why didn't she do it earlier? Why did she have to wait until the Demon King was completely defeated? As a result, Yang Dingtian was filled with absolute unease. He had been imprisoned by the Naga Shuang for several months. He wondered if anything had happened to the human nations during this time. Yang Dingtian's heart was burning with anxiety. "Shuang, I have to go back immediately. You stay here and devour the energy, Yang Dingtian said. I'll come back for you. Yes, Naga Shuang replied, indicating that she had heard him. Yang Dingtian summoned his primal Chaos Emperor Grade Soul Sword and flew away from the ruins of the old Naga Empire at lightning speed. After flying for an unknown distance and passing through 2 tightly sealed spaces, Yang Dingtian returned to the ruins of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire's capital city after 7 days and 7 nights. Yang Dingtian immediately saw Queen Poisa in the palace's main hall. Moreover, her expression was filled with unease and frustration. When she saw Yang Dingtian, Poisa was overjoyed. She rushed over and hugged Yang Dingtian. Little Yang Dingtian, are you all right? Yang Dingtian replied, Of course I'm fine. What's wrong? Poisa said, When I saw that you hadn't returned for a long time, I knew that you must have been trapped by the Naga, so I waited here for you. Of course. I didn't have to worry too much about your safety because Shuang wouldn't hurt you. What I was worried about was Hai Xan. She had learned a very strange cultivation technique that could restore a shattered crystal ball to its original state. Then she opened an energy passage and traveled to the ruins of the old Naga Empire. Yang Dingtian looked at the crystal ball fragments in Hai Xan's hand and said, She asked you to open an energy passage and then shattered the crystal ball. Yes, Poisa said, Although her cultivation wasn't high, I felt very uneasy. I felt that she would bring a great disaster. Yang Dingtian said, But I didn't find any trace of her in the ruins of the old Naga Empire. Shuang, I didn't find any trace of her either. What? The venomous queen was instantly surprised and said, She clearly passed through? Then where exactly did she go? Then Queen Poisa suddenly said, That's right, little Tian. We tried Hai Xan at that time and sealed all her Xian meridians and Qi Si. Then we imprisoned her in an energy prison. In the end, the soul-leaving palace released her and gave her a very strange cultivation technique. Soul-leaving palace? Yang Dingtian's heart trembled. In this way, the entire sequence of events became clear. After the Demon King was completely defeated, the soul-leaving palace didn't give up. They still wanted to open the cycle of destruction once every 200 years. Evil ways had been completely destroyed. It had no place to borrow power, so it chose New Naga. And Medusa wouldn't do it herself. She would choose a puppet, so she chose Queen Hai Xan. Then, didn't it mean that the soul-leaving palace let Queen Hai Xan bring the greater space technique to New Naga? However, Queen Hai Xan didn't have the void-splitting fire. She couldn't pass through the dark realm and enter New Naga. Moreover, why did the soul-leaving palace let Hai Xan go to the ruins of the old Naga Empire? There was no way to New Naga here. Then, Yang Dingtian was suddenly shocked. One was New Naga, and the other was the ruins of the old Naga Empire. Was there a connection between the two? Was there a passage? In other words, Queen Hai Xan could go to New Naga through the ruins of the old Naga Empire. If that was the case, the consequences were too terrifying. That meant that the new Naga of the sea snake descendants had already obtained the greater space technique. That meant that the invasion was about to arrive. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. God bless that the conservative and greedy Naga of the sea snake descendants hadn't invaded the human countries yet. If they had already invaded, then no one could change the outcome of their destruction. Immediately, Yang Dingtian immediately hugged Poisa. He didn't even fly by himself. Instead, he stepped on the Emperor-grade soul sword and shuttled back and forth like lightning. He used the fastest speed to return to the human countries. He wanted to confirm if the Naga of the future had invaded. After a few days and nights of rapid shuttling at the bottom of the sea, Yang Dingtian suddenly rushed out of the sea surface. Then he still stepped on the soul sword and used the fastest speed to fly back to Cloud Sky City. Luckily, when Yang Dingtian saw the first city in the human countries, it was still peaceful. It wasn't destroyed, nor was it turned into ruins. He immediately let out a long sigh of relief. His entire body was about to collapse. Soon, Yang Dingtian and Poisa landed in Cloud Sky City. Everything was safe and sound, and Yen Yen and the others. All of their worries and uneasiness were completely put down. The invasion of the Naga of the future had not yet begun. Yang Dingtian's first reaction was to immediately go to the Dark Realm to investigate. He wanted to see if the Naga army of the future generations had come out of New Naga. But soon, he dispelled this idea because it was meaningless. His second reaction was to think of a way to transfer the entire Council of Light to the Little Western Paradise or tear open space. But again, he gave up again. It was still meaningless because if the worst had happened, it meant that the Naga of the future generations had already obtained the spatial technique and could easily enter the tear open space and the Little Western Paradise. Finally, Yang Dingtian thought that the last hiding place of the Council of Light was the Empire of Darkness. That's right, it was the Empire of Darkness that the Demon King Wentian used to belong to. The Empire of Darkness that was protected by countless dark matter. At this time, Yang Dingtian had 2 primeval Nagas, eye gems, in his hand. At that time, his soul sword shattered the Devil Queen's magic wand, and the primeval Nagas, eye gems on it also fell into Yang Dingtian's hands. Yang Dingtian began to think about whether it was feasible to transfer the Council of Light to the Empire of Darkness. It should be feasible. At least the Empire of Darkness was the safest place so far. Then, how many people could the entire Empire of Darkness accommodate? The Empire of Darkness was very large and had countless giant castles. Each giant castle was equivalent to a large city. Moreover, it was a 3-dimensional space with a diameter of more than tens of thousands of miles. But the most important question now was, how many humans should be transferred into the Empire of Darkness? How long could these countless humans survive in the Empire of Darkness? Without further ado, Yang Dingtian immediately called for a high-level meeting of the Council of Light. After all the senior members heard the news, they were instantly stunned. Everything was not over yet. Was the so-called soul-leaving temple determined to destroy the human countries? Why were they not willing to give up? Time was extremely tight. Yang Dingtian could not delay for even an hour. He had to be fast. At the fastest, there was no need to discuss. At this time, it was time to make a decision. Yang Dingtian directly ordered, "Will you immediately enter the Little Western Paradise and tell the news of the new Naga's imminent invasion to Demon's Wrath too?" Speaker Neru and High Priest Fire Dance. "Tell her that we will allow the demon foxes within 1,000,000 to enter the Empire of Darkness to hide." "Yes," Wu Yu said, and then immediately flew out of Cloud Sky City and headed for the Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian then ordered, "From now on, the senior members of the Council of Light immediately start preparing for a big retreat. Violet has the eye gem of the primeval Naga, so she can enter the Empire of Darkness. Vulture can control all the Legion of Doom in the Empire of Darkness. The 2 of you enter the Empire of Darkness first to confirm your safety. Immediately transfer the most important people and things into the Empire of Darkness. How many people can be transferred in the end? Do your best and leave it to fate." Yes. Violets and Vulture immediately flew out of Cloud Sky City and headed for the Empire of Darkness. Yang Dingtian said, "I will immediately go to New Naga to confirm if they have obtained the greater space technique and if the invasion will happen. If possible, I will try my best to stop everything from happening in New Naga. As for the final result, I hope that God will bless me." After saying that, Yang Dingtian flew out of Cloud Sky City and headed for the Dark Realm, heading for New Naga. Chapter 1155. Next, Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed to enter the first dark domain, the second dark domain, and the third dark domain. In the third dark domain, he once again saw the incomparably familiar devouring fog. Using the spatial rending flame to purify the surrounding space, Yang Dingtian traveled all the way to the bottom of the third dark domain. This was already a boundless void, and behind him was the vast universe of stars. Yang Dingtian continued to fly. In the center of the third dark domain, he once again saw the familiar, huge whirlpool. This whirlpool was the entrance to New Naga. Last time, Yang Dingtian directly fainted after entering New Naga through the whirlpool. This time, Yang Dingtian hoped that he could remain conscious when entering. He held his breath and then rushed into the huge whirlpool. In an instant, he lost all his consciousness. However, the time he fainted this time was very short. After entering New Naga, Yang Dingtian immediately woke up in almost a moment. He found himself floating in the middle of a boundless sea. He was once again in New Naga. Only New Naga had such a beautiful, fairy-like scenery. Yang Dingtian noticed that this sea was something he had never been to before. He didn't know if it was the territory of the sea serpents or the mere people. Immediately, Yang Dingtian entered stealth mode and flew high into the sky. After flying for less than an hour, Yang Dingtian was able to see the densely packed pyramids on the boundless grassland. There were also many later generations of Naga people with human faces and snake bodies. This was the territory of the sea serpents. The last time Yang Dingtian entered New Naga through the whirlpool, he was saved by Queen Lanqi. It was in the territory of the imperial palace. Now he was actually in the territory of the sea serpents. Both times he entered through the huge whirlpool, but the places he arrived at were completely different. Next, Yang Dingtian fell into hesitation. Should he look for Wentian first or Queen Lanqi first? If he went to look for Wentian first, it was very likely that he would be walking right into a trap. If he were to look for Queen Lanqi, she might not even know what had happened. Yang Dingtian's first mission in New Naga was to confirm if New Naga had obtained the greater space technique. Thus, Yang Dingtian continued to conceal himself and sneaked into the old capital of the New Naga settlement of the sea serpents. Of course, this was a very dangerous action. In the old capital, there were probably countless people in the New Naga whose cultivation surpassed Yang Dingtian's. Yang Dingtian kept going deeper and deeper. This old capital was extremely huge. Its perimeter had already exceeded a few hundred miles. The pyramid seemed to be the only building left. On Queen Lanqi's side, there were many beautiful buildings, such as the imperial palace, pavilions, and so on. On the other hand, there were countless pyramids in the old capital. The pyramids were completely the symbol of the ancient Naga Empire. This meant that the later generations of the sea serpents had completely walked the path of the demigod Naga. It wasn't an easy task to find Wentian in this huge old capital. After a few hours, Yang Dingtian still couldn't find Wentian's figure. Finally, Yang Dingtian arrived at the center of the old capital. Here, there was the largest pyramid. Moreover, there were densely packed Naga guards who were arranged on every step like nails. This should be the pyramid of the sea serpents Naga tribe. In the entire old capital, there wasn't a bigger pyramid than this one. In that case, sneaking into this pyramid should be an extremely dangerous thing to do. Although Yang Dingtian's concealment technique could only be seen by the undead, once one entered the pyramid, many powerful spiritual-type Naga would clearly sense the shrinking of space. Therefore, they would be able to sense that something was wrong. Moreover, if one was trapped in the pyramid, it would be very difficult to escape. Just when Yang Dingtian was hesitating whether to enter the pyramid of the sea serpent's chief, a Naga elder suddenly appeared at the top of the steps. The king has decreed that the human Wentian and the serpent High Exan are to have an audience with the king. When these words were spoken, Yang Dingtian's heart turned cold. High Exan had indeed entered the new Naga. In that case, half of the bad news had already been confirmed. After this Naga elder finished his announcement, dozens of Naga warriors flew towards a pyramid not far away. They were most likely going to bring Wentian and High Exan. These dozens of Naga warriors were the first generation of Naga. Their cultivation had already reached the limit of their talent. Every one of them was much stronger than Yang Dingtian. Indeed, after a short few minutes, The familiar Queen Hai-Exan and the human Wen-Tian were brought over by dozens of Naga warriors. Looking at Queen Hai-Exan, who was filled with excitement and anticipation, as well as some uneasiness, Yang Dingtian's heart was unprecedentedly complicated. Queen Hai-Exan was originally destined to die. However, because the Sea Serpent Empress had died for him, Yang Dingtian felt that he owed her. Therefore, he spared Hai-Exan's life and sentenced her to life imprisonment. However, who would have thought that the ambitious Queen Hai-Exan would not only not be grateful, but also bring about a huge calamity to the human countries? Of course, if one were to ask whether Yang Dingtian regretted pardoning Hai-Exan's death sentence, Yang Dingtian might not regret it because Hai-Exan's life was exchanged for by her mother's sacrifice. Moreover, even if Yang Dingtian had executed Hai-Exan, the soul leaving palace would still search for a second puppet. The source of this calamity was the soul leaving palace. Of course, Queen Hai-Exan had also wasted her only chance to live. If Yang Dingtian and the human countries could survive this calamity, then Hai-Exan would definitely die. She would no longer have the chance to be pardoned. At this moment, Yang Dingtian even had an impulse to immediately kill Hai-Exan. Could he do it? He could probably do it. If he directly activated the Primal Chaos Emperor Grade Soul Sword, he could instantly kill Hai-Exan. Before the Naga warriors could react, the success rate would be about 70 to 80%. However, if he did that, Yang Dingtian would be exposed and the possibility of him escaping would be very small. Therefore, it was not worth it to sacrifice himself to kill Hai-Exan. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was hiding at the side while Hai-Exan and Wen-Tian were escorted by dozens of Naga warriors. They flew past them and entered the great hall of the pyramid. "Sir Wen-Tian, why did the king summon me?" Queen Hai-Exan was filled with nervousness and excitement. "Probably to reward you for offering the greater space technique," Wen-Tian replied. Yang Dingtian's heart turned cold. That's right, it was indeed the greater space technique. This matter had already happened. It had already been confirmed. Yang Dingtian even felt a little dizzy. The worst thing had indeed happened. What should he do next? Follow them into the great hall and destroy it? That was impossible. Almost everyone here had a cultivation higher than Yang Dingtian. In this great hall, almost every high-level Naga had a cultivation equivalent to the Demon King. Entering the great hall was simply courting death. If he wanted to prevent the calamity from happening, he had to find the enemy of the sea snakes, Queen Lan Chi. Instantly, Yang Dingtian sucked in a breath of air and watched as Wen-Tian and Hai-Exan entered the great hall. After that, he turned invisible and silently flew away. Naga Hai-Exan pays her respects to King Boyi. Hai-Exan knelt down. Boyi looked at Hai-Exan for a long time before saying, "You are the Naga preparatory producer of the sea snakes 10,000 years ago?" This name was really unpleasant to hear. Naga preparatory producer. Yes. Hai-Exan bowed. Boyi continued, "Although you didn't give birth to Naga, you have made a great contribution. You are the envoy of Queen Medusa. Therefore, I will reward you greatly." "Many thanks, my king," Hai-Exan said. Boyi's attitude towards Hai-Exan was much better than Wen-Tian's. From his point of view, Wen-Tian was just a lowly human. Although Hai-Exan was only from the sea snakes, she was still the envoy of Queen Medusa. Boyi said, "After a few days and nights of work by dozens of elders, the half-finished Greater Space Technique scroll that you brought has been completely completed. The energy runes inside have all been filled up. I have studied it thoroughly and completely comprehended it." Hai-Exan said, "Congratulations, my king." Boyi said, "However, my Greater Space Technique still lacks one thing, and that is the darkness mystic flame." Hai-Exan said, "My king, I know how the darkness mystic flame is formed. As long as we use the heaven and earth mystic flame to burn the darkness crystal, when the two perish together, a new mystic flame will be born. It will be the darkness mystic flame." Boyi said, I know that our Naga doesn't care about the heaven and earth mystic flame. Although new Naga can't nurture the heaven and earth mystic flame, with our power, we can easily create it. However, we don't have the darkness crystal. High Exan said, "What a coincidence. As the queen of the Serpent Men Empire, the celestial Red Sea is within my territory. It is rich in darkness crystals. I happen to have the darkness crystal on me, and it is enough for my king to create the darkness mystic flame." Boyi said, "Good, then are you willing to give the darkness crystal to me? In exchange, I can reach the peak of the sea snakes in a short period of time." Queen High Exan bowed and said, "I'm willing to give the darkness crystal to my king without paying any price." "Oh, why?" Boyi asked. High Exan said, "Because I want revenge. Yang Dingtian from the human countries brought destruction to my Serpent Men Empire. I want an eye for an eye." Boyi Ming smiled and said, "You will get what you want. I will even follow our original agreement and give your Sea Serpent tribe a huge ocean to rebuild the Sea Serpent Empire for you. You will be the new queen of the Sea Serpent Empire." High Exan bowed and said, "Thank you, your majesty." Then she took out an energy box. After opening it, a fingernail-sized darkness crystal floated in the middle. She knelt down and offered the darkness crystal to Boyi. Boyi took it and looked at the fingernail-sized darkness crystal. He took a deep breath and felt the terrifying energy in the darkness crystal. Such shocking energy. Although it was only a small piece, it was like a black hole. In fact, this was the largest piece of darkness crystal Queen High Exan could take out. Even Yang Dingtian had never seen such a large darkness crystal. Boyi smiled and said, "I don't joke. I said that I will give you the peak of the Sea Serpent race's energy, and I will do it. As for destroying the entire human countries for revenge, just wait. Don't worry. In a few days, we can create a mystic fire that is not inferior to the heaven and earth level." "Yes, your majesty." High Exan bowed and said, After leaving the old capital, Yang Dingtian flew to Queen Lanqi's palace as fast as he could. After a few hours, Yang Dingtian arrived above the palace of New Naga. The palace was still the same palace, and it was still magnificent. Even the surrounding scenery had not changed. It was still beautiful, but the entire palace was desolate. Although Buikao's rebellion failed in the end, countless Naga warriors loyal to Queen Lanqi had died in the palace. In addition, many descendants of Naga were actually against Queen Lanqi's position. Therefore, after the war, some Naga warriors left one after another. Even the descendants of Queen Lanqi's clan, the descendants of Naga, were not willing to stand by Queen Lanqi's side. It could be said that except for a few wise men and Queen Lanqi's most loyal followers, none of the Naga warriors had a breakthrough in their spiritual energy. All the other Nagas no longer held any hope for a breakthrough in their spiritual energy. They all wanted to break through the prison of the new Naga Empire and sweep through the entire world to obtain new breakthroughs and new energy. Therefore, it could be said that Queen Lanqi was fighting against the entire new Naga. Although she was still the queen, she was already a loner. Yang Dingtian landed in the palace and began to look for Queen Lanqi. Walking in the palace, Yang Dingtian felt that it was really desolate. Most of the houses in the palace were empty. There were no Naga warriors standing guard in most places. Moreover, there were very few maids shuttling back and forth. Compared to Yang Dingtian last time, the Naga in the palace had decreased by at least 80%. He couldn't find Queen Lanqi in her bedroom. Yang Dingtian went to the dining hall and still didn't see Lanqi. Then she should be in the library. Queen Lanqi had been in the library most of the time. In the end, after Yang Dingtian entered the library, he still couldn't find Lanqi. This was really strange. Where would Queen Lanqi go? Suddenly his heart skipped a beat. She couldn't be in the room he had stayed in before, right? Thus, Yang Dingtian walked toward the palace where he had stayed as a guest. Sure enough, Queen Lanqi was here. She was sitting alone at a table with a chess game in front of her. She, who was bored and lonely to the extreme, was playing chess with herself. Yang Dingtian closed the door. Queen Lan Qi was slightly stunned and raised her head. Then, she continued to look down at the chess game, not even caring that the door had suddenly closed. After closing the door, Yang Dingtian removed his invisible state and appeared in front of Queen Lan Qi. Queen Lan Qi was instantly stunned. She looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Chapter 1156. What throwing herself into his arms? What hugging each other and saying in pain, "Am I dreaming?" None of this could have happened. Queen Lan Qi just widened her eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian. Really? Yang Dingtian, of course it's true. Lan Qi said, "Then hurry up. It's boring to play chess with myself every day. Let's play a game." Afterward, Yang Dingtian sat across from him and finished this game of chess that wasn't finished yet. "Are you done with your matters in the human world? You actually have time to visit me?" Lan Qi asked. Yang Dingtian, "The matters in the human world are done. Evil ways have been completely eliminated." Lan Qi said, "That's good. Thank you for coming to see me. I'm really bored to the extreme." Yang Dingtian, "I really wanted to come to New Naga for a vacation and see you, but in fact, I have something important to do." Lan Qi, "What is it?" Yang Dingtian, "Back then, all the Naga in the ancient Naga Empire chose to destroy themselves and use their bodies and energy to construct this new Naga's imprisonment space. However, one Naga escaped. You know that." Queen Lan Qi nodded, indicating that she knew about this. Yang Dingtian, "The one who escaped was Queen Medusa. After destroying the Sea Serpent Empire, she went to destroy the Mermaid Empire. But for some reason, she didn't destroy the Mermaid Empire. She also defected to the Naga Empire and built the Soul Leaving Temple." Queen Lan Qi's speed of placing her pieces suddenly slowed down as she listened carefully to Yang Dingtian's words. Yang Dingtian continued, "The Soul Leaving Temple is the mastermind behind the evil ways that launched the world-ending war. Every 200 years, they will reincarnate and kill most of the people in the human world. But this time, perhaps because of me, the Armageddon War ended before it even started. The Legion of Doom has been completely annihilated, and the human kingdoms have suffered minimal losses. The evil ways have also been completely annihilated, and the Soul Leaving Temple has also lost its pawn." Queen Lan Qi nodded, indicating for Yang Dingtian to continue. Yang Dingtian said, "So the divorce section found a new puppet. She was the Naga High Exan. The Soul Leaving Palace sent her to the new Naga Empire and taught the Greater Space spell to the new Naga descendants. At this time, the Sea Snake Patriarch, Boi Yiming, has already learned the Greater Space spell. Soon, all the new Naga descendants of the Sea Snake Patriarch will surge out of the new Naga Empire and sweep the entire world, destroying the human kingdoms." After hearing this, Queen Lan Qi's expression changed completely. Whether it was for the human kingdoms or the new Naga Empire, this matter was devastating. Yang Dingtian said, "The most direct way is to kill Boi because he's probably the only one who can learn the Greater Space spell." After hearing this, Queen Lan Qi shook her head and said, "It's useless to kill Boi. The Greater Space spell sent by High Exan is definitely a code scroll. In your human kingdoms, it will definitely be burned after reading, but in New Naga, every code will be thoroughly analyzed by the spiritual type Naga elders. So, as long as they are willing, they can write a second or third Greater Space spell scroll." Yang Dingtian said, "Then kill the human Wentian. Only he has the void splitting fire. Without the void splitting fire, he won't be able to pass through the abyss border and enter the human kingdoms." Queen Lan Qi shook her head and said, "It's useless. According to normal channels, of course, he can only enter the human kingdoms through the second and first dark realm. But with the Greater Space spell, he can use other methods to enter the human kingdoms. This is because the internal space of the current chaotic world is very complicated. It's definitely not on the same plane, and there's not only one way to connect. Instantly, Yang Dingtian fell silent and said, "In other words, it's inevitable that the Naga descendants of the sea snakes will invade the human kingdoms." Queen Lan Chi nodded and said, "Unless we can kill all the ambitious Naga descendants, then we can completely destroy every greater space spell scroll." Yang Dingtian said, "But this is completely impossible, right?" Queen Lan Chi said, "Yang Dingtian, I believe you can see that my palace is already very desolate. Although I'm still the queen of New Naga, I'm already alone. There are less than 1,000 Naga people who are loyal to me. Even my own people, the Nagas, are no longer on my side." Yang Dingtian understood this very well. This was because the entire New Naga was desperate about the breakthrough of their spiritual energy. Their energy bottleneck had been for thousands of years. Not only the sea snake descendants, but also the Naga descendants of the merfolk were thinking of ways to break out of the prison that was New Naga. Last time, when Buikao started a rebellion, Queen Lan Chi's people, the Nagas, stood by the side and did not help. Although Buikao was defeated, he received most of the sympathy. Lan Chi and Yang Dingtian suddenly fell completely silent. The situation in front of them was very clear. The people of New Naga were rushing out and sweeping the world, and no one could stop them. It was only a matter of time before the human kingdoms were invaded by New Naga. It was already impossible to stop all this from happening in New Naga. The Naga descendants of the merfolk would definitely not help Queen Lan Chi. Instead, they would join the ranks of the barbarians. The thousands of Naga descendants in Queen Lan Chi's hands would definitely not be able to stop the rebels, led by millions of barbarians. Then, the two of them kept playing chess. Finally, this game of chess had ended, and Yang Dingtian had lost. His chess skills weren't a match for Lan Chi. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian said, "If there is one or even two demigods, can they stop and destroy the future Naga army invading the human kingdoms?" Queen Lan Chi said, "If there are two demigods, they can save the human kingdoms. But it will take a long time, and it will be difficult to stop most of the people in the human kingdoms from dying." Yang Dingtian understood Queen Lan Chi's words. The two demigods were undefeatable against the countless future generations of Nagas. However, it would take a very long time, and they could not directly fight against millions. They would have to use guerrilla warfare. Two demigods would need a long time to eliminate countless future Naga descendants. Queen Lan Chi continued, "Of course, without Queen Medusa, the future Naga descendants would not dare to be enemies with a real demigod Naga. But now they feel that Queen Medusa is behind them, so they dare to attack the demigod Naga." Yes, the Nagashwang was far inferior to Queen Medusa in terms of experience and cultivation. Therefore, with Medusa's support, the future Naga descendants of New Naga would definitely dare to attack the Nagashwang. Queen Lan Chi said, "Has the Naga beside you completed her transformation?" Yang Dingtian said, "Yes, but she hasn't broken through to the demigod realm. If the ruins of the old Naga Empire did not explode, she would have been able to do so in a few decades. Now, the ruins have exploded violently, and the remaining energy is probably not enough for her to break through." At this point, Yang Dingtian suddenly suspected that the explosion was also the work of the soul leaving temple. Queen Medusa did not want another demigod to appear in the world. Queen Lan Chi suddenly said, "Yang Dingtian, I will do my best to stop all of this, even if I have to pay with my life. But I have to tell you first that I can't stop them. I can only die." Yang Dingtian's face twitched, and he said, "Based on your estimation, how long will it take for Boyi to gather the new Naga army and invade the human countries?" Queen Lan Chi thought for a while and said, "Maybe half a month, maybe a month. I don't know." Yang Dingtian said, "Lan Chi, if you don't sacrifice yourself and think of a way to delay him, how long can you delay him?" Queen Lan Chi closed her eyes and thought for a while before saying, "Boyi is ambitious and has already called himself the king. He is determined to get the throne of New Naga. As long as he becomes the king of New Naga, not only will he be the king of the sea snake Naga, but he will also be the king of the mermaid Naga. So, if I use the throne as bait and call for a general election, I should be able to delay him for a while. General election for the throne? Yang Dingtian was stunned. Since when could there be a general election for the king? The reason why Lan Qi became the queen was entirely because of her bloodline. Queen Lan Qi said, as long as there are enough benefits, any ancestral system can be changed. Believe me, before the invasion, Boyi will even take the initiative to force me to abdicate. If I take the initiative to call for a general election, this will attract his attention, and he will spend his energy on lobbying the mermaids. This way, I should be able to delay him for a while, maybe half a year. Yang Dingtian nodded. In Boyi's mind, it did not matter if he invaded the world half a year earlier or half a year later, especially when he could become the new king of New Naga. Delaying it for half a year was not a price to pay at all. Queen Lan Qi said, moreover, as long as he becomes the new king, he can take charge of the scripture pavilion. This is even more tempting to Boyi. Half a year was enough for at least a considerable number of humans to retreat into the Empire of Darkness. Queen Lan Qi said, I can help you delay for half a year, but do you have any way to save yourself? Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I have a slightly vague direction. Originally, it should be hundreds of years before we can research that part. However, in the face of destruction, I can only risk my life. Queen Lan Qi said, what direction? Yang Dingtian said, the internal collision of energy, fission, or fusion. Queen Lan Qi's expression changed and said, this belongs to the crystal civilization and a part of the occult? Yang Dingtian nodded. Queen Lan Qi said, but this is very, very profound. Yang Dingtian said, I know. Although it's impossible, I have to give it a try. I can't just sit and wait for death. Queen Lan Qi was silent for a moment, then said, in fact, New Naga also has a branch that studies occult. The crystal civilization is a supplement to the study of spiritual energy. I can give you this batch of wise men. Yang Dingtian was instantly astonished as he said, if by any chance I succeed, then these future generations of Naga may all die. Queen Lan Qi said, if they don't die, the chaos world will die. Choose the lesser of two evils. Yang Dingtian immediately bowed and said, Queen Lan Qi was silent for a moment, as if she had fallen into an extremely difficult choice. After a full quarter of an hour, Queen Lan Qi said, you have to return to the human countries as soon as possible. Not only do you have to take away those wise men, but also take away the scripture pavilion. Yang Dingtian trembled. The scripture pavilion was all the knowledge treasures of the Naga Empire. It was the inheritance of the Naga civilization. Only the king of the Naga Empire was qualified to control it. Now, Queen Lan Qi wanted to give it to him. Queen Lan Qi said, once I step down as king, this scripture pavilion will be lost. Instead of falling into the hands of an ambitious person, it's better to give it to you. Also, there are many books of the crystal civilization inside. Yang Dingtian bowed deeply and said, thank you, Your Majesty. Next, Queen Lan Qi solemnly handed the energy cube of the scripture pavilion to Yang Dingtian. Chapter 1157. Queen Lan Qi said, last time you were only allowed to study it for a short period of time. There was a lot of information inside that you couldn't unlock. This time, I'm completely handing over the scripture pavilion cube to you. Other than a very small amount of content, you can read the books and scrolls inside. From now on, you are the guardian of this cube. Yang Dingtian was shocked. This isn't appropriate. After all, this is the inheritance of the Naga Empire civilization, and I'm just a human. Queen Lan Qi said, a large part of the construction of this scripture pavilion cube came from ancestor Shu Pian. Therefore, as his successor, it's only right for you to guard this cube. Yang Dingtian recalled that when Buikao started his rebellion, Queen Lan Qi wanted to give the cube to Yang Dingtian. But later, she successfully eliminated Bu Yicao's rebellion, and this matter was dropped. This cube seemed to have caused Lan Qi a lot of pain. It was an incomparably huge responsibility. Therefore, deep in her heart, she might have long wanted to be free. Yang Dingtian said, "Lan Qi, I might die earlier than you. Are you sure you want to give this cube to me?" Queen Lan Qi nodded. Yang Dingtian said, "Moreover, I might have sex with Demigod Naga next. At that time, I'll share my life and energy with her. Then, she might also look at the contents of the cube. It's hard to say whether this is a blessing or a curse." Queen Lan Qi smiled and said, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, this is your responsibility, isn't it?" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. Once he felt that he had sex with Demigod Naga, no matter what Naga did, Yang Dingtian wouldn't be able to escape responsibility. "All right, don't refuse." Queen Lan Qi said, "At most, when everything settles down and you and I are still alive, you can return it to me." Yang Dingtian said, "Then I'll accept it." Then, Yang Dingtian took off all his clothes. Queen Lan Qi and Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged facing each other. The complete transfer of the cube required the brain, the heart, and the sea of vital energy at the same time. Therefore, the distance between the two of them must be close enough. "Are you ready to let go and accept everything?" Lan Qi said, "You have to be mentally prepared. During this period of time, when our consciousnesses are intertwined, there will be no secrets between us. If I find out about your shameful secrets, don't blame me." Yang Dingtian replied, "Up until now, I don't have any unspeakable secrets." "I do." Lan Qi smiled. Then, Lan Qi and Yang Dingtian's eyes locked onto each other. The two of them completely relaxed their mental defenses, allowing the other party to explore, search, release, and communicate with them. Although neither of them were masters of the spirit element, Queen Lan Qi was still a Naga of the later generation. Yang Dingtian, on the other hand, had many deep meditation sessions. Therefore, this kind of communication between consciousness and spirit was not difficult at all. Of course, this was definitely a very dangerous behavior. It was completely equivalent to two computers giving up any firewalls, sharing any passwords and storage. To put it bluntly, the contents of the two computers were completely shared. The other party could easily copy and delete the private chat records, online banking passwords, and so on your computer. As long as the other party found the location, there would be no secrets. Of course, this kind of fusion was very short. However, as long as one person had ulterior motives, they could easily steal the other party's secrets and even cause irreparable damage to the other party's brain. Of course, it was also very difficult to achieve consciousness fusion because one had to completely let down all their mental defenses. Even the slightest bit of consciousness fusion could not be carried out, and this kind of mental defense was largely instinctive. It was not something that could be removed just because one wanted to. Therefore, most people in this world could not carry out consciousness fusion. Only a completely selfless heart could do it. Even if a person was completely unconscious, even if they had lost all their consciousness, they would instinctively have a mental defense in a blurry light. Yang Dingtian's mental defenses were peeled off layer by layer. He had completely given up all his secrets, including the secrets of the greater space technique. This was because the greater space technique had already been obtained by the sea snake descendant, Naga. Therefore, it didn't matter if Queen Lan Qi knew about it. The greater space technique was Yang Dingtian's biggest secret. If he could even show this to Queen Lan Qi, it meant that he had completely let down his mental defenses. Obviously, Queen Lan Qi was calmer than Yang Dingtian and had let down all her mental defenses earlier. In an instant, an incomparably wonderful scene appeared. Yang Dingtian could easily read any of Queen Lan Qi's memories, secrets, and information. Queen Lan Qi could also easily read any of Yang Dingtian's memories and secrets. The two of them seemed unwilling to give up this rare curiosity. In the beginning, they didn't immediately transfer the cube's consciousness password. Instead, they excitedly read each other's memories. Queen Lan Chi was concerned about two things. First, Yang Dingtian's life on Earth was completely unknown to her. It was a completely different world. She was completely excited to experience everything. This was much clearer and more realistic than watching a movie. It was completely immersive. As for the second point, Queen Lan Chi was concerned about the private lives of Yang Dingtian and his women. It seemed that women were very gossipy. As for Yang Dingtian, reading Queen Lan Chi's memories was very messy. This was because Queen Lan Chi's life was very monotonous and boring. Almost every day, she read, played, rested, and slept. Then, Yang Dingtian easily read Queen Lan Chi's short and unforgettable love history. That was the only man Queen Lan Chi had ever loved, but the two of them didn't have any intimate contact. Because of his position, that man gradually distanced himself from Queen Lan Chi. In the end, he couldn't withstand the confinement space of New Naga and flew to the endless sea, completely disappearing into the vast void. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian suddenly read an incomparably heart-palpitating scene. Queen Lan Chi was doing that kind of thing to herself. That's right, she was satisfying herself. Sometimes it was in the bathtub, sometimes under the blanket, sometimes in the library, and sometimes under the dining table. It was really unimaginable that the dignified and virtuous Queen Lan Chi was actually so wild. She even secretly did this kind of thing when meeting important figures. After countless years, Queen Lan Chi had never had a true partner, and at that time she often called out names. Sometimes she called out her unforgettable lover. Later on, she began to call out Yang Dingtian's name. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's face and ears turned red. This was because these memories were too realistic. It was as if he was really watching everything happen. It was completely three-dimensional and much more realistic than movies. As for Queen Lan Chi, in the end, she searched for scenes of the private lives of Yang Dingtian and his wives. She even specifically searched for these memories. It seemed that the two of them really had no secrets. It was just like a normal person. Once they entered another person's computer, their first reaction would probably be to see if there were any selfies or videos on the other person's computer. Then they would see if there were any action movies on the other person's computer. Yang Dingtian and Lan Chi had both become magnanimous, ordinary people at this time. In the end, Lan Chi looked at Yang Dingtian's private life and any scenes of him and his wives being intimate. As for Yang Dingtian, he had also seen through Lan Chi's gorgeous private life. After a full hour, the two of them realized that it was time to get down to business. It was time to transfer to the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. Both of them fell silent. Then Queen Lan Chi entered all the memories, all the consciousness, and all the spiritual passwords of the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion into Yang Dingtian's brain. At the same time, she forced the cube of the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion out of his heart inch by inch. Then, inch by inch, she squeezed it into Yang Dingtian's heart. Just the energy cube and consciousness memories weren't enough. She also needed to bind the mystical Qi and Qi Si. Queen Lan Chi's hand was placed on Yang Dingtian's Qi Si. She inserted the mystical Qi chain of the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion's cube bit by bit. The entire process lasted for a full hour. Of course, this speed was already considered fast. Then, Queen Lan Chi completely transferred the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion's cube to Yang Dingtian. She truly handed it over completely to Yang Dingtian without any reservations. This included all the cultural inheritances of the Naga Empire, countless scrolls, countless knowledge, and everything. After everything was done, the two of them returned to the real world and ended the fusion of consciousness. Then, the two of them fell into an awkward silence. Okay, you take the wise men of the crystal civilization and the occult back to the human countries. Even if there's only a slim chance, You have to use all your strength to create an energy weapon that can destroy millions of new Naga. Queen Lan Chi said, "Tomorrow I'll deal with Bo Yiming and try to delay the new Naga's invasion of the human countries until half a year later." "Okay," Yang Dingtian said. "Please try your best to survive." "I will." Queen Lan Chi said, "You can go now." Yang Dingtian got up. Suddenly, Lan Chi said, "Why don't we take advantage of the last bit of time we have to have a friendly love affair? Let me have a taste of it too." Yang Dingtian was stunned. For some reason he nodded and said, "Okay." Chapter 1158. Yang Dingtian and Queen Lan Chi hesitated for a moment before hugging and kissing each other. More than 2 hours later, Queen Lan Chi raised her head lazily from Yang Dingtian's arms. Her beautiful face was still a soul-stirring blush. She smiled and said, "We are not the real Naga, so we can't share life and energy with you." Yang Dingtian gently stroked her back. Humans were not plants and could not be emotionless. Previously, Lan Chi had casually said that this was friendship. But after it really happened, the two of them instinctively felt connected by blood. Next, Queen Lan Chi would have to deal with Bo Yiming, and she was completely alone. Yang Dingtian could not be at ease. "Next, no matter what, you have to work hard to protect your life, okay?" Yang Dingtian said, "Don't worry." Queen Lan Chi said, "I'm reluctant to die for this feeling. When I lose the election and lose the throne, they won't kill me." Yang Dingtian said, "But you can't hand over the scripture pavilion. Otherwise, I'll return the scripture pavilion cube to you." Queen Lan Chi smiled and said, "It seems that having sex with someone and not having sex with someone is indeed different." Then she kissed Yang Dingtian. "Don't worry, the scripture pavilion is just a cube. I have more than one fake one." "Really?" Yang Dingtian was puzzled. Queen Lan Chi condensed another energy cube from her chest and said, "Look, it's almost exactly the same. It's just that most of the scrolls inside are blank." Yang Dingtian was relieved. However, it was normal for Queen Lan Chi to have a fake scripture pavilion cube because it was very likely that she would be forced to hand over the cube. Taking a deep breath, Queen Lan Chi seemed to be greedy for the smell in Yang Dingtian's arms. After struggling for a moment, she propped up her delicate body. Immediately, her graceful curves became even more soul-stirring. "Okay, I'll go find the wise man of the crystal civilization. You take them away secretly," Queen Lan Chi said. Yang Dingtian asked, "Won't their departure arouse suspicion?" Queen Lan Chi said, "Don't worry, they have been in seclusion for 1,000 years. Not to mention disappearing. Even if they died, no one would notice. The topic of their research is too biased." Next, Queen Lan Chi drew water to wash herself and Yang Dingtian. Then he changed into his clothes one by one and left the room. "You stay inside. Even though there's no one around, you should hide yourself just to be safe." Yang Dingtian asked, "Earlier on we were tossing around so much. Would anyone have seen or heard it?" Queen Lan Chi shook her head and said, "Don't worry. There are so few people in the palace, and this place is very remote. Every time I come here to play chess, I don't allow anyone to follow me. No one knows you've been here." Then Lan Chi left gracefully. Yang Dingtian sat in the house and turned invisible. He couldn't help but feel a little confused. He didn't know why he agreed just now. Now he almost never provoked love and sin. He didn't even dare to provoke Dishi Bian and Ling Wu. But once he agreed, it meant that he had a responsibility. More than 2 hours later, Queen Lan Chi brought 8 aged elders in. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be a little astonished. Even though the later Naga wasn't the real Naga, their lifespan was still frighteningly long. There was almost no old man in the entire new Naga. This was because even the first generation of Naga looked like a middle-aged man at most. Like Bo Yiming and Bu Yikao, they simply looked young and strong. And these 8 wise men were at most the first and later Naga. They actually looked so old. Lan Chi said they studied spiritual topics and exhausted their efforts. Moreover, they neglected martial arts and rarely devoured energy. So, they naturally look old. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel a little respect. 8 elders, this time, I'm going to bring you out of the new Naga space to continue the research of the Crystal Stone civilization. Yang Dingtian bowed and said, but these research may be used to eliminate the new Naga race, which is your kind. The leading old man said, will prevent those traitors from going against the flow. Once they break out of the barrier of their ancestors, the only outcome is to bring the entire world to destruction. For the sake of the Chaos civilization and the eternity of the Naga civilization, eliminating them has become correct and righteous. Yang Dingtian sighed in his heart. The other party didn't need his persuasion at all. They had their own correct worldview. Then the leader of the wise men said, but sir, I'm very ashamed to say that although we have a certain amount of research on the Crystal Stone civilization, it's still very, very difficult to achieve the effect you've mentioned. It's almost impossible. Of course, we'll work hard. But sir, don't expect too much, lest you'll be disappointed in the end. Yang Dingtian bowed and said yes. All right, you can be on your way. Queen Lan Chi said, next, each of us has to fight for every bit of time. You have to be as fast as possible, and I have to be as slow as possible. Yang Dingtian nodded and reached out to touch Queen Lan Chi's face. He said solemnly, remember, you must survive. Don't worry. Queen Lan Chi nodded. Then, Yang Dingtian brought the 8 wise men. All of them were enveloped in the range of the mystic invisibility technique. They left the palace and flew toward the endless sea. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, they were completely sure that they had reached the end of the endless sea. Yang Dingtian used the spatial technique and created a spatial door. He said, 8 elders, after jumping through the spatial door, there will be a terrifying, engulfing fog. So, please be sure to jump through the spatial door at the same time as me. The 8 wise men looked at the spatial door with dazzled eyes. To them, the greater spatial technique was the most mysterious and the most profound martial wisdom. It was the crown of all energy civilizations. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, the 8 of them nodded and said, although our cultivation isn't high, we can still jump through the spatial door at the same time. Yang Dingtian injected a huge amount of mystic qi to make the spatial door as big as possible. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian and the 8 future Naga, wise men, jumped through the spatial door at the same time. After shuttling for a while, the 9 of them instantly entered the 3rd dark domain. At this time, there was an endless, engulfing fog everywhere. Yang Dingtian immediately released the void, splitting flame, to purify the surrounding engulfing fog. Then he brought the 8 of them and flew out of the 3rd dark domain at the fastest speed, arriving at the border of the abyss. Then he used the void splitting flame to purify the border of the abyss and entered the 2nd dark domain 2.5 days later. Yang Dingtian led the 8 future Naga wise men into Cloud Sky City. At this time, less than 5 days had passed since Yang Dingtian left. The first batch of Council of Light and Little Western Paradise's evacuation to the Empire of Darkness had already begun. There were already more than 100,000 people who had entered the Empire of Darkness. Under the control of Vulture, the surviving Dark Colossal Dragon and Dark Valiant Dragon became the tools for the Council of Light to retreat. The members of the Grand Priest Association once again gathered in Cloud Sky City to wait for Yang Dingtian. After Yang Dingtian arrived at Cloud Sky City, he immediately gathered the highest level of Little Western Paradise and Council of Light and held an emergency meeting. First, I want to tell everyone that the invasion of New Naga is a foregone conclusion, Yang Dingtian said. Once these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed drastically. Yang Dingtian continued, the last Naga army that New Naga sent out should be around 1 million. Among them, there should be no less than 10,000 first-generation Naga, are close to the demigod level. Once these words were spoken, everyone's face was filled with despair. The Demon King was close to the demigod level. Just one of him was enough to bring disaster to the human countries. Now, there were close to 10,000 of them. It was already a hopeless battle, and there was no resistance at all. Yang Dingtian said the invasion of New Naga should be in half a year's time. In other words, we only have half a year's time. Finally, Yang Dingtian introduced to everyone present. Beside me are the wise men of New Naga. Their research direction is all about the crystal civilization. A few years ago, we discovered Crystal X, and now we have reached the 9th generation of the crystal formula. A few years ago, we started to research the internal fission of the crystal. Once we succeed, the power of the fission of the crystal will be tens of thousands of times stronger than the explosion of Crystal X. This is probably our only hope to destroy New Naga. Then Yang Dingtian said to the warlock leaders present, I hereby announce that all warlock organizations of the Council of Light, the relevant priests of the High Priest Association, and the wise men of New Naga will work together to research the internal fission of the crystal. We must create a killing machine to destroy the invading Naga rebels. Yes, the 3 sides said in unison. Immediately, the warlock leader said, Lord, of course, we will do our best. But I have to tell you that the possibility of success is almost zero. This theory is correct, but according to our estimation, the crystal civilization will develop for at least another 100 years before it can enter the real experiment of the fission of the crystal. The priest of the High Priest Association nodded and said, I think so too. This is a very serious matter, and it can't be done overnight. The wise men of New Naga said, I think so too. Wu Yu suddenly said, Yang Dingtian, maybe letting you and the Naga Dugu Shuang break through to demigod is the only way to save the human countries. Yang Dingtian said, even if we break through to demigod, we can't stop the invasion of Naga rebels. Wu Yu said, then at least we can save the human civilization, right? Although there will be an astronomical number of sacrifices, at least we won't go extinct. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, the research direction is still the fission of the crystal. The retreat to the torn space continues. I will go find the Naga Shuang and discuss the next step. Hence, as soon as Yang Dingtian arrived at Cloud Heaven City, he didn't stop and used his fastest speed to fly towards the Southeast Sea region. He traveled tens of thousands of miles under the sea and arrived at the ancient Sea Serpent Empire. Using the space technique, he passed through layers of nothingness. Yang Dingtian once again arrived at the ruins of the old Naga Empire. At this time, the Naga Shuang was still devouring the huge amount of energy in the ruins. Only a quarter of the ruins of the old Naga Empire remained. Its current position was very stable, and there weren't many changes. When Yang Dingtian arrived, he didn't see Shuang. She must have gone into the center of the ruins again. Yang Dingtian used the Chaos Emperor-grade soul sword to knock on the crystal ground of the ruins, telling Shuang that he was here. Then he sat on the surface and waited. Unexpectedly, the Naga Shuang came out of the ground in the next minute. She was overjoyed that Yang Dingtian had returned so quickly. Chapter 1159. Naga Shuang had thought that Yang Dingtian would take a long time to return, even after she had devoured all the energy in the ruins. She didn't expect that he would return after only a few days. When she emerged from the center of the ruins, she was still in the shape of Naga. After completely emerging from the ground, she immediately transformed into a stunning beauty. Seeing Yang Dingtian's solemn expression, she couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Yang Dingtian said, "Things are just as you predicted. It's developing in the worst direction." Naga Shuang said, "Is it New Naga?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "The soul leaving temple found Queen Hai Xian and brought the greater space technique to New Naga. Now, the next generation of the sea snake descendants, Naga Patriarch Boyiming, has already learned the greater space technique. They are about to break out of the confinement space and take over the entire world." Naga Shuang frowned and said, "How much longer?" Yang Dingtian said, "It should be about half a year. Queen Lan Chi of New Naga is using the throne and the cube in the library to delay. However, it can only delay them for half a year. The human countries have already begun to evacuate and enter the Empire of Darkness." Naga Shuang instinctively wanted to say, "Don't bother about the human countries anymore." However, because of this sentence, she almost fell out with Yang Dingtian and didn't want to repeat the same mistake. Yang Dingtian suddenly said, "Shuang, when can you break through to the demigod realm as soon as possible?" Naga Shuang shook her head and said, "It should be impossible. If I had been devouring Xianqi crystals all the time before the explosion, I could have broken through to the demigod realm in a few decades. But now it's impossible." Yang Dingtian said, "Although only a quarter of the ruins is left, the energy inside should still be astronomical. It should be enough for you to break through to the demigod realm." Naga Shuang nodded and said, "That's enough. 10 or 20 demigods are more than enough. But, husband, you have to know that the crystal itself doesn't have any Xianqi energy. It's just an energy formation that's gathering and devouring the Xianqi energy of the entire world. Now, this ruin was only a quarter of its original size, so its ability to absorb and condense profound energy was less than a tenth of its original power. Therefore, the concentration of Xianqi would be greatly reduced. The crystallization of Xianqi that was hundreds of thousands of times stronger no longer exists." Yang Dingtian immediately understood what Naga Shuang meant. Naga Shuang said, "The Xianqi concentration required for each level of breakthrough is completely different." Yang Dingtian asked, "Is the Xianqi concentration not enough to break through to the demigod realm?" Naga Shuang said, "The current concentration is barely acceptable. However, the ruins are dissipating with each passing day. It won't be long before it reaches a critical point, and there won't be any more chances for him to make a breakthrough to demigod." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but close his eyes in agony. The possibility of creating a crystal fission weapon to destroy the Naga army of the future was almost zero. Not only did the warlocks of the Council of Light say this, but the High Priest Association and the wise men of New Naga also said this. Yang Dingtian also understood that this involved the most serious science, and it was really difficult to achieve it overnight. For example, if you asked the United States to create an atomic bomb before 1910, it would probably be impossible. This door had already been closed. The other door was for Naga Shuang to break through to demigod realm as quickly as possible. Then let Shuang enter New Naga, kill Boi, destroy the greater space technique, and forcibly suppress the will of the entire New Naga. But according to Shuang, her chances of breaking through to demigod realm were very, very slim, let alone breaking through to demigod realm in a short time. In this way, facing the Naga rebel army of New Naga, there was really almost nothing that could be done. Yang Dingtian racked his brains but still couldn't find a way. Suddenly he said, "Shuang, if you obtain the Empire of Darkness and control the Throne of Darkness, can you break through to demigod realm? You also know that the Demon King devoured endless energy on the Throne of Darkness and stored it in the abyss of his sea of energy." Naga Shuang thought for a while and nodded. "Husband, in theory it is possible, because the Skirich imperial capital of the Throne of Darkness can condense the celestial chi of several continents into one and forcibly inject it into the sea of energy. In theory, the concentration can even surpass that of the ruins of the old Naga Empire." But Yang Dingtian asked. Naga Shuang said, "First, it is very difficult to obtain control of the Throne of Darkness. It is almost impossible. Second, even if I obtain the Throne of Darkness, even if the Skirich imperial capital injects a high concentration of celestial chi into my body, it will take many, many years for me to break through to demigod realm. It is impossible to achieve in half a year, no matter what." Yang Dingtian closed his eyes in pain and said, "This won't do and that won't do. Are we really going to watch the human nations go extinct? Nagashwang wanted to speak again and ask Yang Dingtian to not bother about anything. At most, he would bring his loved ones and leave the human kingdoms. However, she didn't say anything in the end. Moreover, once the next generation of Naga broke out of the confinement space, there would be no safe place in the entire chaotic world. It wasn't just Yang Dingtian. Naga Dugashwang was the same as well. Of course, Nagashwang still couldn't understand why the soul leaving temple had given birth to her. She also didn't know whether the soul leaving temple was an enemy or a friend to her. Suddenly, Nagashwang said, "Actually, you have another way. Although it is extremely uncertain, you can still try." Yang Dingtian asked, "What way?" Nagashwang said, "Perhaps one day, Queen Medusa will pass everything on to Shimin Ningning. And you are Shimin Ningning's lover, so perhaps there is room for negotiation between the two of you." Yang Dingtian asked, "Do you mean that you want me to negotiate with the soul leaving temple?" "Yes," Nagashwang said. "At the very least, you have to know the purpose of the soul leaving temple and why it is trying to destroy the human nations. Is there another way to solve the problem? But in that way, you may have to pay a price." Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment and said, "If I can save the human nations, I'm willing to pay a small price. However, I suspect that I don't have what the soul leaving temple wants." Nagashwang said, "Don't belittle yourself. You must be of great value. Otherwise, you wouldn't have become the spokesperson of the god of chaos. You wouldn't have become the only man who can give birth to demigods and foxes, nagas, mermen, and so on. You are very special and of great value." Yang Dingtian said, "Even so, no one can know where the soul leaving temple is." Nagashwang said, "Where did the soul leaving temple's spiritual power last appear?" Yang Dingtian said, "In the Dongli grassland, under the pyramid where Queen Hai Exayan was imprisoned." Nagashwang said, "Then go there and wait. Since the soul leaving temple found Hai Exayan there must be a mark of the soul leaving temple in that place. If Medusa is willing, she will meet you and talk to you." Then Nagashwang said, "Don't forget that you are Shimin Ningning's only love partner." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "I'll go immediately. Thank you for your advice." Then Yang Dingtian didn't stop at all and left again. Once again, they flew through countless voids, flying for an unknown distance. He passed through the ruins of the ancient sea serpent empire that were wrapped in thick, dark matter. After traveling through tens of thousands of miles of ocean and returning to the human kingdom, he still didn't stop at all and flew directly to the Dongli grassland. A few days later, Yang Dingtian flew to the Dongli grassland that was full of ruins. This place was already desolate, and there were almost no traces of the half-human race. Countless beasts had reoccupied this place. Yang Dingtian came to the capital of the Naga Empire, one of the pyramids. Following the pyramid, he went down and down. After a few thousand meters, Yang Dingtian came to the place where Queen Hai Exayan was once imprisoned. Then he sat cross-legged here. "Queen Medusa of the soul leaving temple, I am the Lord of Humans, Yang Dingtian, the successor of the void floating flame. I want to negotiate with you. If you are willing, please grant me a meeting with you." Yang Dingtian shouted loudly. Then he slowly closed his eyes and entered a deep sleep and meditation. He even gave up his mental defenses layer by layer. Here, he quietly waited for Queen Medusa's response. Since the soul leaving temple could contact Queen Hai Exayan here, they could also contact Yang Dingtian, as long as Medusa was willing. Soon enough, Yang Dingtian entered a deep state of meditation and sleep. His entire person was in a daze. Chapter 1160. Yang Dingtian let go of all his mental defenses and waited for Medusa's arrival. Being selfless and broad-minded should be the best explanation for him. He didn't care if Medusa knew any secrets or thoughts. Just like that, he waited day by day. However, the soul-leaving palace never contacted him. Time passed day by day, and Yang Dingtian's heart was burning with anxiety. 7 days passed. Yang Dingtian decided to wait another day. If the soul leaving palace still didn't contact him after a day, he would leave directly. A day passed quickly, and the soul leaving palace still didn't appear. Yang Dingtian woke up from his hazy meditation state. He opened his eyes and was about to leave. Whoosh! The moment he opened his eyes, the scenery around him suddenly changed. The hell prison under the pyramid, which was originally filled with energy crystals, disappeared and was replaced by a blurry light and shadow. Gray light and shadow. Everything around was gray. The entire world seemed to have fallen into a very strange state. It was like a black and white film from before, but also like a ghost space in some movies. Immediately after, a completely black mass condensed in the space. This black mass turned into a shadow with a human face and a snake's body. Only an outline could be seen, and the specific face couldn't be seen clearly. Only its 2 eyes were emitting a pale light, which was very similar to a film negative. The hair on the top of her head seemed to be countless small snakes, each twisting and spitting out their tongues. "You can't wait and want to leave," the black voice in front of him said. The voice wasn't pleasant at all, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman, or even a species. This was because it wasn't a voice at all, and it appeared directly in the brain. "Queen Medusa?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Yes, it's me," the black shadow said. "Yang Dingtian, you are the mastermind behind the Doomsday War, and the ultimate backer of the evil ways." "Yes," Medusa said. Yang Dingtian asked, "You're sending High Xian to the new Naga dimension to hand over the greater space technique to Boi?" "Yes," Medusa said. "Yang Dingtian, you must let the great war of Armageddon happen and kill countless people in the human world, right?" "Yes," Medusa said. Yang Dingtian, why? Medusa said no reason. "You don't need to know." Yang Dingtian raised his eyebrows. Then he said, "Can you not do this? Can we make a deal? What are your conditions in exchange for stopping the invasion of Naga in the future?" "No," Medusa said. Yang Dingtian, "You can state any conditions as long as I can fulfill them." Medusa said, "I don't have any conditions." Yang Dingtian, "Are you determined to destroy the entire human world?" Medusa said, "Yang Dingtian, you want to save the human world, right?" Yang Dingtian, "Yes." Medusa said, "Then don't worry, the human world will not be destroyed. When most of the human world is dead, when the future Naga almost occupies the entire human world, I will destroy them all and turn them into fossils." Yang Dingtian was shocked when he heard this. Why was that? Was Medusa crazy? Killing most of the people in the human world and killing all the future Naga invaders? Was she playing a game? Yang Dingtian said hoarsely, "Then how many people are you going to kill in the human world?" Medusa said, "More than 99%. 1 in 1,000 people can survive." Yang Dingtian's expression changed completely. Currently, the human world had less than 2 billion people, which meant that only 2 million people could survive. The rest would all die. Medusa continued, "Your family and friends will be able to survive. Even the upper echelons of your radiant parliament can live, but you have to promise me one thing." Yang Dingtian, "What?" Medusa said, "How about you become the new Demon King?" Yang Dingtian's expression changed, and he sneered, "Your Excellency, are you joking?" Medusa said, "No, I'm very serious. Of course, I won't let you become the Demon King immediately. Instead, I'll let you live comfortably for 100 years, then fake your death and become the Demon King of evil ways." "Lunatic, you're a lunatic." Yang Dingtian sneered, "And you're completely delusional. The Demon King is the corruption of the soul and spirit. Do you think it's possible for me to do it?" Medusa said, "I gave you the complete primeval evil spirit, and you fell easily. Nihility Piaoling was once like you, incomparably righteous and pure, but just half of the primeval evil spirit made her fall. Yang Dingtian's heart almost twisted, and he wanted to rush up and tear this shadow into pieces. Medusa said, "Don't worry, Yang Dingtian, you won't lose out in this deal. As long as you agree, I will give you something. With this thing, you can wipe out the future generations of Naga at the last moment, and you will still be the savior. Yang Dingtian, but at that time the people of the whole world will have almost died, and my saving will have no meaning." Medusa said, "At least the civilization of the human countries will continue, won't it? And Yang Dingtian, aren't you tired of playing the role of a righteous messenger and a savior for your whole life? Why don't you change the role? The decisive, dark, and terrifying Demon King is also not bad." Yang Dingtian sneered. "Then 200 years later, I will lead the new evil ways and launch the world extermination war again, right?" Medusa said, "No, not 200 years, but 500 years. Because too many people died this time, it will take about 500 years to reproduce more than a few 100 million people." Yang Dingtian laughed and said, "Then at that time I will play the role of the Demon King. Who will play the role of me next? Pull in another savior from the earth plane?" Medusa shook her head and said, "No, you have 3 demigod sons, don't you?" Instantly, Yang Dingtian was enraged. This lunatic in front of him not only wanted him to play the role of the Demon King, but also wanted him and his father to kill each other? Lunatic, a complete lunatic. Medusa smiled and said, "Yang Dingtian, didn't you want to make a deal? Is this the content of the deal?" Yang Dingtian, "What if I don't agree?" Medusa said, "Do you think that a chess piece has the right to resist? For example, when the Naga army of the future destroys the human countries, your family, your Council of Light will all die, and I will give you a method to save them. Would you reject it? If you don't agree, your family and friends will all die." Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he understood Wen Tian's thoughts. Mutual destruction. Mutual destruction. When a person's fate was controlled, it was the most pitiful and painful thing. Medusa said, "Yang Dingtian, no one can escape the clutches of fate, isn't that so?" At this moment, let alone Wen Tian, even Yang Dingtian had the thought of mutual destruction. Who cares? Let the entire primal chaos world be destroyed and kill this Medusa in front of him. Yang Dingtian, Your Excellency Medusa, is there a god of primal chaos in this world? Medusa, yes, there is. Yang Dingtian, then, are you the god of primal chaos, even if you are a false god? Medusa smiled and said, there is indeed a god of primal chaos in this world. One is a true god and one is a false god. But I'm very sorry I'm not even a false god. Next, Medusa said, but to you lowly humans, I'm equivalent to a god, isn't that so? Yes, Medusa of the soul-leaving palace had controlled the fate of the entire world for countless years. Yang Dingtian was silent for a long time. Then he said, may I ask, were you the one who brought me from Earth to this world? No. Medusa, I don't have this ability yet. Only a god has this ability. Okay, I understand, Yang Dingtian said calmly. Medusa, then what is your choice? Yang Dingtian curled his lips and didn't answer. Medusa didn't stop at all. Her figure, which was formed by the endless darkness, instantly dissipated. At the same time, the space of the gray shadow disappeared without a trace. The surroundings returned to the appearance of the energy prison under the pyramid. Yang Dingtian left the Dongli grassland and didn't enter Cloud Heaven City, because now the most important organizations of light had been transferred to the Empire of Darkness. Yang Dingtian entered the Empire of Darkness and found the most important organization, Organization X. Now the Demon Fox, the spiritual type Naga, and the 3 races of the human kingdom had placed their hopes of destroying the future Naga on Organization X. The entire High Priest Association and all the Demon Fox experts involved in the energy civilization of the Demon Fox race, all the warlocks of the human kingdom, as well as the wisdom of the future Nagas' crystal civilization, had all entered this organization. Almost every day they didn't sleep or rest, studying crystal fission and fusion. They hoped to create a great killing weapon and completely destroy the future Naga army. As for Yang Dingtian, he had already passed the knowledge he had regarding the nuclear bomb to this organization for research. This time, Yang Dingtian went to ask about the progress. The person who received Yang Dingtian was the president of Organization X, the researcher of the new Naga's crystal civilization, Yuan Ibeijin. This name sounded very strange, but in fact, it was just a transliteration of the mermaid language. He only meant peace. Sir Yang Dingtian, Yuan Ibeijin said, "Your theory is completely feasible. Not only is the internal fission of the crystal feasible, but also the drastic change. At present, fission is much simpler, because in the entire chaotic world there are indeed energy crystals that are very unstable internally. For example, Crystal X is one of them. Therefore, the bombs made from Crystal X are very powerful." Yang Dingtian nodded. The nuclear materials on Earth, whether it was uranium or plutonium, were all radioactive materials. They were not like Crystal X, which was directly used to make bombs. Yuan Ibeijin said, "Of course, the instability of Crystal X is still relatively superficial and superficial. Therefore, it can achieve the kind of internal fission you mentioned." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Then can you find materials that are unstable internally and can cause fission?" "Yes." Yuan Ibeijin said, "There are many such materials in the dark realm, and there is more than one kind. I have identified 3 kinds so far. The little Western paradise had 2 of them, but only one of them was a crystal, while the other 2 were mysterious substances. Of course, we have already obtained these 2 and have experimented with them. Also, according to your theory, they are named Y material, Z material, and S crystal." Yang Dingtian said in surprise, "Then is it possible to create a finished weapon before the Naga army arrives?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Yuan Ibeijin said, "Sir Yang Dingtian, your theory has made us take a detour for at least a few thousand years. It has a decisive effect on the entire crystal civilization. In the Naga Empire, the mainstream is the energy-devouring civilization, followed by the spiritual energy civilization, and the weakest is the crystal energy civilization. But your theory has made it possible for our crystal energy civilization to counterattack the other 2 civilizations. In the future, we will even completely defeat these 2 energy civilizations. We will dominate the entire world civilization for tens of thousands of years until the spiritual energy civilization has a huge breakthrough. Your theory has completely changed the history of the entire chaotic world. It is incomparably great, but," Yuan Ibeijin said, "to make the crystal fission completely take shape, not to mention half a year, even 10 years, or even 50 years may not be enough. We can't even solve the simplest problem. We have not even seen the inside of these 3 unstable materials." Yang Dingtian said, Completely impossible." "Yes, impossible." Yuan Ibeijin said, "It is a great fire, the fire of civilization, but it will take at least 100 years before it can truly start a fire." Yang Dingtian's face trembled and said in pain, "I understand." Yuan Ibeijin's words were resolute and decisive. In other words, it was impossible to hope that the X organization could develop a killing weapon and change the outcome of the war. This was once Yang Dingtian's biggest hope, but it had been destroyed. "Okay, I understand. Please continue." Yang Dingtian said. "We will," Yuan Ibeijin said. After the conversation with Yuan Ibeijin ended, Yang Dingtian did not stop. He did not even visit his wife and children. Instead, he directly flew out of the Empire of Darkness. Once again, he flew toward the Southeast Sea. A few days later, Yang Dingtian did not stop and once again arrived at the ruins of the old Naga Empire. This time, The Nagashwang was still sitting in the same place and waiting for him. She did not even enter the center of the ruins to devour the energy. The moment she saw Yang Dingtian, the Nagashwang's expression darkened. Yang Dingtian was about to speak, but the Nagashwang shook her head and said, "You don't need to say anything. I can read everything. I know what you said to Medusa. I know what kind of deal she proposed, and I also know what you think." Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and lay on the ground in pain. Could it be that all the paths had been completely destroyed? Could he only watch as the human countries were destroyed? Suddenly, the Nagashwang said, "Have you ever thought about breaking through to the demigod level alone?" Yang Dingtian was stunned. Chapter 1161. It's impossible for me to become a demigod on my own, right? Yang Dingtian said bluntly. The Nagashwang pondered for a moment, then said, "You know that once Naga mates mate, they share life and energy." Yang Dingtian nodded. The Nagashwang said, "This is between Naga and Naga, but we are indeed between humans and Naga." Yang Dingtian asked, "Has there ever been a human and Naga mating in history?" The Nagashwang shook her head and said no. Yang Dingtian asked, "Then what makes you think that we can mate?" The Nagashwang said, "If we can mate, then we can mate. Isn't that simple?" Yang Dingtian said, "But after mating we share life and energy. If you can't become a demigod, then I can't either." The Nagashwang said, "Have you noticed that every time we fight, I transform into my Naga form?" Yes. Of course Yang Dingtian had noticed. She didn't just transform into her Naga form in battle. Most of the time, she was in her Naga form. She didn't like to look like a human. The Nagashwang said, "The Naga is my true body and the human is my clone." In fact, there is almost no relationship between the two bodies. Apart from the soul and consciousness, even the Xian veins and sea of qi are different. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned when he heard this. The Nagashwang said the fox demon can also take human form, but to a large extent, it's a kind of transformation. This is because they have very strong human genes in their bodies. But for us Naga, most of our genes are from the fallen divine dragon, followed by the sea serpent and mermaid clan. The rest of our genes are from humans. The term gene was introduced by Yang Dingtian. The Nagashwang continued, "Therefore our bodies are a combination of sea serpents and divine dragons. The more noble the bloodline, the more we resemble divine dragons. Only the human body is a separate avatar." Yang Dingtian nodded. Nagashwang said, "Then whenever I fight, I'll transform into my Naga form, because it's much, much stronger. When I was in my Naga form, my energy level was the same as when I was in my human form, but the capacity of my qi was many times that of a human. Therefore, at the same level, a single Naga can kill hundreds of human powerhouses." Yang Dingtian began to understand what Nagashwang was talking about. Nagashwang said, "The Naga's qi is more than hundreds of times that of a human avatar. This means that it's more difficult for a Naga to break through to the demigod level than a human. Therefore, if the Naga is completely sealed, leaving only the human avatar, the difficulty of breaking through to the demigod level will be greatly reduced." Yang Dingtian completely understood what Nagashwang meant. The Nagashwang would completely seal her Naga body, leaving only the human avatar. Then she would copulate with Yang Dingtian, allowing Yang Dingtian to have the body of a demigod as well. However, if that was the case, how could Yang Dingtian break through to the demigod level alone? Nagashwang's human avatar would also break through to the demigod level. Yang Dingtian told her his idea. Nagashwang said, "Naga is my true body, so there's no such thing as sealing Naga's true body. The only way is to completely seal me, leaving me as a human. Therefore, only you can break through to the demigod level." As soon as she said this, Yang Dingtian was greatly surprised. "Seal." Yang Dingtian said in horror, "Then will you die?" "No," Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian asked, "Then how do you seal me?" Nagashwang said, Naga is almost invincible. It's impossible to seal her. The only thing that can be done is probably fossilized. Fossilized? Yang Dingtian immediately remembered that there were countless fossils in the ancient sea serpent empire, all of which were masterpieces of Queen Medusa. As long as her gaze shone on them, they would be instantly fossilized. However, could Medusa turn her own kind into fossils? If it's Naga's true body, Medusa won't be able to turn Naga into a fossil. But if it's a human clone, then it's possible. Nagashwang said, once the human clone is fossilized, the true body will be completely sealed. The entire Naga will be permanently fixed in the form of a human clone, but she won't die. Then, as long as you occupy the throne of darkness and madly devour the energy of a few continents, it's very possible for you to break through to the demigod level within half a year. Because as long as you and I have intercourse, not only will you have the body of a demigod, but your cultivation will also skyrocket. Yang Dingtian was shocked for a while and said, then once you're fossilized, can you still recover in the future? I don't know, Nagashwang said. Yang Dingtian instantly entered a state of incomprehension. Naga were the greediest and most selfish species. It was impossible for them to have the spirit of sacrifice. At this moment, Nagashwang's idea was to seal herself into a fossil. This was such a huge sacrifice. How could she possibly say it out loud? It was really bizarre and illogical. No, it's impossible. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I don't have the right to sacrifice you to save some people. Oh. Nagashwang fell silent and responded faintly. Then she didn't insist. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. Nagashwang said, of course I don't want to sacrifice myself, but we need to be honest with each other and not hide anything from each other. I can read your mind, so you can't hide anything from me. So, I can't hide anything from you. If there's any way, I have to tell you. Whether you do it or not is up to you. Yang Dingtian was surprised. So that's how it is. Then Yang Dingtian said, even if I agree, it's useless because I can't find the thing that sealed you. I can't go to the soul-leaving temple and let Medusa turn you into a fossil, can I? Nagashwang said, strictly speaking, there is a way. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be stunned. He asked in surprise, what way? Nagashwang said, in the ancient Naga Empire, there were always Naga who went against the collective will, so they were punished. However, there were demigods Naga who couldn't be killed. So the Naga Empire invented a special kind of poison that can seal a Naga clone into a fossil. If I'm not mistaken, there are records of it in your sutra depository. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Shuang really did have the ability to read minds. She even knew that he had the sutra depository. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian said in surprise, you've never heard anyone talk about it. So why do you know so much about the Naga Empire? Nagashwang said, we have the memory of our race. Once we complete the transformation, we naturally know many things. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised. Then, if this poison is produced on a large scale, can it turn all future Naga into fossils and seal them all? Nagashwang thought for a while and shook her head. It shouldn't be possible. This kind of poison is extremely precious, and its effect is to react with the deep-sea Xian poison in the Naga's body. I don't know if it's effective on future Naga. Moreover, if you want to seal me, I have to take the initiative to drink this poison. You can't force millions of future Naga to drink this poison, can you? Yes, if you have the ability to poison millions of future Naga, how powerful would you be? Another path had been blocked. Yang Dingtian lay down in pain, and Nagashwang also lay down beside him. Husband, you really don't want to think about it. After you and I have intercourse, you can completely seal me and become a demigod in half a year. Nagashwang said, that's probably the only way at present. Yang Dingtian shook his head. So what if I become a demigod? I still can't save the human kingdom. Nagashwang said, at the very least, you can continue to fight and protect your family. Maybe after a few decades or a few hundred years, There will be a day when you can wipe out all the invading Nagas." Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Even if I want to seal you, will you obediently accept my seal and sacrifice yourself?" Naga Shuang shook her head and said, "I don't know. I probably won't. We Naga are all selfish and greedy. We're not that noble." Then Naga Shuang lay in Yang Dingtian's arms and suddenly said, "Speaking of which, I have to thank the soul leaving palace for creating this apocalyptic crisis. It can temporarily resolve the conflict and rift between the two of us. Otherwise, you probably never want to see me." Naga Shuang was indeed heartless to humans. She was actually rejoicing in this kind of apocalyptic crisis. However, Yang Dingtian did not have the energy to care so much at this time. Naga Shuang looked at Yang Dingtian's face carefully and gently stroked his beard. Immediately after, she realized that there were white hairs on his head. Hence, she extended her hand to pull them out. As a result, she quickly discovered a second and third hairs. She was in no hurry to pull them out. "Husband, how old are you?" Naga Shuang suddenly asked. "I don't know. Maybe 30. Yang Dingtian had really forgotten how old he was. "But now you look at least 40 years old," Naga Shuang said. He did look 40 years old. His face was full of vicissitudes, and his beard was almost an inch long. From the beginning of the crisis, he had not stopped for a second. From the ruins to New Naga, back to the ruins, and to the Dongli grasslands he had traveled countless journeys. Naga wanted to persuade him again. As long as he protected his family, the lives of those humans had nothing to do with him. Why not just give up? However, she didn't say it out loud to prevent the two of them from quarreling again. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and thought hard, but he still couldn't find any solution. He had really thought of everything, but there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, Naga Shuang said, "Husband, your advantage is that you are imaginative. You are not from this world. So if you think beyond the framework of this world, perhaps there is a solution." Suddenly, a bright light flashed in Yang Dingtian's mind. "It's very, very imaginative and very bizarre. I wonder if it's possible." Chapter 1162. Shuang, do you belong to the Naga royalty? Yang Dingtian asked. The Naga Shuang shook her head and said, "Of course not." Yang Dingtian said, "But I saw that when you transformed into a Naga, your whole body was golden." The Naga Shuang said, "It's not like being golden is the Naga royalty. The Naga royalty depends on the dragon horns on the head." Dragon horns? Yang Dingtian was puzzled. In our Naga, the more they look like Shenron, the more powerful they are. In terms of appearance, almost every demigod Naga is very similar to a Shenron. The most difficult similarity is the horns. Shuang said, "Many Naga descendants of sea snakes have snake horns or flood dragon horns, and many Naga descendants of mermaids simply don't have horns. Only the Naga royalty have horns that are almost identical to Shenron's." Yang Dingtian said, "Is the cultivation of the Naga royalty the strongest?" The Naga Shuang nodded and said, "Of course." Yang Dingtian said, "Then do you think my idea is correct?" The Naga Shuang said, "Go ahead." Yang Dingtian said, "The so-called demigod body, the most important thing is the density and space of the energy sea, and the mystic veins are second, right?" The Naga Shuang said, "Yes." Yang Dingtian said, "If you squeeze the energy sea of 10 or 20 demigods together, can you increase the density and space of the energy sea and break through to the demigod level?" The Naga Shuang said, "No, because nothing can hold it. It will explode directly." Yang Dingtian said, "Can the demon core of the Naga royalty hold it? I know that Naga has countless sea of chi, and demon cores are just a part of it. But can a demon core from the Naga royalty contain a demigod sea of chi?" The Naga Shuang nodded and said, "Of course. The demon nucleus of our Naga is not the sea of chi. It is the last reserve of energy and the replenishment of the sea of chi. Of course it can hold it." Yang Dingtian said, "In the tombs of the ancient sea serpent empire, there are a lot of sea soul crystals left by the ancestors of the sea serpents. Many of them were close to the level of demigods, the peak of the sea serpents." Nagashwang's eyes lit up. Yang Dingtian asked, "By the way, if you swallow these sea spirit crystals, can you break through to the demigod realm?" Nagashwang said, "You can, but I can't. My Naga body needs an astronomical amount of energy to break through to the demigod level. A few hundred sea spirit crystals are not enough." Then Nagashwanger said, "Your train of thought is indeed very imaginative." Yang Dingtian took out his Chaos Emperor grade soul sword and handed it to Shuang, saying, "Take a look. Can this sword withstand a demigod sea of qi and xian veins?" Naga Shuang took the sword. The whole sword was transparent like water. Without the demon core from the Naga royalty, this demigod sea of qi would not exist. Naga Shuang said, "But with the demon core from the Naga royalty, there is no need to be afraid of the powerful sea of qi directly exploding, so there are not many requirements for the body of the soul sword. The only requirement is the xian vein essence. Once the attack is launched, the demigod xian qi will rush out. Unless it is demigod Naga xian veins, it will be impossible to withstand it and will be directly crushed into ashes." Yang Dingtian said, "The xian vein essence of my soul sword is collected from the yin-yang mirror. It connects the land and the earth's core, a total of 1,000 miles. It can withstand the transmission of energy for tens of thousands of miles. I think it should not be weaker than demigod Naga's xian veins." Naga Shuang nodded and said, "Of course, this xian vein essence is extremely strong. It can withstand a demigod's energy attack." Yang Dingtian continued, "The body of this artifact sword is made from 999 pieces of 10,000-year-old blood black gold and 999 pieces of 10,000-year-old mystic ice cold gold. They were used to forge 2 emperor-grade yin-yang soul swords and merged into one. It went from a few thousand kilograms to a few dozen kilograms. 1 in 10,000 is many times stronger than a human's body. Can it withstand a demigod's attack?" Naga Shuang said, "Even 1 in 10,000 can't withstand a demigod's energy. However, if the yin-yang soul sword becomes Chaos Emperor grade, it can withstand a demigod's energy." Yang Dingtian said, "So it's completely feasible in theory?" Naga Shuang closed her eyes. The demigod sea of qi in the simplest way was nothing more than the continuous compression of energy. When it reached a certain level, it would directly explode and become a whole new level. In principle, it was no different from ordinary cultivation of the sea of qi. However, without the talent of a demigod, the sea of qi would not be able to withstand such enormous pressure. It would either flow into the abyss of the sea of qi or explode directly. Yang Dingtian's theory was to stack the sea of qi of many demigods and wrap them in the Naga royalty sword soul. Then it would undergo a nirvana change and break through to the demigod sea of qi. As far as Naga Shuang could remember, no one had ever tried this. However, in theory, it seemed completely feasible. Then Naga Shuang said, "If this theory works, then as long as I have sex with you and then seal me, you can devour these sea soul crystals and break through to the demigod level in a very short time." You breaking through to the demigod level yourself and your soul sword breaking through to the demigod level are 2 completely different concepts. Yang Dingtian stared at her and said, "Will you obediently let me seal you? If I do, you'll probably bite me to death." Uffed. Naga Shuang couldn't help but laugh and said, "You're the one who can't bear to seal me. Don't talk about other things." Ever since she had completely transformed, she had never laughed like this, nor had she said anything that sounded like a spoiled child. For a moment, Yang Dingtian didn't know how to reply. After laughing, Naga Shuang said, "But have you thought about how to channel these sea soul crystals into the Naga royalties sea of qi?" "Yes, This was very difficult. What did Yang Dingtian do before? He only collected the Xian Vein essence, put it into the soul sword, and then channeled the Xian Vein essence. There was no need to do anything more. The Xian Vein essence and the Sea Soul crystals naturally connected. But now, Yang Dingtian's soul sword already had its own sea of qi. He couldn't directly put the Sea Soul crystals into it. It would be completely useless. He had to let the soul sword's sea of qi take the initiative to devour the Sea Soul crystals. This was a difficult task, but it was also not a difficult task. If it was Yang Dingtian, it would be very simple. He would just devour it as energy essence. But the soul sword itself wouldn't devour it on its own. It could absorb energy, but it wouldn't devour formed energy bodies. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to write a scroll in the divine realm in a state of spiritual meditation. He had to let his consciousness control the soul sword to devour the Sea Soul crystals. As for the soul sword scrolls, Yang Dingtian had already written 2 of them. The first one was to use his consciousness to control the soul sword and release the million ancestral swords. The second one was to infuse the dark fire into the soul sword and release the dark fire version of the million ancestral swords. The third scroll was much simpler than the first 2. Large sections of code had already appeared in Yang Dingtian's mind. This devour scroll was easy to write. It didn't even take a few days. The only suspense now was whether the Sea Soul crystals could help the sea of qi of the Emperor grade soul sword break through the demigod level. Although it was possible in theory, no one knew without practice. Making a prompt decision, Yang Dingtian immediately got up and was about to leave the ruins of the old Naga Empire and go to the ruins of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire. And Naga Schwanger also followed. Yang Dingtian asked, "Aren't you going to stay here and devour the energy?" Naga Shuang shook her head and said, "It's useless. Anyway, the chance of breaking through the demigod level is very slim. I'll go with you and take a look." Yang Dingtian said, "You can take a look, but you can't be greedy for the Sea Soul crystals. These Sea Soul crystals are completely pure now. At least infuse a little consciousness into them and they will recognize you as their master. Once they recognize you as their master, I can't use my soul sword." Yang Dingtian's words were very impolite. Ever since he knew that Naga Shuang was able to read his mind, he had been very straightforward. Naga Shuang didn't seem to be angry. She said, "My greed is to break through the demigod level. If I can't break through the demigod level, what's the use of devouring such little energy?" Then, the 2 of them left the ruins of the old Naga Empire. After a few days and nights, Yang Dingtian once again returned to the ancient Sea Serpent Empire. Then he went to the sea burial land behind the ruins of the demon capital. Under the huge mountain range, there was a crack thousands of miles deep. In the bottom of the crack, all the powerful sea serpents in history were buried. Every top powerhouse of the Sea Serpent clan would return their energy to the sea before they died so that their descendants could enjoy it. After being buried at sea, their Xian veins opened up and turned into crystal tunnels. Their energy solidified and turned into Sea Soul crystals. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang followed the deep crack and kept going down, down, down. After 3,000 miles, they reached the end of the abyss. This place was made of incomparably hard crystal stones. Everything around him was made of crystal stones of pure energy. They were sparkling and translucent, just like a crystal palace. Yang Dingtian began to look for the whirlpools below, because every whirlpool represented a person buried at sea and a Sea Soul crystal. There were really many whirlpools. The abyss under the sea burial land was also very big. It was more than a few thousand miles deep. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang searched along the way. A dozen, dozens, hundreds. No need to look anymore. Naga Shuang said, "There are hundreds of Sea Soul crystals. It's definitely enough as long as your theory is correct." Then, Yang Dingtian used the Emperor-grade soul sword to dig one of the whirlpools and collect the Sea Soul crystals inside. The collection was very simple. He just needed to inject his Xian Qi and consciousness. Subsequently, this jellyfish-like sea soul crystal, which contained extremely powerful energy, continued to float and follow Yang Dingtian, not leaving him by a single step. And as expected, every person buried at sea was the top cultivation of the sea serpents, close to the demigod level. Yang Dingtian collected 3 sea soul crystals that were close to the demigod level. Then he left the ruins of the ancient sea serpent empire and went to the human countries. Next, he would enter the meditation world with the demon fox high priest to write the devouring scroll of the soul sword. These 3 sea spirit gems were used for experiments. If he succeeded, he would not break through to the demigod level. Instead, his soul sword would break through to the demigod level. Chapter 1163. A few days later, Yang Dingtian brought Nagashuang into the Empire of Darkness again. At this time, there were no less than 1 million people living in the Empire of Darkness. However, there were still countless human kingdoms and demon foxes from the little western paradise. Yang Dingtian and Nagashuang entered the Celestial Palace in the Skirich imperial capital. Shuang, try sitting on the throne of darkness, Yang Dingtian said. Although the throne of darkness was useless at the moment, it would be better if he could gain control of the entire Empire of Darkness. Nagashuang walked up the throne of darkness, step by step. Her body grew bigger and bigger. When she finally reached the throne of darkness, she was already several hundred meters tall. Then she sat on it. Instantly, a beam of light shone down from the dome and enveloped Nagashuang's head. It was as if this was a kind of spiritual authentication. After a few seconds, Nagashuang's body slowly lit up. "Can I?" Yang Dingtian asked. Nagashuang said, "It's very strange. I have gained control of a part of the Empire of Darkness, but not all of it." Yang Dingtian asked, "What kind of control do you have?" Nagashuang said, "I can control the specific refining formations and condense them. I can devour energy, but I can't use the highest authority of the throne of darkness." Yang Dingtian asked, "What is the highest authority of the throne of darkness?" Nagashuang said, using the Skirich imperial capital, releasing energy attacks, building energy barriers, and so on. Yang Dingtian understood. Nagashuang's current level on the throne of darkness was equivalent to the Devil Queen's level. The Empire of Darkness was discovered by the Demon King Wen-Tian. His spirit had signed some kind of spiritual contract with the Empire of Darkness, so he had the highest authority of the Throne of Darkness. Then he divided the authority of the Throne of Darkness. The Devil Queen had the second highest authority, while Donli, Princess Mudan, and the others had the third highest authority. All of this was divided according to the level of the evil spirits. Of course, after the Demon King Wen-Tian lost the primordial evil spirit, he still had the authority of the Throne of Darkness. This proved that the authority of the Empire of Darkness was not tied to the evil spirits. The so-called authority, according to the level of the evil spirits, was just a division of authority given by the Demon King Wen-Tian. That was therefore the Devil Queen's authority of the Empire of Darkness had the second highest authority. Yang Dingtian asked, "How's the energy devoured on the Throne of Darkness?" Nagashuang said, "The concentration is no less than that of the old Naga Empire's ruins, but it's only a strand of energy, not as much as in the ruins. In the core of the old Naga Empire's ruins, the entire energy cave was filled with Xianqi crystals that were hundreds of thousands of times more concentrated. They poured into the body through every inch of the Xian meridians. Here, the Empire of Darkness's Skirich imperial capital's energy formation condensed countless Xianqi energy into a strand and poured it into the body. Therefore, the amount of Xianqi energy entering the body per unit of time was naturally much smaller. In other words, devouring the energy on the Throne of Darkness will allow you to break through to the demigod level," Yang Dingtian said. Yes, Nagashwang said, but it will take more than 500 years. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Nagashwang said, however, if you have sex with me and seal me, you will be able to break through to the demigod level in less than 10 years while sitting on the throne of darkness. Yang Dingtian couldn't be bothered with Nagashwang's words. Nagashwang continued, of course, the energy injected into the throne of darkness is darker and more evil. Yang Dingtian asked, will you be affected? Naga Shuang sneered, what do you think? Naga are the darkest and most evil species. It will be more painful for you to bear this energy, but I will gladly endure it. Yang Dingtian stopped talking and said, all right, then you can stay here and devour the energy. Go find the demon fox high priest. Yang Dingtian found the demon fox high priest. The first thing she saw was the 3 sea soul crystals that were following closely behind Yang Dingtian. They were like jellyfish and were truly beautiful. Miss Demon Fox, we have another mission, Yang Dingtian said. Speak, the demon fox high priest said happily. This time, the invasion of the new Naga Empire not only caused the entire human kingdom to panic, but also the Mermaid Empire and the Little Western Paradise. As the spiritual leader of Little Western Paradise, the High Priest Association acted like they were doing research every day, as if they could find a way to defeat the enemy. But in reality, everyone knew that their efforts were useless. They didn't even know what to do. Every day, they could only pretend to be busy and watch the days pass by. Yang Dingtian said, let's go into meditation again and write a devour scroll for my soul sword. You know that my soul sword Chi Ocean Wall is the demon core of Naga royalty. There is an ancient sea snake ancestors, demigod, sea spirit, sea inside. The demon fox high priest said, but the Naga royalty demon core seems to have disappeared. No, it is still here. Yang Dingtian took out his artifact sword and said, look carefully. There is still a faint golden radiance seeping out from the sea soul crystal. The demon fox high priest looked carefully, and it was indeed so. Yang Dingtian said, my theory is to let my soul sword continuously devour demigod sea spirit crystals. Dozens, hundreds of demigod sea spirit crystals will all condense in the demigod sea spirit sea. When it is crowded to the extreme, it will undergo a nirvana change and break through to the demigod realm. The Naga royalty demon core is Naga's reserved demigod sea spirit sea. It can completely withstand the power of a demigod or even higher. The demon fox high priest was overjoyed and said, in theory, this is completely feasible. Yang Dingtian replied, that's right. Furthermore, this devouring scroll is much simpler than the 2 scrolls that we wrote previously. The demon fox high priest said, that's right, I have a rough idea now. I only need a simulator and a soul sword devour scroll. Then the 2 scrolls will be combined and it will be done. We already have the simulator, and it will be done after some slight modifications. I guarantee that this devour scroll won't even need 2 days. Afterward, Demon Fox Grand Priest didn't say anything else and immediately dragged Yang Dingtian into a secret room. She then stripped off all his clothes. Yang Dingtian was speechless. This Demon Fox High Priest was always like this. Once she entered meditation, she would definitely strip off her clothes. This time, she did not even use the crystal energy formation to enter the meditation world, because Yang Dingtian and the Demon Fox High Priest were already too familiar with each other. The trust between them was unreserved. The 2 of them sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at each other. The Demon Fox High Priest said, this time we will do as usual. You enter my world. With ease, the Fox Grand Priest activated her spiritual technique and directly entered the deep meditation world. And Yang Dingtian entered the Demon Fox High Priest's meditation world without any hindrance. In this deep layer of the illusion, Yi Zichen was stunned. The 2 of them immediately divided the work. Yang Dingtian took out the simulator code from before and slightly modified it, and the Demon Fox High Priest wrote the Devour Scroll. Even in the meditation world, Yang Dingtian only used a few days to completely modify the entire simulator. Then he casually glanced at the demon fox, high priest's progress. About 1/3 of the basic framework was already completed. Yang Dingtian joined in without any hindrance and continued to build the framework with her. This framework was equivalent to the outline of the entire scroll. After a few days in the meditation world, the entire framework was completed. The framework was completed, and the next step was to fill in the paragraphs. For the first time, Yang Dingtian and the demon fox high priest were very bitter as they wrote small paragraphs one by one. Furthermore, they had to write and modify it. It was extremely slow, and now countless paragraphs were easily drawn out. A paragraph with tens of thousands of lines of code, after some slight modifications, was directly used. Even though the scroll created in this way was not simple, it was very fast. In this way, in the meditation world, the entire Soul Skill Devour scroll was completed in just a month. After that, after another few days, the simulator and the Devour scroll were combined. Suddenly, the entire scroll was completed. It was still the demon fox high priest. In the meditation world, she used her spiritual power and Xian Qi to write the scroll. In the meditation world, it only took 3 days to complete the writing. When the two of them woke up, there was a complete Devour scroll in the hands of the demon fox high priest. The moment she woke up, the demon fox high priest went to look at the hourglass. 20 hours, less than 20 hours. The demon fox high priest was pleasantly surprised. This time, we finished writing the scroll in less than a day. Following that, the demon fox high priest said, "But I still have to blame you. You were careless and did not enter deep enough meditation. If not, you could have been faster." Yang Dingtian was speechless. 20 hours was fast enough. Following that, Yang Dingtian controlled his soul sword and injected his Xian Qi into the scroll. Then the scroll turned into ashes inch by inch. Yang Dingtian controlled the soul sword and learned a new soul skill, Devour. After a short 15 minutes, Yang Dingtian's soul sword had completely grasped the Devour soul skill. After that, the most important moment arrived. Could the soul sword use the Devour soul skill to devour the sea soul crystal into its own sea of vital energy? Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. He started to use his consciousness to control his soul sword and unleash the Devour soul skill. Originally, the demon fox high priest should not be beside him at this time. She should not be disturbed. However, there was no doubt that she would not leave. She had to watch everything. Furthermore, she and Yang Dingtian had an absolute, tacit understanding. There would not be any disturbances. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian controlled his soul sword to unleash the Devour skill. Instantly, countless light figures floated out from the soul sword. The number of entrances in a person's Xian meridians was the same as the number of entrances in the soul sword. These countless light figures flew out from the soul sword's Xian meridians and wrapped around the sea soul crystal. Following that, the energy of the sea soul crystal entered the soul sword's sea of vital energy through these light figures. It really works. It really works. Chapter 1164. The first step had been a success. The soul sword that had learned the Devour scroll started to devour the powerful and pure energy in the sea spirit crystal, just as Yang Dingtian had expected. It was just like how Yang Dingtian was devouring the energy essence. However, this Chaos Emperor grade soul sword's aptitude was much stronger than Yang Dingtian's. It had the Sea of Qi world with the Naga royalty, the 1,000 miles Xian meridian essence, and the Emperor grade chaotic body. In less than 3 minutes, the energy of the sea spirit crystal that was close to a demigod was completely devoured. Moreover, it was used for cultivation, not for combat. Because before devouring the sea spirit crystal, the soul sword's battle Xian Qi was full. After devouring one, the soul sword started to devour the second sea spirit crystal without stopping. Then, it devoured the third sea spirit crystal. It took less than 10 minutes to devour 3 sea spirit crystals that were close to a demigod. Success. The demon fox priest suddenly pounced forward and hugged Yang Dingtian's neck, kissing him hard on the face. She was even more excited than Yang Dingtian. It was as if the darkness of the apocalypse had been torn apart in an instant. It was as if light had completely shone in. Yang Dingtian, do you know the significance of this success? The demon fox priest said, if this soul sword breaks through to a demigod, it means that to a certain extent you have surpassed the ancestor, Mr. Shu Pian. This can not only be used to defend against the invasion of New Naga. This is a revolution of martial arts, a revolution of civilization. Yang Dingtian understood what the demon fox priest said. On Earth, the strength of humans did not come from their own martial arts, but from the use of tools. Many people said that China's martial arts declined in the Ming and Qing dynasties because of the rise of guns. Martial arts became useless. No matter how high one's martial arts were, they could not stop bullets. Even though the martial arts of the chaotic world far exceeded that of Earth more than 10,000 times, or even hundreds of thousands of times, but the principle was indeed similar. In the past, the weapons in the hands of the chaotic world martial artists were always auxiliary, and their killing power could never surpass the martial artists themselves. As for Yang Dingtian's soul sword, its cultivation and lethality far surpassed Yang Dingtian's, especially now that it could break through to the demigod level. This meant that in the future, humans did not need to cultivate their martial arts to a high level. The tools in his hands could break through to the demigod level. This was indeed a revolution, a subversion of the martial arts civilization. Of course, Yang Dingtian's soul sword was also very special because the demon core of the Naga royalty was almost unique. However, who could guarantee that the demon cores of the Naga royalty would not be replaced when the crystal civilization developed to a certain extent? It wasn't just the Naga royalty demon cores, the profound vein essence, and even the sea soul crystal that served as the soul sword Sea of Qi could be replaced by a crystal energy array. Once the internal fission of the crystal was completed, the fusion research would be completed. In that case, humans could rely on tools to break through the realm that only demigod Naga could break through. Therefore, although the soul sword in Yang Dingtian's hand seemed to have nothing to do with the crystal civilization, it was definitely the dawn of a new civilization. Next, Yang Dingtian did not go to the Naga Shuang. Instead, he went to Queen Poisa because she was now the only person who could represent the ancient Sea Serpent Empire. Strictly speaking, the sea soul crystals of the Sea Serpent Empire should be her property. This time, Yang Dingtian wanted to take all the sea soul crystals. So, in theory, he needed Queen Poisa's consent. Although this move seemed a bit hypocritical and superfluous, Yang Dingtian still did it. Queen Poisa, of course, agreed to Yang Dingtian without hesitation. Then Yang Dingtian left the Empire of Darkness without stopping and went to the ruins of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire again. Naga Shuang was still devouring Qi on the throne of darkness. A few days and nights later, Yang Dingtian once again arrived at the huge burial of the sea mountains behind the devil capital. He flew down along the chasm abyss. After flying for 3,000 miles, he came to the end of the abyss again. In the next few days and nights, Yang Dingtian used the emperor-grade soul sword to chisel one whirlpool after another in the burial of the sea. In each whirlpool, there were maze-like tunnels, all formed by the Sea Serpent clan's Xian veins. Each maze was equivalent to the tomb of the Sea Serpent ancestors. At the end of each maze, there was a Sea Soul crystal. It should be said that almost all of them had a Sea Soul crystal, because occasionally there would be one or two whirlpools that did not have a Sea Soul crystal. That was because there was a mistake in the process of the burial of the Sea Serpent ancestors. So the Sea Serpent ancestors' Sea Serpent ancestors did not successfully condense and directly dissipated. There were also some that were too old, and these solidified Sea Soul crystals were once again returned to the sea bit by bit. However, 90% of the whirlpools had Sea Soul crystals in them. Yang Dingtian did not know how many Sea Soul crystals he should take at one time to break through to the demigod realm, So he rounded it up and took out 100 sea soul crystals that were close to the demigod realm. Then he left the chasm abyss and even the ruins of the Devil Crystal City. Instead, he entered the dark void between the dark matter and the ruins of the old Naga Empire, because breaking through to the Saint Grade could cause earth-shattering changes. Then breaking through to the demigod realm would be even more shocking. Yang Dingtian was afraid that the drastic changes would cause the ruins of the Devil Capital to be destroyed, so he entered the void. In the endless void, Yang Dingtian released the Sea Soul crystals from the space ring. In an instant, 100 Sea Soul crystals that were close to the demigod realm surrounded Yang Dingtian in the middle. This scene looked very dreamy. Almost every Sea Soul crystal wanted to be the closest to Yang Dingtian, so every part of his body was occupied by a Sea Soul crystal. Every Sea Soul crystal was like a transparent jellyfish, trembling slightly, as if there were countless stars in it. More than one person had said that every sea of Qi was a separate space world. The depths of this space were like the starry sky of the universe, with countless galaxies. It was indeed so, and the position of the galaxies in every Sea Soul crystal was different. Every single one of them was beautiful and magical. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had more doubts about the saying that man could conquer nature. It seemed that if Yang Dingtian broke through to the demigod realm with the soul sword, it would be incomparably great. But in fact, whether it was the body of the soul sword, the mystic meridian essence, the demon core of the Naga royalty, or the Sea Soul crystals in front of him, they were all products of a chaotic world, and Yang Dingtian only went to find them. This feeling only lasted for a moment. Then Yang Dingtian sat cross-legged in the void and began to use his consciousness to control the soul sword and use the devouring soul skill. Suddenly, countless light shadows flew out from every mystic meridian exit of the soul sword again, entangling a Sea Soul crystal and beginning to devour it. One every 3 minutes. Later, one every 2 minutes. Then, one every minute. The speed of the soul sword's devouring became faster and faster. With the devouring of the Sea Soul crystals, the tip of the transparent soul sword released a ray of light that became brighter and brighter. When it devoured 50 Sea Soul crystals, this soul sword had become extremely bright. Especially the position of the Sea of Qi at the hilt, the golden light, was completely breathtaking. It was even more golden than the previous complete demon core of the Naga royalty, and the light of the entire soul sword had already made Yang Dingtian almost unable to open his eyes. The light of a mere treasure sword was like the sun, completely illuminating the dark void of 1,000 miles. Moreover, it was still getting brighter and brighter. Yang Dingtian could no longer open his eyes. Of course, he couldn't see that in the soul sword there were countless mystic meridian essences, each with a huge amount of energy crazily shuttling back and forth. In this treasure sword, there were more than 10,000 mystic meridian essences, each of which was born from heaven and earth, and the energy it could contain was countless times more than that of humans. It was getting brighter and brighter. In the end, it was so bright that Yang Dingtian had completely disappeared. It was so bright that it made people scared and scared out of their wits. Yang Dingtian was really afraid that the soul sword wouldn't be able to withstand it and would directly turn into ashes. Or, when he broke through to the demigod realm, the drastic change in the trembling sound would tear Yang Dingtian into pieces. It was extremely bright. Boom! In an instant, the dark void of tens of thousands of miles was completely as bright as day. Then the devouring stopped. The Chaos Emperor Grade soul sword lost all its light. The entire void turned into complete darkness. The connection between Yang Dingtian and the soul sword had also been lost. Yang Dingtian was shocked and desperately tried to sense the soul sword, but there was no response. Could it be that the soul sword was dead? Yang Dingtian summoned it again and again. Everything was silent, and Yang Dingtian felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, a ray of light lit up from the Sea of Qi at the hilt. Then, more and more light and more and more. Finally, the light filled the entire soul sword. and it was all golden light. When Yang Dingtian tried to sense the soul sword again, he immediately felt an earth-shattering energy. Energy that could move mountains and fill seas. Energy that could reverse heaven and earth. He knew clearly it was a complete success. His Chaos Emperor grade soul sword had completely broken through to the demigod realm. There was no doubt that this was an incomparably great moment. He didn't break through to the demigod realm. Naga Shuang didn't break through to the demigod realm, but his soul sword broke through to the demigod realm. This was something that even Shu Piaoyan couldn't do. Just when Yang Dingtian was in shock, countless energy shadows flew out from the soul sword and wrapped around the remaining 20 sea spirit crystals. It continued to devour the energy of the sea spirit crystals. Moreover, it devoured 20 sea spirit crystals at the same time. This meant that this soul sword didn't break through to the demigod realm. It had to continue to devour and break through. But it was normal because this was the demon core of the Naga royalty, the sea of chi of the Naga royalty. Breaking through to the demigod realm was just the beginning for Naga. There were more powerful existences above the demigod realm. Countless ancient Nagas had spent their entire lives fighting for the sake of breaking through to the deity level, although they didn't succeed until they died. Chapter 1165. Yang Dingtian had no idea what the levels after breaking through to the demigod realm were. All he knew was that his Chaos Emperor grade soul sword had devoured the sea spirit crystals of the remaining 20 demigods in a matter of minutes. Next, Yang Dingtian was faced with another choice. Should he let the soul sword devour the remaining sea spirit crystals? First of all, in order to stop the invasion of New Naga, the soul sword had to be as strong as possible. However, if Yang Dingtian wanted to break through to the demigod realm, he would probably need these sea spirit crystals. Most importantly, Yang Dingtian had no idea about the levels after the demigod realm. Therefore, he did not know how strong the soul sword would be after devouring more demigod sea spirit crystals. While hesitating, Yang Dingtian kept the Chaos Emperor grade soul sword. Just by holding it in his hand, he could feel an extremely powerful energy. Stepping on the soul sword, he returned to the ruins of the Sea Serpent Empire. Whoosh! The soul sword's flying speed immediately gave Yang Dingtian a huge fright. It was too shocking. Previously, the speed had reached tens of thousands of miles per hour. Now it had increased by many times. Fortunately, this was an absolute void. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian would not be able to withstand the pressure and friction caused by the rapid flight. After a while, he reached the end of this void. Yang Dingtian released his space technique and created a space door. He then jumped out of this dark void and entered the ruins of the ancient Sea Serpent Empire. When Yang Dingtian arrived at the palace of the Sea Serpent Empire again, he saw Naga Shuang already sitting there. "Did you succeed?" Shuang asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. Naga Shuang immediately took the sword excitedly and felt the powerful energy in it. Instantly, her face was filled with fascination. The demigod realm? She had dreamed of reaching it. In order to reach the demigod realm, she even fell out with Yang Dingtian. Now, she had not reached the demigod realm, and the hope of breaking through was very slim. Even if she devoured the energy peacefully on the throne of darkness, it would take hundreds of years or even longer to break through. Unexpectedly, Yang Dingtian's soul sword broke through to the demigod realm first. Yang Dingtian asked, "How many levels are there after the demigod realm?" Naga Shuang looked at Yang Dingtian and couldn't help but reveal a trace of ridicule. "Our Naga race doesn't have ranks." Yang Dingtian asked, "Then after breaking through to the demigod realm, will Naga's cultivation and chi vessel still have a breakthrough?" "Of course," Naga Shuang said. Yang Dingtian asked, "If I let my soul sword devour 100 sea soul crystals, what level will it reach?" Naga Shuang said, "You want to use this soul sword to kill the future Naga clan that is about to invade, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded. Naga Shuang closed her eyes and said, "My husband, the analogy I'm going to make is not appropriate, but I've done my best to divide the relevant levels." Yang Dingtian nodded. Naga Shuang asked, "Your current cultivation is at the 24th level, right?" Yang Dingtian nodded. Naga Shuang said, "Then do you know what level the Demon King will be at in the end?" Yang Dingtian said level 30. "No," Naga Shuang said, "it's close to level 50. But Yang Dingtian was surprised. The so-called demigod realm was level 50, which was twice as high as his current level. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but remember that from level 9 to 9 stars, they were all infinite grandmasters. This was because this was already the limit of the current human cultivation. Who knew that there was a huge difference between level 9 and level 15? But everyone called them infinite grandmasters. Naga Shuang continued, "In fact, this division is still very unreasonable, but to make it clearer, I reluctantly divided it like this. Then do you know what my current cultivation level is?" Yang Dingtian said level 45. Naga Shuang shook her head and said level 39. Yang Dingtian was surprised again. Naga Shuanger's 39th step was able to suppress the Demon King's nearly 50th step. That was simply too shocking. Shuanger said, "If the Demon King didn't have the Chaos Emperor armor back then, I could easily kill him without even using up a third of my celestial qi." Yang Dingtian was speechless again. Truly, it was better to be born strong than to be strong. Naga Shuang continued, "But if the Demon King broke through to the demigod realm, then I would be no match for him and would be defeated by him. So even though he's only an inch away from becoming a demigod, it's definitely one step from heaven and one step from hell." Yang Dingtian nodded. Naga Shuang held onto Yang Dingtian's treasure sword and said, "Husband, your current soul sword should be at the 50th rank." Yang Dingtian said, "Then how many levels does the divine realm correspond to?" Naga Shuang rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian and said, "Infinite." Yang Dingtian asked again, "Then what's the highest cultivation level of the ancient Naga?" Naga Shuang said, "It's indescribable. You can think of it as level 99 or level 999 because it's indescribable and meaningless." Yang Dingtian understood. Naga Shuang continued, "Husband, most of the sea soul crystals in the sea burial ground are the sea serpent clan's most powerful experts who have lived for hundreds of thousands or millions of years. They have all reached the limit of the sea serpent clan's cultivation level, infinitely close to level 50. You should have swallowed energy essences. It's very difficult to break through level 50 with energy essences close to level 50. Yang Dingtian nodded. He had swallowed countless energy essences. In order to break through to level 15, he had to use energy essences close to level 16. Naga Shuang said, "Your soul sword could be seen as a 49th rank 99. You had to swallow 100 sea spirit crystals of the same rank to make your soul sword reach the 50th rank. Now that your soul sword has become a demigod, no matter how many sea spirit crystals you swallow, it won't help." Yang Dingtian immediately said sadly, "God, I could have broken through to the demigod level with 80 sea soul crystals, but I swallowed 100 and wasted 20 of them." Naga Shuang was speechless. Yang Dingtian said, "That's good. I don't have to waste these sea soul crystals anymore, and I don't have to make a difficult choice." Naga Shuang said, "Husband, then do you know how many later generations of Naga can kill with this semi-god soul sword of yours?" Yang Dingtian said, "I don't know. I don't even know the difference between the future Naga and the sea serpent clan." Naga Shuang said, "The cultivation level of these future Naga is almost the same as that of the sea serpent clan. They are all infinitely close to the demigod level, but they can never break through to the demigod level. However, they are more powerful than the sea serpent clan because they have stronger energy attributes. They can change the world and realize countless attack methods. They can freely switch chi attacks of all attributes. They have a thicker sea of energy, which is about 9 times more powerful than that of the Sea Serpent clan. In other words, although these future Naga were not real demigod Naga, they were much more powerful than the Sea Serpent clan and the Mermaid clan. Yang Dingtian asked, "Do they have an invincible body?" "No," Naga Shuang said. "This is an attribute that only the real Naga has. Of course, this attribute is only relative." Yang Dingtian said, "Then tell me directly, can my semi-divine soul sword kill the future Naga?" "Yes," Naga Shuang said. "If you exhaust all your chi, you can kill 2. 2? That was too little." Yang Dingtian asked, "Then if I transfer the 3 mysterious fire lightning to the soul sword and exhaust all the chi of the soul sword, how many future Naga can I kill?" Naga Shuang closed her eyes and began to do complicated calculations. "About 49, Naga Shuang said. This number made Yang Dingtian somewhat overjoyed at this unexpected turn of events. Naga Shuang said, "But don't forget, darling, the mysterious fire lightning is slow and fixed. These future Naga can escape. They can easily get out of the killing range of the mysterious fire lightning." "That's right. No one would stand there stupidly and let you hit them. Even if Yang Dingtian released the mysterious fire lightning himself, it would take at least a few seconds. With the soul sword in between, it might take even longer. Originally, after the soul sword broke through to the demigod level, Yang Dingtian planned to enter New Naga again and kill Queen Hai Xen, Wentian, Boiming, and all the sea snake descendants of the Naga elders. Then he would completely destroy the Greater Space Technique scroll. This way, he might be able to stop the invasion. However, after the soul sword broke through to the demigod level, it could only kill 2 future Naga. Although the 3 mysterious fire lightning could kill more, it had strict requirements. The enemy had to stand still and let you kill them. How could this be possible? Then Yang Dingtian suddenly thought of combining the first half of the Greater Space Technique with the 3 mysterious fire lightning. In other words, he would first use the dark vortex to create a black hole to isolate the space. Then the 3 mysterious fire lightning would be created in this isolated space. In addition, throughout the entire process, Yang Dingtian would be invisible. This way, he would be able to release the 3 mysterious fire lightning without anyone noticing. By the time the enemy discovered it, it would be too late. This way, he might be able to kill Boiming and the others in one fell swoop. Yang Dingtian told her this idea and theory. The Naga Shuang thought for a while and nodded. "This theory is possible, but you have to write another scroll. This scroll is much more complicated." Yang Dingtian nodded. "I know. This scroll is the soul skill Mysterious Fire Lightning. As for the isolated space, I can use it. So it's not complicated." The Naga Shuang said, "If we do it separately, it's indeed much simpler. But there's a prerequisite. You have to combine with me." Yang Dingtian fell silent. That's right. This way, he had to combine with the Naga Shuang. Only then would he have an indestructible body and be able to escape from New Naga. Chapter 1166. When it came to this topic, both of them fell into silence. In the end, it was the Naga Shuang who broke the silence. "If you don't care about the future Medusa, Shima Ningning, I can do it." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but look at her. She had always insisted on becoming a demigod before joining with Yang Dingtian. The Naga Shuang sighed. "The ruins of the Naga Empire have already disintegrated. I have lost the possibility of becoming a demigod quickly, or even for the rest of my life. That kind of persistence from before would be meaningless." Yang Dingtian said, "That's not all. Half of your energy will be transferred to me. Furthermore, from now on, half of the energy you devour every day will belong to me." The Naga Shuang shook her head. "If I can't become a demigod, it doesn't matter. After joining with you, I will drop from level 39 to level 32. But so what? The Medusa who can kill me can still kill me. and those future Naga can't do anything to me. Yang Dingtian said, "Then if you go to New Naga with me, and after I kill Bo Yiming and the others with the 3 mysterious fire, you can immediately escape with me. Can you succeed?" The Naga Shuang pursed her lips and said, "Of course I can escape easily by myself. But if I join you, not only can I not escape with you, but I will also be trapped. Don't forget, I am only level 39, and they have countless level 50. Even if my Xian Qi is dozens of times thicker than theirs, dozens of future Naga who are close to level 50 are enough to kill me." Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and fell into silence. Should he enter New Naga again and kill Bo Yiming and all the people who saw the Greater Space spell scroll, including Queen Hai Xan? Yes, he still had to go, even though he might not succeed. But this was the only way to stop the invasion of New Naga at the moment. No matter what, he had to give it a try. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. If he had decided to go, he would have to combine with Naga to escape. Otherwise, it would be a pipe dream to dig it out from the countless powerful Naga of the later generations. Yang Dingtian stared at Naga Shuang and said, "If you don't regret it, then I'm sorry that I have to take half of your energy." Naga Shuang's delicate body trembled slightly, but she nodded and said, "All right, let's do that. Let's go back. You and Demon Fox High Priest will write the scroll again. If we can successfully make the soul swords release the mystic fire lightning, and if we can successfully use the isolated space to hide the mystic fire lightning, we can begin to combine and enter New Naga to kill Boi." "All right." Yang Dingtian nodded. Following this, the two of them left and returned to the human countries. When they entered the Empire of Darkness again, there were twice as many people as before. Under the command of Vulture, Wu Yu and the others, an endless stream of humans and demon foxes were transferred into the Empire of Darkness. The space within the Empire of Darkness was big enough. There were countless huge castles inside. Each castle was like a city, and there was no problem for hundreds of thousands of people to live in. The most important thing, the air was also fine. The entire Empire of Darkness was a huge energy array. It could continuously extract air from the outside and store it in the castles. The biggest problem, food, was also not a big problem. This was all thanks to the Empire of Darkness. In order to prepare for the War of Destruction, the Demon City Merchant Palace, which served the evil ways, had stored food for hundreds of years. In a special space like the Empire of Darkness, the food would not rot at all. Unexpectedly, the new War of Destruction did not require food at all. The only consumption was to support Queen Hai Xan's Naga Empire. The granary of the Empire of Darkness fed tens of millions of people in the Naga Empire for more than a year. However, only a fraction of the food was consumed. Moreover, the human country still had an endless supply of food, fresh water, meat, and fruits transported into the Empire of Darkness. Therefore, it was not a problem for the Empire of Darkness to feed tens of millions of people. The most important thing was order and the hearts of the people. The retreat this time would undoubtedly cause a huge panic. However, all of this was left to the army of the Council of Light. Under the suppression and maintenance of tens of millions of soldiers, order could be maintained. The key was whether retreating into the Empire of Darkness was useful. Could New Naga fight their way in? This was unknown. Yang Dingtian met the demon fox priest again. The first thing she said was, "Let me see the soul sword." When she received the Emperor-grade soul sword, the demon fox priest exclaimed. Previously, Yang Dingtian's soul sword was only completely transparent. But now, Yang Dingtian's Chaos Emperor-grade soul sword was completely invisible. It has already become a demigod. The demon fox priest asked. Yang Dingtian nodded. Instantly, the demon fox priest was extremely excited. She caressed the Emperor-grade soul sword in a daze. Becoming a demigod was the eternal belief of the demon fox tribe. Now a soul sword had done it. After caressing it for 15 minutes, the demon fox priest said, "I have a part to play in this, right?" "Of course." Yang Dingtian said, "From the beginning until now, I have been unable to leave your help." The demon fox priest smiled at Yang Dingtian and said, "What do you want me to do next?" Yang Dingtian said, "There is a new scroll. Speak." The demon fox priest was very enthusiastic. Yang Dingtian said, "The soul sword version of the mysterious fire lightning scroll. That is the spatial rending fire, the devil spirit demon fire, and the million spirit demon fire are injected into the soul sword. The soul sword will provide them with mystical energy. After that, they will become chaotic. Finally, they will clash and create the three mysterious fire lightning." The demon fox priest closed her eyes and said, "The biggest problem is that the three mysterious fires belong to you. They don't belong to the soul sword. They aren't in the soul sword sea of aura either." Yang Dingtian nodded and said yes. The demon fox priest said, "Therefore, this is basically borrowing the soul sword's mystical energy. It's not a pure soul sword version of the mysterious fire lightning." "Yes," Yang Dingtian said. The demon fox priest said, "It's a little troublesome, Yang Dingtian." "Yes, it's a little troublesome," Yang Dingtian said. "If it's just a soul skill, the mysterious fire lightning scroll will be easy. I can finish it in less than a day." The demon fox priest said, "But it's not that difficult, right?" Yang Dingtian said, "Yes, it's just that we have to choose a direction. The first direction is for the mysterious fire to enter the soul sword's sea of aura. The second direction is purely borrowing the mysterious fire." The demon fox priest said, "The first direction is split into 2 steps. It's difficult at first, but it's easy later. The second direction is only 1 step, but it's very difficult." Yang Dingtian said, "Yes, according to your sharp senses, which direction do you think we should choose?" The demon fox priest said, "The second direction can be solved purely by the martial way wisdom of the godly realm. The first direction is easier in theory, but it's not within the godly realm." "All right, the second direction it is," Yang Dingtian said. The demon fox priest did not say anything and closed the door. After that, she pulled Yang Dingtian and used her spiritual technique to enter the deepest level of meditation. She started to write a new scroll, borrowing the soul sword's mystical energy to enter the master's mysterious fire. This sounded very simple, and the code would definitely be very short. However, it was the most difficult scroll that Yang Dingtian had ever written. It could be said that if he did not have the experience of writing the previous 3 times, he would not even dare to think about completing this scroll. There were even many theories that could not be analyzed. The master's mysterious fire and the soul sword's mystical energy were completely independent entities. The only thing that connected the two was Yang Dingtian's consciousness. Hence, even though Yang Dingtian and the demon fox priest were full of confidence, in reality it was very difficult. Moreover, there had never been a scroll like this. Why? Because the master's mystical energy was always higher than the soul sword. There was no need to borrow it. Now that Yang Dingtian, this weirdo, the cultivation level of the soul sword was so much higher than the master's, there was a need for this. Next, Yang Dingtian and the demon fox priest were in the deepest level of meditation. They thought and wrote day and night. In the beginning, most of the time they were thinking and could not even set the framework, because they had to think of the theory behind it. In the meditation world, a few years passed. In the middle, they quarreled countless times and finally decided on the general idea. Next, it took another few years. The entire framework was set. After the framework was set, the demon fox grand priest once again cried bitterly. The last time she cried was when she wrote the scroll for the first time. After the framework was set, the most difficult time had passed. Next, it was to fill in the paragraphs. In the meditation world, it was completed in less than a year. After it was completely completed, the two of them slept in the meditation world. After they had enough sleep, it was still the demon fox high priest who wrote the entire scroll. Then, the two of them were completely awake and returned to the real world. At this time, a few days had already passed in the real world. because only the first time Yang Dingtian and the demon fox priest entered the deepest and deepest meditation world. After that, the levels were different, either deep or shallow. In the real world, Yang Dingtian controlled the soul sword and learned this scroll. However, but it failed. After learning the scroll, the soul sword Sea of Qi was still unable to provide mystical qi for Yang Dingtian's mystical fire. Immediately, the demon fox priest could not help but cry. After crying, the two of them entered the deep meditation world again and started again. That's right, it was a new start, not a modification. The first time it failed. The second time it failed again. The third time it failed again. The fourth time it failed again. In the end, Yang Dingtian and the demon fox priest were almost in despair. Such a simple scroll could not be completed, and it seemed that the method could not be completed, because the last time the two of them checked carefully and really could not find any problems. Thus, the two of them discussed and decided to start over again. If they still failed, they would have to give up. If they failed again, they would change the direction and let the mystical fire enter the soul sword's Sea of Qi. Even if Yang Dingtian completely lost these mystical fires, they would not hesitate. Thus, in this atmosphere of burning one's boats, the fifth time, they did not know how many years they stayed in the meditation world. In the real world, only 10 days had passed. Finally, when the scroll was completed, Yang Dingtian brought the soul sword to finish comprehending and started to use it. The demon fox high priest's body was trembling in fear. In the end, they succeeded. After failing 4 times, when they were almost in despair, they finally succeeded. The Chaos Emperor Grade Soul sword worked hard to provide mystical qi for Yang Dingtian's 3 mystical fires. Such a simple scroll was the shortest scroll that Yang Dingtian had ever written, but it was also the most difficult. The demon fox priest hugged Yang Dingtian and kissed him deeply. Then she stroked his beard and said, "Baby, you know that I can do anything for you, but at least for a year, don't come and find me again." She was really afraid. She really could not write another scroll in a short period of time. When Yang Dingtian walked out of the demon fox priest's secret room, the beard on his face was already like weeds. His face was full of vicissitudes, as if he had aged a few years. He wrote this scroll for more than 50 days, even longer than the first one. Seeing Yang Dingtian's face, the Nagashwang was stunned. Then she said, "Finished?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Finished." The Nagashwang said, "Once you combine with me, you will share life and energy. Shimin Ningning will probably not be able to become your partner." Yang Dingtian said, "If we are fated as long as our hearts are connected, that kind of thing may not necessarily happen." Nagashwanger said, "You actually said such words of spiritual derailment to me before joining." Yang Dingtian said, "You can read minds. You know what I am thinking." The Nagashwang said, "Okay, let's go to the ruins of the Naga Empire. Let's combine." Then Yang Dingtian and the Nagashwang flew out of the Empire of Darkness again and flew toward the ruins of the old Naga Empire. Although he did not understand why they had to go to the ruins of the old Naga Empire. Could it be that they could not do it in the Empire of Darkness? But now, the one making the sacrifice was the Nagashwang. Of course, she had the final say. A few days later, the Nagashwang and Yang Dingtian arrived at the ruins of the old Naga Empire again. This ruins, which only had a quarter of it left, had indeed maintained a relatively long period of peace. Until now, there had not been any drastic changes. Ao! Nagashwang, or transformed again, suddenly turning into her original Naga form. Then she held Yang Dingtian in her mouth again and drilled into the depths of the ruins to find an energy cave. Yang Dingtian was shocked. This kind of combination, it can't be. Even if it was Su Xian and by Su Jin's nuptial chamber, it was still a human body, not a snake body. There was no doubt that he was overthinking. After entering the energy cave in the core of the earth, Nagashwanger immediately changed back into her beautiful human body. "Husband, you really don't regret it?" The Naga Shuang asked in a hoarse voice. Of course, Yang Dingtian said. If you don't regret it, I naturally won't. The Naga Shuang said in a trembling voice. Okay, then no matter what conflicts we had in the past, you and I are one from now on. Chapter 1167. It was Yang Dingtian's first time being in such a situation. After coming to the chaotic world, he had many women. Some were because of love, some were because of pity, some were because of benefits, and some were forced. When he was with Wu Yu, he was like a little bottom, but he was favored by the other party. When he was with Vulture, it was more because of benefits and needs. When he was with Qin Mingli, it was completely a lie. At this time, he was with Naga Dugashuang. They said that they had no feelings, but they had very deep feelings. But when it came to feelings, there was a huge gap between the two of them, and it was a gap that was difficult to mend. Before, Yang Dingtian was Shuang, Uri's sky, her earth, and her only support in this world. After the complete transformation, Naga Shuang became the sky, the earth, and the one and only supreme in this world. The relationship between the two of them fell into a temporary confusion and contradiction. For a while, the two of them could not find an accurate position. Of course, Yang Dingtian broke free from this dependence and used his wisdom to kill the Demon King. Moreover, his soul sword broke through to the demigod level. This was a revolutionary event. Therefore, Yang Dingtian asked for the role of living off a woman. The two of them were once again in the right position. But now, Yang Dingtian was once again in the role of the benefactor. Naga Shuang wanted to give half of her energy to him and share the demigod body with him. Yang Dingtian did not like to be bestowed by others, especially by his own woman. But if it was for the sake of the big picture, then he was not so pedantic. Husband, before the complete transformation, you are my sky, my earth, and my whole world, Naga Shuang suddenly said. Yang Dingtian stared at Shuang, waiting for her to continue. Shuang, continued. After the complete transformation, I will become the supreme of heaven and earth. I am high above, and I am extremely greedy for energy. But I am a Naga who has lost her own kind, and Medusa is my enemy. Regardless of whether she is a fox demon or a human, she is not my kind. Every race could only find a home in front of their own kind. You are the only one of my kind, so you are still my whole world. As Naga Shuang kissed him, she said, Ever since I was born, I've been alone. When I was in the Temple of Blood, everyone felt that I was a monster, and only Dugu Fengwu treated me well. However, she was away most of the time, and I was alone. Later, I swallowed countless deep-sea shen poison and became Naga. Most of the time, if I'm not alone in the cave, I'm in your spatial ring. I'm still alone. After I completed my transformation, I was high and mighty, invincible, but I was still lonely. Naga Shuang continued to kiss him deeply and said, Husband, every Naga is lonely. In the ancient Naga Empire, there were many Naga. But from the moment Naga were born, they had no parents. Their bloodline came from the fallen divine dragon. Naga and Naga didn't interact with each other. All Naga were isolated, and they were constantly swallowing energy to become stronger. All the loneliness was, for the moment, of estrus, because on that day, a member of the opposite sex would barge into your life and share everything with you. There would be no secrets between the two of you, and there would be no gaps between the two of you until eternity. At this moment, Naga Shuang's body was boiling hot, and her delicate body was flushed red. Her body was blooming from inside out. She gently lifted her delicate body, stuck out her tongue, and kissed Yang Dingtian deeply. Husband, the Demon King is wrong. Our Naga's eternal loyalty to our partners is not because of our greed for energy, but because of our complete loneliness, and we need to find eternal dependence. Naga Shuang gently gritted her teeth and said in a trembling voice, Please become one with me. Then, Naga Shuang slowly sat down facing Yang Dingtian. Suddenly, the beautiful Naga Shuang at the top of the pyramid and the human Yang Dingtian completely became one. Boom! Immediately, be it Yang Dingtian's body or consciousness, both of them exploded. An unprecedented feeling and energy fiercely exploded from the depths of Yang Dingtian's body. Yang Dingtian had thought that this was the peak, but he didn't expect that this was just the beginning. This intense feeling was stronger than ever before, and even surpassed the feeling of floating and shattering when breaking through to the half-saint or saint level. This feeling was like a mortal who had gone through 1,000 hardships to find the great Tao and walked in complete darkness. Suddenly, an immortal realm descended from the heavens, and countless divine lights poured into his body. There was no pain, only an indescribable beauty. That mysterious and powerful energy, accompanied by a wonderful feeling, baptized Yang Dingtian's energy sea, Xian veins, and his entire body inch by inch. As for Naga Shuanger, she suddenly turned into two figures. One figure was a peerless beauty. The other figure was a golden Naga, who entangled the two. Countless amounts of energy poured out of Naga's body, through Shuang Er's human figure, and into Yang Dingtian's entire body. From the soles of his feet to the top of his head, from his energy sea to his heart, to his Xian veins, and to every corner. They were all baptized by this mysterious and powerful energy. Boom, 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 boom. His energy sea expanded again and again, and was reborn again and again. His cultivation soared crazily. Of course, only a small part of the energy that entered his body from Naga broke through Yang Dingtian's energy sea. Most of it was transforming his energy sea and body. It transformed his 9 Yang Xian veins and human body into a demigod body. What was a demigod body? It could change heaven and earth, and it was omnipotent. It could reverse heaven and earth, and it was omnipotent. His entire body had become an extremely powerful body of energy. It was almost invincible. It was almost immune to most of the damage in this world. At the same time, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang's bodies seemed to have become a huge energy vortex. It crazily devoured the energy of the ruins of the old Naga Empire. Of course, to be precise, the old Naga Empire did not have any energy. It was devouring the energy of this world. Semi-solid Xian Qi crystals poured into Yang Dingtian and Naga's energy, sea like a tide. An hour later, the sacred and wild ceremony had finally come to an end. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang were completely silent. Then a mysterious feeling came over him. He could clearly feel Naga Shuang's breathing, her heartbeat, and all her vital and energy states. But it was different from what he had imagined. He could clearly feel her attachment. He only had a beautiful and hazy feeling of what Naga Shuang was thinking. It was not very clear. Fool, you will only be able to understand what I am thinking and what I want to say when I want to communicate with you. Naga Shuang didn't open her mouth, but Yang Dingtian clearly understood what she wanted to express. It was amazing that they could understand each other without saying a word. What if they were thousands of miles apart? Let alone thousands of miles, even if we are in another space, we can communicate telepathically, Naga Shuang said. Of course. She still did not speak. She only communicated telepathically. So Yang Dingtian curiously raised his fist and punched himself. He wanted to see if Naga Shuang would hurt. Naga Shuang could not help but roll her eyes at Yang Dingtian. We just share energy, life, and soul. We don't share our senses. If that's the case, won't it be very strange when we do that? Yang Dingtian suddenly trembled. Yes, if they shared their senses, it would be very strange every time they made love. He quickly abandoned this strange idea. Naga Shuang continued, Of course, if you are seriously injured, I will also feel pain. If your life is in danger, I will also be at my last gasp, because we share our lives. Yang Dingtian, then, I love my children very much. What about this feeling? Naga Shuang turned her head and said, I don't know. Don't ask. There is no such precedent in Naga. Yang Dingtian could clearly feel the other party's jealousy and strong possessiveness. Are we going to New Naga right now, kill Boyi, and destroy the scroll of greater space technique? Yang Dingtian asked. Naga. Shuang hesitated for a moment and made the relevant energy calculations. Yang Dingtian was able to easily read the calculation method in her mind. Soon, the results were calculated. Now that the soul sword was at level 50, it was not safe to go to New Naga. It would be better to break through another level. That way, the success rate would increase by about 20 to 30%. Yang Dingtian understood that if the soul sword broke through level 51, the power of the 3 mysterious fire lightning might increase from level 56 to level 59. In this way, the success rate of killing nearly 60 Naga descendants would increase by about 20 to 30%. Because Boyi, the chief of the descendants of the sea snake in New Naga, had a total of about 50 people, including the elders. Well, how long will it take for the soul sword to break through level 51 here? Yang Dingtian asked. Nagashuang said, the sea of energy of the soul sword is much smaller than the sea of energy of the Naga, so it will take about a month to break through level 51. Yang Dingtian, okay, then we will go to New Naga after the soul sword breaks through level 51. Nagashuang suddenly said, Husband, your greater space technique was originally a secret, but now we don't have any secrets. I also know about it. Yang Dingtian said with a smile, but you don't have the dark mystic fire. Whoosh! A dark mystic fire emerged from Nagashuang's fingers. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Even such a thing could be shared. That was too amazing. Then, Nagashuang suddenly said, Husband, there is one more important thing that you don't care about. Yang Dingtian asked, What is it? Nagashuang said, Don't you care about how many levels you have broken through? What is your current cultivation level? How many levels? Chapter 1168. After the ceremony, Yang Dingtian hadn't paid attention to how much he had broken through. The Nagashuang said, At first, I thought I would fall to the 31st step. But husband, your sea of energy and bloodline are stronger than I expected, and the energy stored in them is also more than I expected. That's why my cultivation has only fallen to the 33rd step. Yang Dingtian and the Nagashuang were currently sharing energy and life force. If the Nagashuang was at the 33rd step, then Yang Dingtian was naturally at the 33rd step as well. Yang Dingtian asked, Then did you lose more than half of your energy? The Nagashuang nodded. More than half. It takes a lot of energy to transform your Xian veins, sea of energy and body. The Nagashuang had been at the 39th step. Now that she had fallen to the 33rd step, she should have lost more than half of her energy. It should be close to 70%. Yang Dingtian should have felt guilty and apologetic, but there was no need to say anything now. No matter the reason, the two of them had become one from today onward. They couldn't be separated, and they had absolute mutual benefits. Therefore, there was no need to feel guilty or anything. Yang Dingtian asked, Can we pass on our 33rd step cultivation to the next generation of Naga? The Nagashuang shook her head. Neither of us can do anything to the other, but we can't let ourselves be trapped. We can't exhaust our energy. Next, Shuang said, Husband, although it's a bit late to make a last-minute effort, the soul swords will be devouring energy for the time being. We shouldn't rest. It's good if we can increase our cultivation even a little bit. Yang Dingtian nodded. The Nagashuang transformed into her Naga form again and began to sense every energy point in the ruins. The ruins of the old Naga Empire were a huge, profound energy formation. Before the destruction of the Naga Empire, it had to provide energy for hundreds of thousands of pyramids, so it had an absolute balance and perfect distribution of energy. However, after the Great Cataclysm, this place became a ruin, so the energy supply and distribution were also destroyed. The entire ruins were still crazily gathering all the profound energy in the world, but the distribution was already very uneven, so it had been collapsing and tearing. Although things had calmed down for the time being, the distribution was still unbalanced. Soon, Naga Shuang found the 3 energy points and told Yang Dingtian their coordinates in her mind. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian's primal Chaos Emperor Grade Soul sword turned into a bolt of lightning and burrowed into one of the energy crypts. Naga Shuang stepped forward and repaired the cracks in the energy crypt. Next, the soul sword quietly devoured the energy and began to break through. The entire process was controlled by Yang Dingtian's consciousness. "Husband, let's go down, then." After Naga Shuang finished speaking, she directly drilled into the heart of the ruins, into the 2nd energy cave. Then, she closed the crack and quietly inhaled and exhaled. Yang Dingtian found that Naga Shuang did not become particularly sweet and clingy after intercourse with him, nor did she want to stick to him every day as a newlywed. Moreover, after intercourse, she did not have a strong desire for intimacy between their bodies. Perhaps she would have to wait until the next estrus period before she would ask for intimacy again. On the contrary, in terms of spirit, the 2 of them were constantly coexisting. It seemed that the way Naga couples got along was completely different from that of humans. The union of humans was like a kind of need. Naga couples, on the other hand, were like a kind of nature, like breathing air, going on all the time. Usually it was difficult to feel anything, but once it was gone, they would die immediately. She didn't know if this was another interpretation of love turning thin when one's love was strong. Sensing that Yang Dingtian was thinking about this, Naga Shuang chuckled and did not say anything. Then, Yang Dingtian drilled into the 3rd energy cave. Then he used a very special kind of energy to close the crack that he drilled into. An entire cave was intact. Next, Yang Dingtian did not immediately devour the qi, but gradually waited for the qi here to become rich. Every energy cave was equivalent to a qi eye of the qi condensation ray. It would condense the qi of the entire world to this point. The qi density was getting higher and higher. Finally, it reached the peak. If it was the Yang Dingtian of the past, he would not be able to bear it, and his body would have exploded. But now he was a demigod, and his entire body had been completely transformed into energy. He was willing to endure the powerful qi pressure. Alas, after the explosion of the ruins, the power of the condensed qi had weakened many times. Previously, almost every energy crypt contained xian qi that had solidified into crystals. But now the qi was at most in a flowing semi-liquid state, which was about 100,000 times more powerful than ordinary qi. It was several times weaker than before, but the density was frighteningly high, and it was not something that any human could bear. Yang Dingtian used his consciousness to control the Chaos Emperor Grade Soul Sword and desperately devoured the qi. At the same time, he was devouring the semi-liquid qi energy. Countless qi surged into his qi meridians and into his qi sea like a tide. But he did not feel any pain like before. Yang Dingtian's qi meridians were now vast and boundless. No matter how much qi there was, they could easily accommodate it. He was only afraid that the qi would not be rich enough. Compared to the vastness of his qi meridians, Yang Dingtian's qi sea could be said to be boundless, like the vast starry sky. Originally, with such rich qi, it would take at most a few hours for him to break through a level. But now, after a few hours, there was almost no reaction from his qi sea. It was really like a small stream entering the ocean, because Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang shared cultivation. Naga's qi sea was 100 times larger than that of a human of the same level. Previously, if Yang Dingtian wanted to break through a level, it would take less than a day. Now, it would take at least more than a month. Moreover, it would get harder and harder. Yang Dingtian calculated in his mind, even if the ruins did not collapse and were not destroyed, according to this speed, they would continue to cultivate. It would take about 190 years to break through to the 50th level. Of course, the cohesion of the ruins was constantly dissipating and degenerating. After about a few decades, the qi gathered in the ruins would be very difficult for Yang Dingtian and Shuang to break through. The only breakthrough point could only be the Empire of Darknesses, Throne of Darkness, and it would take hundreds of years to devour the qi there to break through. And to defeat Medusa, they had to break through to the demigod realm. But now, it seemed that breaking through to the demigod realm was really as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian could not help but throw away these thoughts. It was better to solve the crisis in New Naga before thinking about the problem of dealing with Medusa. One person, one Naga, and one Emperor-grade soul sword were constantly absorbing qi. About half a month, they changed the energy cave. More than 100,000 times the qi sea's density was constantly pouring into the three's qi sea. After cultivating for a month, the Chaos Emperor-grade soul sword had indeed broken through from the 50th level to the 51st level, and Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang had broken through from the 33rd level to the 33rd level, rank 1. After a full month of devouring, they barely broke through to the first level. It could be seen that the Chaos Emperor-grade soul sword's qi sea was much smaller, so it was easier to break through. Yang Dingtian simulated and calculated over and over in his mind. With the cultivation of the 51st level, the 3 mysterious flame lightning released should have a lethality of the 58th level. Within a diameter of about 30 meters, it could kill 60 Naga who were close to the demigod realm. It should be enough. The only problem now was that the sea, snake, Naga patriarch, Boyi, and his 50 elders had to gather together in a 30-meter diameter semicircle. "Let's go," Yang Dingtian said. Then he and Naga Shuang rode on the soul sword and flew away from the ruins of the old Naga Empire at lightning speed. After arriving at the endless void, Shuang said, "Husband, let's experiment here. The key is to test whether the black hole can hide the 3 mysterious flame in the isolated space." Yang Dingtian nodded. He first used the darkness flame to create a dark vortex. This darkness flame became a black hole that swallowed the surrounding space, forming an isolated space. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian used his consciousness to control the soul sword and directly entered the isolated space. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! He released the void crack fire, the demon spirit demon fire, and the million spirit demon fire. 3 mysterious flames also bloomed in this isolated space. Then he connected the 3 mysterious flames to the soul sword. The Chaos Emperor-grade soul sword injected mysterious qi energy into the 3 mysterious flames. Of course, this was just an experiment, so only 1/10 of the energy was injected. But even 1/10 of the energy was extremely amazing. The 3 mysterious flames were released to the extreme and burned in the isolated space. From the beginning to the end, only Yang Dingtian's consciousness could see all this. From the naked eye, nothing happened at all. Everything was invisible. Then Yang Dingtian controlled the isolated space and flew farther and farther away. After flying for tens of thousands of meters, the 3 mysterious flames violently collided. At the same time, the isolated space created by the dark vortex was directly torn and completely disappeared. Boom! An earth-shattering energy. A terrifying light that was tens of thousands of times brighter than the sun suddenly burst out. The endless dark void was instantly illuminated. The entire dark void started to twist and distort. Then, the dark void that was born after the expansion of the dark matter could not withstand such a powerful energy and directly exploded and was destroyed. Yang Dingtian and Naga looked at each other and were incomparably amazed. Just 1/10 of the energy. This power was not inferior to the Demon King's sea of qi explosion. If 100% of the energy of the level 51 soul sword was injected into the 3 mysterious flames, the power of the explosion would be astonishing. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was full of confidence in eliminating Bo-E and the Sea Serpent Elder. "Let's go to New Naga and kill Bo-E," Yang Dingtian said. Of course, he also wanted to kill Hai Xan. Chapter 1169. After leaving the ruins of the old Naga Empire and returning to the human countries, Yang Dingtian briefly entered the Empire of Darkness. More than a month had passed. At this time, the entire Empire of Darkness had increased to tens of millions of people. Dozens of colossal dark dragons had continuously traveled between the Empire of Darkness and the world of ice and snow, transporting an astronomical amount of fresh water. Almost no one would have thought that the colossal dark dragons, who had once wreaked havoc in the human countries, had now become the greatest helper of the humans. The former lairs of evil ways had also become the last refuge of the humans. After entering the Empire of Darkness, almost none of the higher-ups of the Council of Light could be seen. Even the higher-ups of Little Western Paradise could not be seen. In the entire Empire of Darkness, the highest leaders for the time being were Ling Wu and Wulingzi. This was because the two of them had second-grade evil spirits. They could sit on the throne of darkness and have a certain degree of control. Only a portion of the second-tier higher-ups of the Council of Light remained in the Empire of Darkness to maintain order. The rest of the higher-ups of Little Western Paradise and the Council of Light were all outside, organizing a great retreat. The higher-ups of the Mermaid Empire had also entered the Empire of Darkness on a large scale. However, the Mermaid Queen Violets still led many of the higher-ups of the Mermaid Empire, as well as the underwater races whose wisdom could not enter the Empire of Darkness, to the depths of the Southeast Sea. According to the original plan, this portion of the underwater races of the Mermaid Empire would enter the ruins of the ancient sea Serpent Empire. When the Great War came, they would guide the dark matter and close the gate of the ruins of the Magic City, allowing all the underwater races to be protected by the dark matter. However, Yang Dingtian was lucky enough to meet Yan and Jia in the Empire of Darkness. They were bringing their children to visit the people in the refuge. What a coincidence! After all, Yang Dingtian had entered and exited the Empire of Darkness many times, but he had never met his wife and children. Moreover, he was pressed for time, so he couldn't go and watch his wife and children get intimate. This was because his wife and children had their own matters to attend to. Most of the time, they were helping to appease the people. This time, Yan and Jia brought along Yang Li, Yang Yichen, Yang Yi, and a few other older children. It had been a long time since he had seen these children, especially Yang Li, who was almost 10 years old. At this time, she was wearing a tight little robe and already looked like a little adult. When he saw Yang Dingtian, his eyes lit up. Then he brought his younger siblings forward and bowed. "Greetings, father." Yang Dingtian could not help but feel a little complicated. In his impression, Yang Li was still a babbling baby. Later on, she became a domineering little boy. However, in his memory, Yang Li was only 4 or 5 years old. At that time, he was still attached to Yan and was full of complaints about himself. At this time, he had already become a big child. His originally round little face was now thin and long, revealing a slightly youthful handsomeness. Unknowingly, his children had already grown so big. From the beginning to the end, he had grown up with them for less than a month. Therefore, at this time, when he brought his younger siblings and bowed to him meticulously, Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly twitched. Yang Dingtian did not assume the posture of a strict father. Instead, he could not help but reach out and gently stroke the top of his head. Although Yang Li was not yet 10 years old, he was already about 5 meters tall, reaching Yang Dingtian's chin. At this time, when his father stroked his forehead, he was first stunned and instinctively wanted to shrink back. Then his eyes suddenly turned red. "You are the older brother. Take good care of your younger siblings for me," Yang Dingtian said gently. This sentence seemed to give Yang Li great courage. He even gritted his teeth and said, "I will, father." Yang Dingtian rubbed his head and used a little more strength. Then every child gently rubbed the back of their heads. The girls even picked them up and kissed them. Then he came to Yan and Jia's side. Yan looked at Yang Dingtian obsessively and suddenly said, "Husband, you have changed so much. You seem to be glowing with divine light." You seem to be several years younger all of a sudden. This was not wrong. Ever since he married Nagashwang, Yang Dingtian also had a demigod body. His body did seem to be permeated with some divine light. Yang Dingtian gently pinched Yan Yan's chin and then said to Jia, "Who is the supreme commander in the Empire of Darkness now?" "It is the demon fox high priest and master," Jia said. The master she mentioned was Dongfang Minmi. Then Jia said, "Master should be leading the army to patrol the various shelters now. The demon fox high priest is participating in research in Organization X." Yang Dingtian said, "Come here." Jia followed Yang Dingtian into a small office on the side and closed the door. Yang Dingtian said, "I will immediately enter New Naga with Nagashwang and assassinate the next generation Naga patriarch, Boi. Once we succeed, there is a high chance that we will be able to stop New Naga's invasion. However, this news should only be known to the members of the Doomsday Committee. Do not spread this news to anyone else. All the evacuation work must continue." "Yes," Jia replied. This Doomsday Committee was established to deal with New Naga's invasion. Its members included the Silver Dragon Temple, Little Western Paradise's Joint Council, Council of Light, Mermaid Empire, Naga Empire, Demigod Race, and other forces. Currently, the Naga race only had less than 1,000 members, but Queen Poisa still became the representative of the Doomsday Committee, and day by day Bella became the representative of the demigod race. The entire Doomsday Committee involved 2 planes, 7 tribes, and had replaced the Council of Light as the highest authority. If she was only Yang Dingtian's wife, she wouldn't have the authority to convey Yang Dingtian's orders. But not only was Jia his wife, but she was also the next chairman of Little Western Paradise, one of the 3 highest clerks of the Doomsday Committee. The other 2 were Yun Jianu and Song Lihua. Aside from their own duties, these 3 clerks were also Yang Dingtian's secretaries, so it was their duty to convey Yang Dingtian's orders. Yang Dingtian immediately wrote down this order on the energy scroll, stamped his emblem, signed his name, and handed it over to Jia. Subsequently, he turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, Jia asked with a trembling voice, "Husband, can you return safely?" Yang Dingtian replied, "Don't worry, I'm practically invincible now. Even if I fail, I'll be able to return safely. That's good." Jia's eyes reddened, but she still couldn't help herself and hugged Yang Dingtian tightly, sobbing, "You don't know how much we sisters and children have missed you." Yang Dingtian kissed her hair and gently told her, "I know after this crisis we might be able to stay together forever." Jia nodded. "Even if the apocalypse really does come, as long as we're together as a family, I'm not afraid of anything. Even our children aren't afraid." Yang Dingtian kissed her on the lips and told her, "You and Wu Yu are big sisters, so when I'm not here, the 2 of you have to take care of Yin Yan and the others, as well as our children." I will." Jia kissed Yang Dingtian on the lips and impatiently stuck out her tongue to deeply kiss Yang Dingtian. She wouldn't have done this under normal circumstances, but now that Yang Dingtian was right beside her, she really couldn't accept not kissing him. After the kiss, Yang Dingtian walked out of the small room. Outside, Yan Yan stood there with reddened eyes. She whispered, "Husband, Sister Ro, is leading the other sisters and Master's wife to cook all kinds of food for everyone. Sister Ya and I are clumsy and don't know how to do it, so we came to comfort these frightened people." Yang Dingtian gently hugged her waist and kissed her on the lips. "Well done. I'm going to go on a long journey, and I'll be back in a while. Take care of our children while I'm away." "I will." Yin Yan nodded desperately. Finally, Yang Dingtian kissed her on the lips and flew away, leaving the Empire of Darkness. After leaving the Empire of Darkness, a golden light flashed, and Nagashwang followed closely. She was a little unwilling to follow Yang Dingtian into the Empire of Darkness, and she didn't want to meet Yang Dingtian's wives. "Let's go!" Then the 2 turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky above the Empire of Darkness. They flew toward the first dark domain at a speed of more than 5,000 kilometers per hour. After passing through the first dark domain, the second dark domain, and the third dark domain, this time, Yang Dingtian didn't enter New Naga through the Great Maelstrom, but found a precise coordinate. This coordinate was the place where Yang Dingtian jumped out of New Naga. That meant that the coordinates of New Naga's imprisonment space were here. However, in the third dark domain, New Naga was just an extremely small singularity. In the boundless third dark domain, it was extremely difficult to find the coordinates of this singularity. The location and distance couldn't be off at all. Subsequently, Yang Dingtian tried to create a spatial door at a few of these coordinates in order to jump into the New Naga Empire, but he failed. There was no other way. He had to enter through the Great Maelstrom. Yang Dingtian and Naga flew into the endless void, and then entered New Naga through this huge maelstrom. He didn't know where he would be randomly teleported to this time. Yang Dingtian's luck was very bad. He and Naga Shuang entered the Great Maelstrom at almost the same time, but they were teleported to two places in New Naga. Whoosh! After a long period of blurriness, Yang Dingtian appeared in a room that was decorated in gold and jade. He was randomly teleported to the old capital of New Naga. "Nari, is that you?" Then an extremely familiar voice came from inside. It was Hai Xian, Queen Hai Xian's voice. She was now in the bathroom. He didn't know if he was lucky or unlucky, but Yang Dingtian was directly teleported to Hai Xian's room. Chapter 1170. Immediately, Yang Dingtian entered the state of invisibility. Then he saw the bathroom door open, and the naked Queen Hai Xian walked out. The whole celestial body was still undulating like mountains and rivers, with a devilish curve. It was soul-stirring. However, even in New Naga, she was still so suspicious. When Yang Dingtian appeared here, he almost did not make any sound. Queen Hai Xian searched around, sniffing everything around her. Yang Dingtian even saw the hair on her neck stand up. Although she still had the appearance of a human, her whole demeanor was like that of a vigilant, poisonous snake. "Yang Dingtian, I know you're here." Suddenly, Queen Hai Xian said coldly, "You know the invisibility technique, but don't forget, you have a smell on you that makes me horny. I know you're here." Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. Yes, only the undead could see his invisibility technique. However, his aura should be very sensitive to Hai Xian. At this moment, Naga Shuang's voice suddenly sounded in Yang Dingtian's mind. "Husband, don't believe him. You're now a demigod and can easily hide any energy, aura." Yang Dingtian said in his heart, "Shuang, you can see me? Where are you?" Then, Yang Dingtian saw a vast ocean. He could directly see Shuang, Er's vision. This was really amazing. Before the Naga mate, not only did they share life, energy, and soul, they could even share vision. Sure enough, after Queen Hai Xian searched for a while, she did not find any trace of him. At this moment, the door opened, and a maid with a snake's body slithered in and said, "Madam, what's the matter?" Queen Hai Xian said, "Nari, did anyone come into my room just now?" The snake-bodied maid replied, "There's no one here, madam. All the doors are tightly shut." Queen Hai Xian said, "But I clearly felt someone come in." The snake-bodied maid said, "That must be your misconception. It's the same as the previous illusion. Don't worry, in the old capital, your enemy Yang Dingtian will not dare to come in." Queen Hai Xian said, "No, he knows the invisibility technique, and now he hates me to the bone. He will definitely come to kill me." The snake maid said, "In the pyramid where you live, there are a total of hundreds of Naga protecting you. Every single one of them has a cultivation level that far surpasses that lowly human Yang Dingtian. Even if he is invisible, as long as he appears, our spirit masters will immediately discover that the space is a little less and will be able to detect him immediately. You are absolutely safe." Queen Hai Xian let out a sigh of relief. Then she lay on the huge bed and curled up her beautiful body slightly. She didn't know when it started, but she would have the same nightmare almost every day, where Yang Dingtian came to kill her. This kind of dream had a different beginning every time. Sometimes it would even start as an erotic dream, but without exception, it would end as a nightmare. Every time she would be killed. When she first entered New Naga, she was excited and new. However, after this excitement, fear followed. She remembered that because of her mother, Yang Dingtian had spared her life. In the end, she was about to bring complete destruction to the human kingdom. In the beginning, because of the absolute power of New Naga, she was full of disdain for Yang Dingtian. Level 24, so what? So what if there was the Nagashwang? Bo Yiming and the others had thoroughly studied the Nagashwang. First of all, Yang Dingtian and Naga had fallen out. Even if they did not, the Nagashwang was not to be feared. Even if she was a true demigod Naga, she had just completed her transformation and would not be able to reach level 40. A Naga who had not even reached level 40 could barely kill a future demigod Naga. If she dared to come, she would only be walking right into a trap. Of course, if she really did mate with Yang Dingtian, it would be even funnier. Her cultivation would drop even lower, to level 30 at most, and she would be even less of a threat. Of course, as a future Naga, she feared a true demigod Naga from the bottom of her heart. However, they now had Queen Medusa behind them. They were under her orders, so even if they wanted to kill the Nagashwang, they would have no qualms about it. Yang Dingtian was weak, and so was the Nagashwang. In New Naga, there were at least hundreds of thousands of future Naga who were stronger than the Nagashwang. Hai Exan knew this, but as time passed she was still afraid. She still had nightmares and hallucinations about Yang Dingtian coming to kill her. Therefore, for the past few months, she had been in a state of extreme anxiety every day and was extremely tired. Perhaps only after Yang Dingtian is truly dead will I be able to regain my peace and sleep. Queen Hai Exan sighed. This sentence was clearly heard by Yang Dingtian. In fact, when he first saw Hai Exan, Yang Dingtian wanted to show up and ask her why she had done that. From the beginning to the end, it was Hai Exan who had offended Yang Dingtian time and time again, causing harm to the human kingdoms. In the end, Yang Dingtian had pardoned her from death. Not only was she not grateful, she had even pushed the human world and Yang Dingtian into the abyss of destruction. This thought flashed past his mind. This kind of questioning was meaningless. Now, there was only one choice in front of Yang Dingtian. Should he kill Hai Exan? It would be easy for him to kill Hai Exan now. Of course, Hai Exan had to die. She had no chance of being pardoned. But if he killed her now, it would probably alert the enemy. Hai Exan was just an insignificant character now. The ones he really wanted to kill were Bo Yiming and the Sea Snake Naga Elder. As long as he killed them, killing Hai Exan would be as easy as crushing an ant. Yang Dingtian stared at Hai Exan for a while before turning invisible to leave. "Husband, don't move. Don't leave." Nagashwanger said, "There are hundreds of new Nagas around the pyramid you are in. They are waiting for you to appear. If you get close to the psychic Naga, you'll be discovered immediately because of the spatial folds." Yang Dingtian said, "But I have to go out and investigate the situation and prepare to assassinate Bo Yiming." "I'll go." Nagashwang said, "My identity is free." Yang Dingtian said, "But I'm the only one who can turn invisible." Nagashwang smiled. "Silly husband, you and I share everything. You can't even use spatial techniques, so naturally you can't use invisibility. I can use it now too." Yang Dingtian was startled. "Wow, the Naga's combination is really amazing." "Good, then you go find information and find a chance to kill Bo Yiming and the others. As soon as Hai Exan leaves the pyramid, I'll immediately go out and meet up with you." "Okay," Nagashwang said, "but husband, you still have a very old-fashioned way of thinking. Other than when we kill Bo Yiming, there's no point in us meeting up. We can communicate telepathically and share vision at any time." Yang Dingtian was startled. That was true. After that, Yang Dingtian stayed in Queen Hai-Xan's room, motionless. Hai-Xan just lay on the bed, not daring to sleep because she was afraid of nightmares. Moreover, she didn't want to leave, because once she left the pyramid, it would be difficult to avoid Yang Dingtian's assassination outside. Yang Dingtian was puzzled. The last time he came to New Naga, Queen Hai-Xan wasn't so nervous. However, Yang Dingtian had suffered a great sin. That was because Queen Sea-Heart spent her entire day lying on her bed. She would either daydream or take a shower in the bathroom and eat 3 or 4 meals a day. She didn't dare to go out and didn't do anything. She could have played chess to pass the time, but because chess and Go were invented by Yang Dingtian, therefore these games would trigger her nightmares, so she didn't even play chess. She had absolutely nothing to do every day. Of course, what was even more embarrassing was her daily self-release. That's right, she was doing this kind of thing, because her body had entered the cycle of reproduction very early on, but she couldn't release it. Just like that, time passed day by day. Yang Dingtian was trapped in Hai-Xan's room, while Nagashwang was almost done with her investigation outside. 8 days later, Bo Yiming and all the elders of the sea snake descendants would hold a big court meeting in the Golden Hall. This was the best opportunity to make a move, and the topic of this court meeting was about the election for the throne of New Naga. Bo Yiming was determined to win. Yang Dingtian sighed in his heart. The torture of being trapped in the same room with Hai-Xan every day was finally coming to an end. Every day, he had to watch Hai-Xan release her pain. This made Yang Dingtian feel very pained. The first day, the second day, the third day, the 5th day. There were only 3 days left until Bo Yiming's court meeting. Only 3 days. At this moment, the snake maid, Nari, reported, "Military Minister Wentian requests to see Madame Hai-Xan." Then, Queen Hai-Xan put on her clothes. Soon, the human Wentian walked into Hai-Xan's room. Yang Dingtian finally saw his compatriot from Earth, Wentian from Peking University. It had been a few years since they last met. Upon seeing Wentian, Queen Hai-Xan immediately questioned him. "You said that Yang Dingtian will definitely come to kill me. When will he come? When would this kind of painful and torturous days end?" Wentian replied, "Soon." Queen Lan Chi suddenly called for the election for the throne and used the scripture depository as bait. Therefore, this election must be a conspiracy, and it must be a conspiracy planned by her and Yang Dingtian. Queen Hai-Xan said, "A conspiracy? Facing such a powerful new Naga, can Yang Dingtian overturn the heavens?" Chapter 1171. It might not be overturning the heavens, but at the very least it's stalling for time. Wentian said, previously Queen Lan Chi had always been living in seclusion in the palace, not bothering with worldly affairs. Why would she suddenly propose an election for the throne? It must be because Yang Dingtian had come to New Naga to discuss it with her, helping Yang Dingtian to stall for time. Queen Hai-Xan said, "How long can he stall for time? At most half a year. Not to mention half a year. Even if it's 10 years, Yang Dingtian won't be able to avoid the fate of the human countries being destroyed." Wentian said, "Stall for half a year so that the elites of the human countries can retreat into the Empire of Darkness." Queen Hai-Xan's eyes lit up. Yes, retreat into the Empire of Darkness. The entire Empire of Darkness is surrounded by countless dark matter, and even the army of New Naga can't break through. This way, we really can't do anything to them. Wentian laughed. How is that possible? Don't forget who discovered this Empire of Darkness. Queen Hai-Xan said, "But only Yang Dingtian and the Devil Queen have the eye of Primeval Naga, which can melt the dark matter and enter the Empire of Darkness. Now, both of them are in Yang Dingtian's hands." Wentian said, "The highest authority of the entire Empire of Darkness is tied to my soul. Its sky-connecting imperial capital is a huge energy formation. Even though I don't have the eye of Primeval Gem, I can still easily open it and even destroy it completely, easily killing everyone inside." When these words came out, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. This was what he was most afraid of, when Tian had the highest authority of the Empire of Darkness. If he was allowed to enter the human countries and instantly kill all the fleeing humans and demon foxes, that would be too terrifying. Yang Dingtian's wife and children were all inside. In that case, he couldn't let him leave New Naga alive. When Tian continued, "Recently, did you sense Yang Dingtian's aura? You said that he had come to New Naga before, and that he would definitely come to kill me." Queen Hai Xan said angrily, "You made me live in torment every day." When Tian replied, "What I'm saying is that he will come to kill you and me. It's not just you alone. I'm not even afraid, so what are you afraid of?" Queen Hai Xan said, "You're a lunatic. You're not afraid of death, but that doesn't mean others aren't." When Tian replied, "Don't worry, if his cultivation hasn't reached a certain level, he won't come. Tell me, have you felt his aura recently?" Queen Hai Xan shook her head and said, "I don't know. I have nightmares every day, so I often have hallucinations. There were a few times when I felt that Yang Dingtian had entered my room and was right beside me. He could kill me at any time." When Tian asked, "When was the last time you had a hallucination?" Queen Hai Xan said, "I don't know. Maybe it was a few days ago." When Tian replied, "Don't worry, if he wants to kill me, he will have to kill me first. Because I have the Void Fisher Flame, I can pass through the borders of the abyss. Moreover, I have the highest authority in the Empire of Darkness. My importance is much higher than yours. Yang Dingtian will definitely kill me first before killing you. There's no protection in my pyramid. I'll just wait there for him to kill me." "You're a lunatic," Queen Hai Xan said angrily. When Tian laughed nonchalantly, then stood up and left. Wen Tian's words clearly didn't bring much comfort to Hai Xan. She continued to stay in her room every day. She had already steeled her heart and wouldn't take any risks unless it was Boyi's orders. Otherwise, she would definitely wait for the news of Yang Dingtian's death before leaving her pyramid. Time passed quickly. Yang Dingtian was still trapped in Hai Xan's room. Every day, he would watch Hai Xan's torturous performance, all the way until the Sea Snake Naga Imperial Court was held. Finally, Queen Hai Xan left her pyramid. Under the protection of over 100 Naga guards, she headed towards the Golden Hall. Originally, she didn't have the qualifications to participate in the Imperial Court. However, she was still the representative of Queen Medusa. Finally, Yang Dingtian could leave this damned pyramid. After Queen Hai Xan and the Naga guards left, Yang Dingtian rushed out of the pyramid like lightning. He instantly heaved a sigh of relief. What the hell, he was trapped here for a few days, unable to move at all. The Golden Hall of the Sea Snake descendants was very large. It was over 10,000 square meters in size. The important figures of the Sea Snake descendants of the Naga clan all entered. There were thousands of Naga from the later generations participating in this grand court assembly. The entire Great Hall was bustling with activity. Therefore, when Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang entered the main hall, it wouldn't be too abrupt. The guards of the Great Hall, Naga, found it difficult to calculate how much space was occupied in the Great Hall. At this time, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang were on the dome of the Great Hall looking down. While the people below were moving back and forth, Yang Dingtian and Naga could still move. Once everyone below was fixed in position, he and Naga would be unable to move. Although they were invisible, as long as they moved, it would cause distortion in space. Soon, they would be detected by the spiritual masters of the Naga, because Yang Dingtian's invisibility technique was not a true spatial isolation. It was not like the isolated space created by the dark vortex. That was true concealment. Almost an hour later, everyone in the Great Hall had arrived. All the leaders of the Sea Snake, descendants of Naga clan, had filled the Great Hall. Yang Dingtian found that there were even figures of the mermaid descendants of Naga clan. After all the leaders had arrived, more than 50 elders of the sea snake descendants of Naga clan came in from the back door and sat on the central platform. The imperial court in Naga was arranged in a similar way to the United Nations General Assembly. Thousands of representatives sat in a circle. More than 50 elders sat in 3 circles of seats on the central platform. The highest golden throne in the middle was high up. It should be the seat of the patriarch Boi. Everyone's time was up, except for Boi's life. Queen Hai-Xien was also qualified to participate in this imperial court, but she was sitting in a corner of the Great Hall. At this time, all the representatives of the Naga clan in the Great Hall were whispering to each other, discussing the important matters of this imperial court. More than 50 elders sat motionlessly, waiting for the arrival of Boi's order. At this time, Yang Dingtian had already used the dark mystic flame to build the dark mystic flame and a black hole to create a real isolated space. Then the 3 mystic flames were burning quietly in the isolated space. When Boi appeared, he immediately injected all the mystic chi in the level 51 Emperor grade soul sword into the 3 mystic flames, and then immediately struck. Everything was ready, waiting for Boi to take his seat. Yang Dingtian made a visual estimation. Boi Ming and the 50 over elders were only around 100 square meters, which was within the range of the 3 mystic flames' lightning attack. If there were no accidents, Boi Ming and the 50 elders would all be burned to ashes by the lightning of the 58th order, 3 profound flame. Yang Dingtian's spirit couldn't help but become nervous. Time seemed to have slowed down. Yang Dingtian was eagerly waiting for Boi's arrival. The assassination this time was too important. It was related to the survival of the entire human nation and the survival of Yang Dingtian's family. If this assassination was not successful, the human nation's doomsday would be unstoppable. However, although he was nervous, it was impossible for his heart to beat like thunder. At this time, Yang Dingtian had the body of a demigod and could even stop his heart. For example, his heartbeat and breathing had completely stopped. Naga Shuang's state of mind was obviously much better than Yang Dingtian's. She was very calm both externally and internally. Husband, there are almost 10,000 future Naga down there, and each of them is close to the demigod level, Naga Shuang said. I know, Yang Dingtian said. Naga Shuang said, so once they discover us, they can immediately form a strong energy net and surround us. We can't escape. I know, Yang Dingtian said. Naga Shuang said, so our only chance to escape is when the 3 profound fire explodes. At that time, the entire hall will be filled with powerful energy, and the 10,000 demigod Naga won't be able to lock onto us. Yang Dingtian said, I know. So, after the 3 profound fire explodes, we can't wait to see the result. We have to leave immediately without looking back. Naga Shuang said, yes, we can't let anything go wrong. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. At this time, the door of the Golden Hall slowly opened. The patriarch, Boi, slowly entered under the guard of hundreds of Naga warriors. This person was completely different from Boi, but both of them were peerlessly handsome. Boi was more domineering, majestic and domineering. Boi, on the other hand, was terrifying and full of the aura of a king. He was wearing a golden robe, and when he walked in step by step, he attracted everyone's attention. His eyes were arrogant and full of laziness, and his long and tall aquiline nose was eye-catching. His blonde hair was slightly curly, making him look even more noble in his dark side. He had eyes like a poisonous snake, and no one knew what he was thinking. He walked step by step to the golden throne in the center. Yang Dingtian noticed that he was holding a scroll in his hand. Was this the scroll of the greater space technique? Hadn't he learned it yet? After they finish learning the scroll, they can still keep the scroll intact, Naga Shuang said. But the energy runes in it are empty. As long as they fill it with energy again, the scroll can be learned and learned again. Before he reached the throne, Boi stopped and stood on the 5th step. He turned around and raised the scroll in his hand, saying loudly, "Do you know what scroll is in my hand?" "No," all the Naga leaders said. Boyi said, "This scroll was given to me by the ancient Empress Medusa." When he said this, all the Naga leaders in the hall were shocked. The ancient Empress Medusa was the spiritual leader of the future Naga. Boyi said, "This scroll is the highest product of martial wisdom, the greater space technique." Instantly, the entire hall was shocked and excited. All the Naga leaders knew what it meant to have the greater space technique. It meant that they could leave this damn place. He would be able to leave this confined space and enjoy the boundless energy of the outside world. Boyi said, "Empress Medusa sent a messenger to pass this greater space technique to me. Please welcome the next Naga candidate, Lady Hai Xan." Boyi pointed, and all eyes turned to Queen Hai Xan in the corner of the hall. The Sea Heart Queen's face instantly flushed red, filled with incomparable excitement. "Lady Hai Xan, please come over." Boyi said. Yang Dingtian was anxious. This Boyi was really meddlesome. Why didn't he return to his throne? Because Yang Dingtian's 3 mystic flames, lightning, lethality, had to be controlled very precisely. It had to be spread out with Boyi's life as the center. Now, Boyi was standing outside the death radius. Taking a deep breath, Queen Sea Heart leisurely walked up the steps. Her peerlessly beautiful body knelt down and said, "Serpentine Sea Heart greets the king." Boyi said, "Come, tell everyone, why did Empress Medusa choose you as her messenger?" Queen Hai Xan stood up and stood at the bottom of the stairs. "Because I am the mortal enemy of the human Yang Dingtian." Boyi said, "Then who is this Yang Dingtian?" The Sea Heart Queen said he's just a clown. When there are no tigers in the mountains, the monkeys call themselves overlords. Right now, he's the supreme ruler of all of the human kingdoms. He's the one who occupies the incomparably rich human kingdoms and the little Western paradise. Although I am not a Naga, I am a candidate for the next Naga. There is not a day that goes by that I do not want to restore the glory of the Naga Empire. It was this clown Yang Dingtian who destroyed my Naga Empire. No, no, no. You do not have the ability, nor the right to restore the glory of the Naga Empire. Boyi said, "Then may I ask, what ability does Yang Dingtian have to destroy your Naga Empire? And what about the other servants of Queen Medusa?" Queen Hai Xan said, "Because Yang Dingtian is the successor of the Shu Piaoyan." Shu Piaoyan. Boyi gritted his teeth and said word by word, "We will all remember this person's name, this hypocritical and despicable human. It was because we listened to his slanderous words that the Naga Empire was destroyed. That's why we're imprisoned in this terrifying confinement space. Shu Piaoyan is the Naga Empire's biggest enemy. Now his successor, a lowly and filthy human, has actually taken over the entire rich world. He has actually taken over the old site of our Naga Empire. This is truly the greatest disgrace to our Naga Empire." Taking a deep breath, Boyi said, "And the wise and great Queen Medusa has long seen through Shu Piaoyan's conspiracy. But the entire ancient Naga Empire was deceived by this hypocritical human. So Queen Medusa had to flee the empire with the secret of the space technique and hide in the world. Now, more than 10,000 years have passed, and she finally found a messenger, found us, and gave us the space technique, freedom, and the mission to restore the glory of the Naga Empire." All the future Naga leaders held their breaths and looked at Boyi with excitement, feeling an unprecedented sense of mission. Boyi said slowly, "And Queen Lanqi is no doubt the puppet of the hypocritical human, Shu Piaoyan, and the bitch of the lowly human, Yang Dingtian. She is a traitor to the entire Naga Empire, and we must overthrow and destroy her. I, Boyi, am the king of the great Naga Empire. I will lead you out of this disgusting space and conquer the entire chaos world. We will destroy all the inferior races and trample all the insect-like humans to death. We will turn the entire world into the pyramid of our Naga Empire. We will devour the energy of the entire chaos world, and we will challenge the position of God. Long live, long live, long live. Everyone present roared in unison. Long live Queen Medusa. Long live King Boi. Destroy the traitor Lan Chi. Destroy the lowly human. The entire hall fell into a complete frenzy. The desires of countless later generations of Nagas filled the entire space. Yang Dingtian thought, didn't the demigods of the ancient Naga Empire transform these future Naga when they sacrificed themselves? Didn't they let them develop spiritual energy? Why are they still so greedy? Naga Shuang sneered. If they are not greedy, are they still Naga? If they can change their greedy habits, why imprison them? It's because we don't trust them that we imprison them. It made sense. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Yang Dingtian said, Shuang, you are their kind. Don't you have any psychological barriers to killing them? Don't you want to be their leader? Naga Shuang said, Husband, should I say that because they are your enemies I want to destroy them? Because I love you, I don't hesitate to destroy my own kind. Is this the only answer that can satisfy you? Yang Dingtian was speechless. Naga Shuang said, because they follow Medusa. There is not much energy left in this world. If we give it all to them, how can we break through to the demigod level? These words were so straightforward and self-righteous. Now, Yang Dingtian would no longer criticize Naga Shuang for her greed, because he and Naga already shared everything. Finally, the cheers and fanaticism below ended. Queen Hyexian's act was also over. She returned to her own remote position. Bo Yiming said, Now I will announce a few orders. Yang Dingtian was anxious and angry. If you want to announce orders, go back to your throne and do it. Why are you standing outside the circle? Finally, it was unknown if the heavens had heard Yang Dingtian's inner voice, or if Bo Yiming felt that he had to stand on the golden throne in order to be justified. He walked step by step to the golden throne. Finally, without further complications, he went directly to the golden throne, to the center of the circle of death that Yang Dingtian had built. Above the dome of the palace, Yang Dingtian had already used the dark vortex to create an isolated space. The 3 Xian fires had been burning quietly in this isolated space. The Emperor-grade soul sword had also been in this isolated space, quietly supplying the 3 Xian fires with energy. Of course, the amount of energy was very little. It was enough to keep the 3 Xian fires burning. The entire process, be it vision or energy, was absolutely invisible. No one would be able to sense anything, and there would not be any energy fluctuations. As long as Bo Yiming entered the golden throne, it would be activated immediately. Bo Yiming sat on the throne. Yang Dingtian did not delay. He immediately used his consciousness to control the soul sword and poured all the energy into the 3 Xian fires with the Xian fires. If it was a human, it would take more than 15 minutes to supply all the Xian Qi in his level 50 1 Qi C. But the Emperor-grade soul sword had 1,000 miles of Xian meridian essence. It could supply all the energy in his Qi C in less than 0.1 seconds. Swoosh! Instantly, the astronomical amount of Xian Qi in the Emperor-grade soul sword was poured into the void-cracking fire, the devil's spirit, demonic fire, and the million spirit, demonic fire. The 3 Xian fires burned to the extreme. Then, Yang Dingtian controlled the isolated space and quickly descended to the top of Bo Yiming's head. The isolated space was completely invisible. It was completely in another plane of space. There would not even be any space distortion during the movement. The 3 Xian fires burned completely in the isolated space created by the black hole. They were filled with earth-shattering energy and were just 3 feet above Bo Yiming's head. Bo Yiming raised the scroll and said, I order all the Naga tribes to overthrow the puppet Queen Lan Chi. Only I, Bo Yiming, am the supreme king of the Naga Empire. Right now, right now! Yang Dingtian controlled the 3 Xian fires and slammed them. Boom! No words could describe the power of this Xian fire lightning. The power of level 58 and level 59 Xian fire lightning. A light that was 1,000 times brighter than the sun exploded. Everything was crushed into powder. Bo Ming, who was under the light beam, was instantly annihilated the moment the 3 Xian fire lightning touched him before it exploded. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang turned into 2 streaks of lightning and broke through the roof of the Golden Palace. They were tens of thousands of meters above the ground. Chapter 1172. He could not see the results of the battle, nor did he have the time to do so, because the moment the 3 mysterious fire exploded was the only chance for Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang to escape. In fact, when Yang Dingtian rushed out of the hall, he was immediately locked down by thousands of demigod-level energy beams. He and Naga Shuang could not move at all. A single Naga, or even a few, would not be able to lock down Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang. However, the energy array formed by thousands of Nagas was enough to trap the 2 of them in an instant. But the moment the 3 mysterious fire exploded, an extremely powerful energy burst out. Not only did it destroy Bo Ming, but more than 50 elders as well. Moreover, the energy field of the entire hall was completely destroyed. The energy array that locked down Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang was completely destroyed. Only then did Yang Dingtian and Shuang manage to escape. From the looks of it, Yang Dingtian's appearance to his escape took less than 1/10 of a second. But in that time they were locked down for almost 100th of a second. But everything happened so quickly that it was as if nothing had happened. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang's figures were like lightning. In just a few moments, they had flown hundreds of miles away. The group of Naga could no longer catch the 2 of them. What was the result of the 3 mysterious fire explosion? Yang Dingtian did not even have the time to turn his head. He did not see that Bo Ming and the 50 elders had been completely destroyed. Even their bodies could not be found. And more than 10 Naga leaders who were closest to him had also been destroyed. Hundreds of Naga leaders who were outside the radius of death had their bodies destroyed. They were severely injured, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The Golden Hall that occupied tens of thousands of square meters was instantly destroyed. Then, an extremely powerful shockwave swept out like a super-large nuclear bomb. Countless pyramids seemed to have been swept by an invisible energy storm and were instantly destroyed. With Bo Ming as the center, the terrifying energy storm formed a huge circle and swept out continuously. Wherever the storm passed, everything turned to dust. The ground was lifted up dozens of meters. The houses and trees on the ground were all reduced to dust. The entire old capital, with the Golden Palace as the center, had a diameter of over 10,000 meters. Everything within the circle had suffered a devastating blow. This 3 profound fire lightning that was created by using all the profound chi in the 51st Step Soul Sword was much more powerful than Yang Dingtian had imagined. Queen Hai Xan was not dead, because she was in the most corner of the hall. Of course, with her cultivation of rank 20 or so, even if she was in the corner of the hall, she would not be able to withstand the shocking 3 mysterious flame. But at the moment of the explosion, all the Naga leaders in the hall instinctively released layers of energy shields to defend against this shocking explosion. Therefore, when the 3 mysterious flames struck her, there were dozens of energy shields blocking it. 80% of the Naga leaders in the hall were safe and sound. The energy storm of the 3 mysterious flames could not destroy the layers of energy shields and directly spread outwards. Although Queen Hai Xan was not dead, she was more or less dead. She sat on the ground and did not move. Her lower body, which was originally in human form, had now turned into a snake's body. Because of fear, all the scales had shrunk. He didn't have any strength left in his body. His entire body was trembling, and he couldn't even stand up. It was Yang Dingtian. It must be Yang Dingtian. She knew in her heart that the person who had launched this attack must be Yang Dingtian. The 3 mysterious flames was Yang Dingtian's signature attack. But such a powerful and terrifying 3 mysterious flames completely exceeded Queen Hyexion's imagination. A few months ago, when she had just left the human kingdom, Yang Dingtian was at most level 24 and had already reached the limit of a human. Even if he had intercourse with the Naga Shuang, he would only be around level 30. But this attack definitely exceeded that of a demigod. It definitely exceeded that of a demigod. When she thought of the term demigod, Queen Hyexion's heart trembled. She was scared out of her wits. Yang Dingtian had already broken through to demigod. How? How is this possible? He was a human. How could he break through to demigod? Even the Naga Shuang could not break through to demigod. It would take at least a few hundred years before there was a slight possibility of breaking through to demigod. There was only one demigod in this world, and that was Queen Medusa. How could Yang Dingtian break through to demigod? When she thought of Queen Medusa, Hyexian could not help but feel emboldened. She desperately tried to summon Queen Medusa in her mind, hoping to get new instructions, new orders, even if it was just her voice. But there was nothing. After passing the greater space technique to Wentian, Hyexian's mission seemed to have been completed. It was as though she had no more value. Thus, the soul leaving Palace no longer had any traces in her body. The soul leaving Palace had only made use of her and made a deal with her. If it was before, Queen Hyexian would have thought that this deal was worth it. She had once again betrayed Yang Dingtian in exchange for the energy universe technique, the goodwill of New Naga, and the chance to break through to the Saint Realm. All these benefits were completely worth it, but these things were nothing compared to her life. In her imagination, as long as New Naga charged into the human countries, Yang Dingtian would definitely die. The level 24 Yang Dingtian was just an ant in front of the next generation of Naga. But this ant that she thought of as an ant had charged into New Naga and killed the next generation of Naga's leader and all the elders. He had even destroyed half of the old capital city. Yang Dingtian, who had broken through to the demigod realm, was definitely undying and undefeatable. Then, for a demigod Yang Dingtian to kill her, Hyexian would be as easy as blowing off dust. Thinking of this, Queen Hyexian immediately felt that Yang Dingtian was right beside her. He was right beside her and was even staring at her with a cold smile. Yang Dingtian could turn invisible. The reason why he didn't kill her was because he wanted to play with her like a cat playing with a mouse. He didn't want to kill her directly. Yes, that must be it. Yang Dingtian must want to play with her until she died. He must want her to die in the most miserable way possible. Thinking of this, Hyexian's entire body lost all strength. She was ambitious and determined, but Yang Dingtian's energy attack that was above the demigod realm had destroyed everything a few hours later. The entire old capital city was barely restored to order. All the warriors and spiritual masters of the sea snake descendants of Naga came out in full force. They sealed off every inch of the old capital city and every inch of the sky. Layers upon layers of energy shields protected each pyramid. Of course, most of these energy shields couldn't withstand a demigod realm attack, but at least they could make Yang Dingtian invisible. It was as if tens of thousands of air defense radars had been installed in the old capital city. Any target that entered would be immediately discovered and locked on. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang were no exception. The results of the big explosion were out. Clan leader Boyi Ming had already passed away. 53 elders were all dead. The entire Naga's highest leadership of the sea snake descendants had been wiped out. They were all captured in one fell swoop. The remaining leaders immediately sent a team of 50 Naga realm experts, who were close to the demigod level, to search every place. They couldn't find any traces of Yang Dingtian. Most of the remaining forces were used for defense. After Boyi and the others were killed, the first thing many leaders thought of was defense. The reason for that was because the attack from earlier was simply too astonishing. Furthermore, it was completely impossible to guard against. If it happened a second time, a third time, a fourth time, or a fifth time, the consequences would be completely destructive. In the attack just now, a total of 69 Naga realm experts of the first generation were killed. 128 Naga realm experts of the second generation were killed. 852 Naga realm experts of the third generation were killed. Nearly 5,000 Naga realm experts of the fourth generation were killed. That was because all the third, fourth, and fifth Naga realm experts near the Golden Hall were dead. That was because they were slaves, and they all served the Boyi Ming clan leader alone. Now, all the servants had died with Boyi. After layers of defense were set up in the old capital city, the surviving Naga leaders of the later generations of the sea serpent descendants held an emergency meeting. The content of the meeting was, of course, to elect a new leader. After the first leader went into seclusion, Boyi had taken over the position of leader for thousands of years. Boyi was a heroic hero, so he didn't have much authority. Therefore, almost all the internal affairs were handed over to his younger brother, Boyi. Therefore, Boyi Ming was the most powerful person in the new Naga Empire. In the old capital, it didn't matter if you accidentally offended Boyi, but if you offended Boyi, you would basically die. Therefore, after Boyi died, there was no obstacle for Boyi to take over the position of leader. Now that Boyi was dead, who would be the leader became a huge problem. The entire Naga realm experts of the sea snake descendants formed two factions. The first faction was the fighting faction. They were filled with hatred and anger, and they had to kill their way into the human countries. They weren't going to leave a single person, a single blade of grass, or a single tree. They were going to wipe out Yang Dingtian and his family. They wanted to avenge Boyi and all the people who died. The second faction was the peace faction. They felt that Yang Dingtian had become a demigod, and he had a demigod Naga by his side. Moreover, the greater space spell had been destroyed, and they couldn't enter the human countries anymore. On the other hand, Yang Dingtian could enter new Naga from time to kill. The entire empire could defend against him for a day or two, or a month or two, but it couldn't defend against him for 10 or 20 years. Moreover, once Yang Dingtian and Nagashwang became demigods, they would become more and more powerful. When that time came, Yang Dingtian would definitely use New Naga as a hunting ground and kill every few days. There were only so many people in New Naga. After a few decades or a few hundred years, all of them would be killed. Moreover, once they became demigods, they would be immortal. Therefore, the only way out now was to ask Yang Dingtian for peace. In the beginning, the number of those who wanted to fight far outnumbered those who wanted to compromise. However, after the peace faction expressed their views, many people immediately fell silent. That was right. This made a lot of sense. Without the greater space spell, the future generations of Naga couldn't attack Yang Dingtian's lair, but Yang Dingtian could come and kill Naga at any time. Even if he killed a few dozen in a year, after tens of thousands of years, the entire new Naga would be killed. One could only be a thief for 1,000 years, but there was no such thing as guarding against a thief for 1,000 years. After losing the greater space spell, the entire new Naga would fall into a completely passive state. Therefore, a new faction was born, the centrist faction. This faction felt that they should do nothing now and wait for Queen Medusa's new decree. There were many people in this faction, but they didn't have much morale because their views were too negative. Regardless of whether it was a struggle or a compromise, they were relatively proactive. Sitting there and waiting without doing anything was too passive. The leader of the struggle faction asked, "Are you sure that the greater space spell scroll has been completely destroyed?" "There's only one scroll in total, and it's in the hands of Patriarch Boyi Ming. For now, only one person has learned the greater space spell, and that's Patriarch Boyi Ming. Of course, the entire code of the scroll is roughly known by the 50 elders, because they were the ones who injected the energy, runes, into the scroll. However, they are all dead, and not a single one is left. Then what about Queen Medusa's messenger? She's the one who brought the greater space spell, and she should still have it in her brain. Unfortunately, she's just a tool. She doesn't even know the greater space spell, and Queen Medusa is only temporarily borrowing her brain. The leader of the struggle faction said, "Let the spiritual masters search her brain again and again, and search every inch of it. It's already in progress. But you also know that the brain world is boundless. Dozens of spiritual masters searching at the same time will take a few days and nights, and they have to be very careful. Otherwise, they might be completely lost." The leader of the struggle faction said, "Then what about the human Wentian? He's already disappeared, and we can't find him at all." At this moment, Queen Hyexian was already surrounded by dozens of spiritual masters. Her brain world had already been forcefully opened by drugs and spiritual power. Dozens of powerful spiritual masters searched every part of her memory, every signal, and tried to find the code of the greater space spell. However, they were destined to be disappointed. The soul-leaving palace had indeed placed the complete greater space spell scroll in her brain, but after handing it over, it didn't leave any traces in her brain and was completely erased. After a few days and nights, dozens of spiritual masters searched every part of Queen Hyexian's brain, but to no avail, and Queen Medusa also didn't send any new messengers. And at this moment, a tribe that was 3,000 miles away from the old capital was attacked by Yang Dingtian. More than 20 Naga warriors were killed on the way to the old capital. Immediately after, in a tribe in the south of the old capital, a Naga warrior who was close to being a demigod was attacked. Not only was he attacked, but all the energy in his body was also completely devoured. His demon core, which was his secondary energy reserve, was also dug out. Even the fake deep-sea Xian poison, his Xian meridians, and the original skin of Naga were all removed. His death was extremely cruel. Instantly, the whole of New Naga was in a state of panic. No one in Naga dared to go out without permission. Countless small and medium-sized tribes wanted to escape to the old capital. However, as long as there were less than a dozen Naga warriors, they would definitely be attacked on the way. Once they were attacked, they would be completely wiped out. More than half a month had passed since Boi was killed. The conflict between the factions in the old capital had yet to come to an end. The dozens of Naga patrolling armies that were sent out didn't find anything either, and Naga warriors all over the country were attacked. In just half a month, more than 1,000 Naga warriors of the later generation were killed. There were dozens of first-generation Naga warriors who were close to being demigods. After Yang Dingtian successfully assassinated Boi, he didn't stop. Instead, he became a hunter in New Naga. If this continued, it wouldn't take tens of thousands of years. In a few hundred years, the whole of New Naga would be killed. Moreover, all the Naga warriors in the old capital couldn't do anything. They could only continuously input energy into the energy shield every day to prevent Yang Dingtian from entering. If this continued, it wouldn't take long, at most half a year, the whole of New Naga would collapse. At the very least, the later generations of Naga warriors of the mermaid race had completely compromised. More and more Naga leaders of the mermaid race went to the palace to pledge their loyalty to Queen Lan Chi. The Naga warriors of the mermaid race were originally weaker and weren't so aggressive. Faced with this situation, the Naga warriors of the sea snake race became angrier and angrier, but there was nothing they could do. Finally, as more and more of the Naga warriors of the sea snake race died, the old capital couldn't take it anymore. Because if this continued, perhaps in a few decades, there would be no need for Yang Dingtian to do anything. Queen Lan Chi could order hundreds of thousands of mermaid warriors of the Naga to move out and kill all of the sea snake race. Queen Lan Chi was Yang Dingtian's lover, so it wasn't impossible for her to give such an order. Finally, the peace faction gained the upper hand for the first time. They sent the first signal to Yang Dingtian for peace. Of course, they didn't know where Yang Dingtian was, but they could send the letter to Queen Lan Chi in the palace because she was Yang Dingtian's lover. Sure enough, the Naga warriors of the sea snake race received a response immediately. Queen Lan Chi's messenger sent a letter personally written by Yang Dingtian. They could negotiate, but the first condition was to send the human Wentian and the Naga High Exan over as bargaining chips. Within the old capital, there was a short but not intense argument. They were debating whether to send High Exan to Yang Dingtian. Many of the Naga warriors of the sea snake race felt that this was Queen Medusa's messenger after all, and doing so would offend Queen Medusa. However, those who objected felt that the Naga High Exan was just a tool and couldn't be considered a messenger. Queen Medusa wouldn't mind throwing her away after using her. Thus, the old capital unanimously decided to send Queen High Exan to Queen Lanchi's palace and let Yang Dingtian kill her in exchange for peace. The next day, Queen High Exan was tied up and sent to Queen Lanchi's palace as a gift and bargaining chip by the Naga warriors of the sea snake race. Her time of death had come. Chapter 1173. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang were indeed in Queen Lanchi's palace. Naga High Exan has been escorted over. Queen Lanchi came over and said, "She's being held in the room you used to live in. You can do whatever you want." Yang Dingtian glared at her speechlessly. Why did she make it sound so ambiguous? Then he walked towards his room alone. There was no one around. He pushed open the door and saw Queen High Exan kneeling inside. Of course, she didn't kneel down of her own accord. All her Xian veins were locked, and she was forced into this position by the Naga warriors in the palace. She was awake, but her mental state was very poor. She had already broken through to the saint level. Even if she didn't eat or sleep, she wouldn't look haggard. But now she was indeed haggard. She had even lost a lot of weight. Her eyes were sunken and bloodshot. Her face was so pale that there was no trace of blood. She had been afraid every day for the past few months. She had nightmares every day. And this fear became reality more than half a month ago. Yang Dingtian really came and started a massacre. He had killed Boyi and all the elders. But he didn't kill her. Even though she didn't die, what followed was a hellish experience. Dozens of spiritual masters completely suppressed her soul. Then they forcefully tore open her brain's defenses and searched every memory in her mind inch by inch. The horror of this torture was unimaginable. She was Queen Medusa's envoy, but she became a tool, a tragic and laughable tool. She was afraid every day that she would become a sacrifice and be sent to Yang Dingtian. Now, she had indeed become a bargaining chip, a sacrifice. She was cleaned up and sent to Yang Dingtian. When all of this happened, all of her fears disappeared, because that shoe had finally dropped. She didn't need to be afraid anymore because she was dead. So, she heaved a sigh of relief. I'm really stupid, really. Queen High Exan smiled at Yang Dingtian. Every time, I would be blinded by greed and benefits. Whether it's betraying Poisa, siding with the Demon King, or becoming Medusa's tool, they will push the human countries to destruction. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. He walked over and sat down in front of her. Queen High Exan said, self-deprecatingly, "It's not that I don't have feelings. I love my sister very much. But because of power and benefits, I betrayed her and tried to kill her. I also liked you. I was infatuated with you, but I also betrayed you for the sake of benefits and power. Greed always triumphed over my emotions before the critical moment, leading me to the path of no return. Yang Dingtian, in your heart, which is more important, love or reason?" Yang Dingtian said, "That's not right. That's desire and greed, not reason." "Oh, right," Queen High Exan said, "I was blinded by greed. Of course, I'm not rational." Yang Dingtian said, "In the end, in my heart, love is more important than reason." "That's great. Only people like you will be happy and deserve to be happy," Queen High Exan said. Then she sat on her legs and knelt down. As for Yang Dingtian, he had also sat on the ground beside her. The two of them didn't look like captives and victors. They were just ordinary conversationalists. High Exan said, "During this period, I've been afraid of you. I've been imagining you. You even killed Boyi. You should have broken through to become a demigod. You must be very high up like a god. At least in terms of power and aura, you must have surpassed the Demon King, Wen Tian. I've been thinking, and thinking. Then, in my heart, you became bigger and more terrifying. But when I really saw you, I realized that you were no different from the first time I saw you. You're still you, just a little more mature. Yang Dingtian said, I'm very lucky. The heavens didn't destroy my heart and soul too much, so I'm still the same as a few years ago. Hai Xan said gently, for a person to go from the master level to the demigod level, his cultivation has broken through millions of times, but he still looks exactly the same. It's really amazing. Yang Dingtian said, because in my heart these improvements in cultivation are nothing special. My greed for cultivation ended the moment I took back Cloud Sky City. Moreover, most of my cultivation reaching today's level has nothing to do with me. It was all given to me by the heavens, so it's even less amazing. Well said. Hai Xian's beautiful eyes were gentle and infatuated as she said, the current you is even more moving and fascinating. Yang Dingtian smiled embarrassedly. Hai Xan sighed and said, Sigh, if only we had really slept a few years ago. Then our children would already be able to walk. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Hai Xan smiled and said, if I hadn't been enlightened, I would have said that fate made a fool of me. In fact, this has nothing to do with fate at all. It's just my foolishness that made a fool of me. Yang Dingtian said, you're too stubborn about ambition and power. Yes, Hai Xian said, but you don't have the heart and strength to match it. For such a person to have power, it's just a huge tragedy. Then the two of them fell silent. At this moment, Hai Xan had really been enlightened after experiencing all this. She also knew that she would definitely die today. Moreover, she didn't want to plead for mercy and wouldn't plead for mercy. Suddenly, Hai Xan said, Wen Tian has gone missing. You have to be careful of him. This person is the most charming man I've ever seen. He's really a huge contradiction. He's incomparably stubborn, but also incomparably carefree. For some very important things, such as power and authority, he doesn't care much about them, just like you. But for some things, he cares a lot about them. He keeps saying that the god of chaos controlled his fate and violated his dignity and freedom. So he wants to get it back, even if he has to pay everything, even if he has to use all his methods. Yang Dingtian said, yes, he's very sensitive to dignity and freedom, because he's experienced a very special era. Hai Xan said, I believe that he won't give in so easily. You have to be careful of him. I will, Yang Dingtian said. Then the two of them fell silent again. All right, I should be on my way, Queen Hai Xan said. Yang Dingtian said, which method do you want to choose? Hai Xan smiled and said, can I still choose? Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Then you can fuck me to death, Hai Xan suddenly said. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was stunned. All right, I'm just kidding. Queen Hai Xan smiled and said, let's use the most direct method. Pierce my heart with a sword. You can do it yourself. Okay, Yang Dingtian said. Can you release my Xianqi shackles? Hai Xan asked. Okay, Yang Dingtian said, and then released her Xianqi shackles. Instantly, Hai Xan regained her ability to move. Then she stood up, grabbed one of Yang Dingtian's hands, and pressed it on her right chest. Instantly, her breathing became rapid, and her delicate body was dyed red. Do it! Pierce my heart, Queen Hai Xan said. I'll treat it as you using your sword to pierce my body. Yang Dingtian's facial muscles twitched slightly. This is a strange way to die, right? I hope you'll remember me, Hai Xan said as she panted. Come on. Hai Xan shouted. Puchi! Yang Dingtian suddenly pierced Hai Xan's heart with his sword like lightning. Ah! Hai Xan let out a short cry, and her delicate body trembled. Her pupils dilated instantly. It was as if she had reached the peak and instantly entered death. Yang Dingtian pulled out the emperor-grade soul sword. From the beginning to the end, it did not take more than 0.1 seconds. Hai Xian's delicate body was still intact. There were no visible wounds on her chest, and not a single drop of blood flowed out. This ambitious woman with a life as fragile as paper had officially passed away. When she died because Yang Dingtian was by her side, she maintained her emotional state. She was still a complete woman, completely fixed. The following negotiations became simple. Yang Dingtian did not appear, and Queen Lan Qi was still the representative. The Naga descendants of the Sea Snake clan elected a new clan leader. This clan leader's cultivation was average, and she was inclined to spiritual cultivation, which was a compromise system. Moreover, all the leaders of the Naga descendants of the mermaid and the sea snake descendants once again elected Queen Lan Qi as the king of New Naga. The sea snake descendants and the mermaid descendants of the Naga descendants each sent 10,000 first-generation Naga warriors to form the Queen's Guard. They were directly under Queen Lan Qi's command in terms of spirit and energy. Moreover, New Naga all turned to the research of spiritual energy until there was a true breakthrough. They could use spiritual energy to leave this space without causing any harm to the chaotic world. From the negotiation to the signing of the contract, a total of 5 days passed. Finally, Yang Dingtian used his semi-god soul sword to accurately kill Bo Yiming and the others. Using the terrifying leverage effect, he regained peace in New Naga and stopped the invasion of the Naga descendants. When he and Nagashwang entered New Naga, he was uneasy, but the result was better than he had imagined. After Queen Lan Qi regained power, she immediately removed the defensive state of the old capital. Then, she sent out a large number of Naga warriors to search for the human Wentian. In the end, they found nothing. It was as if Wentian had completely disappeared from this world. One had to know that New Naga was a confined space. Where could he go? He had the void splitting fire, but in the confined space, he could not enter the dark world through the void splitting fire. Where could he have gone? Chapter 1174. Now, at least in New Naga, the dust has settled. I should return the scripture pavilion to you, Yang Dingtian said. Queen Lan Qi shook her head and said, You should keep it. You are already a demigod now. The scripture pavilion is safer with you than with me. Yang Dingtian thought about it and didn't refuse. Then I will leave. Take care. Yang Dingtian bade farewell. Queen Lan Qi was stunned and said, So anxious. Yang Dingtian said, I have left the human countries for almost a month. Queen Lan Qi said, But Wentian hasn't been found. Yang Dingtian said, According to your estimation, where will he be? Queen Lan Qi said, I have already sent tens of thousands of Naga to search. As long as he is in the confined space, no matter where he is hiding, he will be found. If we can't find him, then it can only mean one thing. What? Yang Dingtian said. Queen Lan Qi said, He went to the depths of the endless sea. Just like him, completely exiled and searching for the border of New Naga. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and shook his head. No, he definitely won't go there. Queen Lan Qi said, Then you should stay here and go back after finding Wentian. Because only after finding Wentian can everything be proven to be over. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, No, only after uncovering the secret of the soul leaving palace can it truly be over. Also, I need to go back and take a look. Then, Yang Dingtian suddenly said, Lan Qi, are you sure that Boi is dead? All the elders are dead. Is there no fish in the net? Queen Lan Qi said, Although I wasn't there at that time, whether it was the Naga leader of the sea snakes or the merpeople leader, they were very sure that it was Boi and he is already dead. Our Naga's energy aura can't be imitated. It doesn't mean you can just look the same. It was good that Boi was dead. Yang Dingtian asked again, Then are all the Naga who knew about the scroll of the greater space technique all dead? Queen Lan Qi said, I've already asked almost all of the Naga leaders of the high-level sea snake descendants. The only ones who know the specifics of the greater space spell are Bo Yiming and the elders. They're all dead. Yang Dingtian closed his eyes. Boi was dead. All the elders were dead. In that case, the greater space technique had been completely blocked. There should be no problem at all. Although Wen Tian had received the greater spatial technique scroll before, he had given it to Boi. He had never learned it before. Therefore, there shouldn't be any problems. But for some reason, Yang Dingtian still felt extremely uneasy. "Let's go, Schwanger. Let's go back immediately," Yang Dingtian said. Queen Lan Qi stepped forward and instinctively reached out to hug Yang Dingtian. She even wanted to ask for his love. But when she saw Yang Dingtian's uneasy expression and that he was in a hurry to leave, she stopped herself. "Lan Qi, I'll leave the matters of New Naga to you," Yang Dingtian said. "I know. Take care," Queen Lan Qi said. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang turned into two streaks of light and flew towards the end of New Naga at their fastest speed. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, they definitely reached the edge of New Naga. Yang Dingtian used the greater space technique and opened a spatial door. He and Naga Shuang directly jumped through the spatial door. There was a mysterious and strange feeling of traveling, and the surrounding scenery changed. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang jumped out of New Naga and entered the third dark domain. At this time, it was daytime in the dark domain. Dense fog emitted a golden light and desperately devoured all energy. If it was before, Yang Dingtian would have to use the void-rending fire. But now, Yang Dingtian found that the devouring fog didn't have much of a threat to him. There was no need to use the void-rending fire. Immediately, Yang Dingtian rushed out of the fog of the third dark domain with his fastest speed. In the process of traveling, he didn't find any trace of Wen Tian in the third dark domain. After releasing the void-rending fire and passing through the abyss, Yang Dingtian and Lan Qi entered the second dark domain. In the entire second dark domain, there was still no trace of Wen Tian. After a short search, Yang Dingtian passed through the abyss and entered the first dark domain. There was still no trace of Wen Tian. After passing through the first abyss, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang left the first dark domain and entered the end of the human kingdom. "Husband, your heart is beating very fast. You are extremely uneasy," Naga Shuang said. "I know," Yang Dingtian panted. "Are you afraid that Wen Tian has already led the Naga army of the next generation into the human kingdom?" Shuang asked. "Although I feel that this is completely impossible, I am still filled with endless worry," Yang Dingtian said. Naga Shuang said, "According to the known information, this is completely impossible. You must be worried and confused." "I hope so," Yang Dingtian said, "but Wen Tian has disappeared. In the entire New Naga, there is no trace of Wen Tian." Naga Shuang said, "This is possible because there are many forbidden areas in New Naga. For example, the seclusion grounds of some grandmasters cannot be found." Yang Dingtian said, "No matter what, after entering the human kingdom, the truth will be revealed." That's right. If Wen Tian really led the Naga army of the next generation into the human kingdom, then a period of time had already passed. With the destructive power of the Naga army, the entire human kingdom would be in a mess. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang's speed was extremely fast. They directly charged through the layers of ice in the north and directly charged into the world of ice and snow. Fortunately, it was still an endless expanse of ice and snow. There was no destruction, nor were there any traces of an army passing through. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang used their fastest speed to fly through tens of thousands of miles of ice and snow. They flew past the northern sea region and entered the northern central region. In the entire northern central region, the houses were still the same, and the army was still coming and going. The people on the ground were extremely chaotic because the entire human kingdom was following the order of war. Everyone lived in groups and was under the control of the army. Everyone was retreating back to the Empire of Darkness in batches. Although the bustling crowd in the northern central region was filled with fear and uneasiness, at least it meant that everything was fine. It meant that the Naga army did not invade. Yang Dingtian heaved a long sigh of relief. He almost fainted from joy. As expected, worry would cause chaos. The human kingdom was fine. This couldn't be blamed on Yang Dingtian. After all, Wen Tian had left a deep impression on him. He knew that this person would definitely not give up easily and would not lose easily. But now, Boy was dead, all the elders were dead, and the greater space technique had been completely destroyed. Even if Wen Tian had heaven-defying abilities, he would not be able to overturn the heavens. Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang relaxed and flew in the direction of the Empire of Darkness. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang arrived in the sky above the northwest continent. Below them was the chaotic lands that had been ravaged by war. To the north was the Devil Domain, and to the west was Cloud Heaven City. During the Great Arrow War, the chaotic lands had suffered the most damage. All the vegetation, cities, and villages on the continent had been destroyed, turning into flat land. Moreover, there was a considerable amount of pollution. However, the power of humans was limitless. Now there were countless villages and castles in the chaotic lands. There were even many fields that had been reclaimed. After the Great Arrow War ended and the Demon King was destroyed, the human kingdom impatiently began to rebuild. The areas that were not polluted became the center of reconstruction. In just half a year, countless villages and towns were built. However, because of the news of Naga's invasion, this place was abandoned. The human kingdom once again retreated into the Empire of Darkness. The chaotic lands were really full of disasters. Now that the danger of new Naga had been quelled, the chaotic lands would not be attacked again. Yang Dingtian flew to the entrance of the Empire of Darkness and was about to take out the Eye of Naga to melt the darkness and enter the Empire of Darkness. However, Naga Shuang suddenly said, "Husband, wait a moment." Yang Dingtian asked, "What's wrong?" Naga Shuang said, "Husband, don't you think it's especially quiet?" Yes, it was very quiet. It was abnormally quiet. Usually, the Empire of Darkness was bustling with activity. Countless darkness dragons came and went to transport fresh water. Moreover, countless humans retreated into the Empire of Darkness all day long. Now it was silent. This was not normal. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the twin suns in the sky. In just a moment, the twin suns were completely covered, and the earth suddenly darkened. This was not a total solar eclipse. The twin suns still left 2 rings. Suddenly, the entire sky and earth turned blood red. Then the most terrifying scene had occurred. All the hair on Yang Dingtian's body stood up. Kacha, 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 kacha. Yang Dingtian could see the ground. From Cloud Sky City to the chaotic lands and the demon realm. The ground that spanned tens of thousands of miles suddenly cracked open. The entire world, the entire continent completely cracked open. Roar, 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 countless Naga of the later generations. Each of them was the prototype of the sea snake, descendant of the later generations of Naga. Their bodies were tens of thousands of meters long. From the cracked ground, they rushed into the sky. The entire northwest continent, the chaotic lands, and the demon realm completely collapsed. The army of the later generations of Naga that blotted out the sky and the sun rushed out. And at the same time, the entrance of the Empire of Darkness also collapsed, and an incomparably huge hole appeared. The huge hole that was hundreds of miles in diameter kept spinning and spinning. The Empire of Darkness was activated. "Little brother, you're finally here." It was Wen Tian's voice, the voice of Bay University's Wen Tian. The end of the world had completely arrived.